mayor's office to answer our questions. They're not here.
They don't, but they haven't even given the information to the people who are here.
Our government is grossly incompetent. That's why the fires are here. But the way they're handling typifies what they were doing with their fire. They don't know what they're doing. The people that are in a lot of these positions of power, you know what they're good at? Getting elected.
Well, we saw it here Sunday. Dozens of residents lined San Vicente all morning, only to find out that the LAPD suspended all escorts for the day. And there is a possibility those escorts in some areas could continue this morning once the curfew is lifted at 6 a.m. As far as the conditions, it does feel like there is a little less smoke in the air here this morning. And we are standing by for those winds to pick up, but we really haven't felt them here in Brentwood. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
We heard from Chief Jim McDonald, Mario, that perhaps they might even suspend all of these escorts all the way through Thursday because of the very heavy winds, and it might be extremely dangerous. I was out there on Friday and I saw those really long lines too, and the frustration there is mounting. People are just standing outside of their cars, you know, the line a mile long, and no one's really been giving any information. I think that's part of the frustration, to try and get the information, or at least someone talk to these folks and say, hey, it's going to be this long, don't wait here. You know, these are people who are just hanging on a limb here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bob. We heard from so many dozens yesterday who were basically waiting to get back to their pets. They weren't home at the time of the evacuation, so they've still got pets at home, medications, some still waiting to see if their house is even still standing, maybe getting word from a neighbor or a picture here and there that it might be there. But yes, there seems to be a lack of communication, and we could see some residents just in tears trying to get back into their neighborhoods, and lack of information out here as well. So we can definitely feel it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mario. Yeah, I'm wondering, when you were out there at the checkpoint, were there how many personnel were out there? I mean, did it seem
honestly,
like they were thin?
As far as I could see in the road turned, and there were just people standing outside of their cars. So I didn't even know how far it went. And I feel like there needs to be someone who's disseminating the information.
Or like going at least car to car. Do you know what I mean?
To give people some information. You know, it's something that we need to ask city officials. There's a press conference later today. Maybe we can get some more of those answers.
Well, early this morning, Elon Musk announced on X that Tesla Cybertrucks will be positioned in Malibu areas. So communication is something that he wants to work on. They're equipped with Starlink internet and free Wi-Fi to support wildfire response. 2 Cybertrucks were spotted here at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post. They're already in use by first responders. Musk says the vehicles will create a grid to help connect communities in the hardest hit areas.
Musk invited people who have Cybertrucks to pick up a Starlink and go out there and add to the Starlink service for these affected areas.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was definitely needed.
Well, there are plenty of Cybertrucks rolling around Los Angeles. We know that.
For sure. LA County officials are cracking down on looting and arson tied to recent wildfires. District Attorney Nathan Hochman, alongside law enforcement leaders, will announce charges today at 2 p.m. in downtown LA. This includes residential looting in Pacific Palisades and a suspected arsonist incident in Azusa. Authorities have made dozens of arrests and are strictly enforcing curfews in evacuation zones. Sheriff Robert Luna says looters and violators will face serious consequences, emphasizing the need to protect evacuated homes and communities. And look at this. It just boggles the mind.
Unreal.
But LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says deputies encountered a man impersonating a firefighter. They say he was sitting on a curb, and Luna asked him if he was okay, only to discover that the man was in cuffs. Deputies say they caught him burglarizing a home. Several others have been arrested for violating curfews, and 2 people are in custody after attempting to set other fires.
Just a new level of low there. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. The LA Unified School District will reopen offices and most schools this Monday.
So the only schools that will stay closed are those in those evacuation zones. So here's a list of schools in mandatory evacuation areas that will remain closed. Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter School. Both Palisades Charter and Marquez Charter will need to be rebuilt before they can open.
For the schools that are open because of air quality issues, masks are being recommended for kids while on their way to school. Outdoor activities will be limited. Webster Middle School will also serve as a food distribution center for those impacted by the closures. It will open from 9 a.m. to noon.
I found myself checking the air quality alerts every morning. Now,
I know, it's going to be bad for some time.
for a while.
Yeah. And speaking of bad, we have this situation now because we have another, we call them PDSs now. Now we know what they are.
Never heard that word until, frankly, this fire event.
Yeah.
But I know that there were, so in this, Adam was saying this yesterday, in this year, this fire season, there were 4 of them.
Yes, yes.
And that hasn't happened since 2020.
Yep, we had the one that started in November, which I believe was the Mountain Fire, December, the Franklin Fire, and then here we are in January where we have multiple fires happening, and then we're rolling into what could possibly be our 4th situation. Wow. So yeah, 2020 was the last time that we did see it, and you know, for everyone at home that is not familiar with what a PDS is, I actually have those details for you right now. It is considered to be a rare situation, and you know, just as Jen was saying here, you know, yesterday I did hear Adam say as well, he almost wants to put those quotes around the word rare because it's almost feeling like it's not that. So rare, PDS, a red flag warning, it stands for particularly dangerous situation. It is reserved for the most extreme events, and as you can see, for this fire season alone, we have already had 3, and we're rolling into what could possibly be our 4th. And again, before the season, the last was back in 2020. So we have all of this area in the red flag warning as of right now. It does continue through Wednesday, but again, we're expecting that PDS situation to peak, and that's between the hours of 4 a.m. on Tuesday and stretching through Wednesday at about noon. We have not just a wind advisory, it's going to include all of this area, but then also in those darker colors, a high wind warning where our northeast winds could gust up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. You know, these numbers were updated from yesterday. I was here yesterday and they've gone up, I'd say a good 10 miles per hour or so. And again, a lot of this situation is expected to stretch through portions of Wednesday, and not just those areas out to the west, but out to the east here too. Those lighter colors highlighted, we do have those advisories in place for you as well. We have low humidity values for today. It's going to be the case through portions of Tuesday, but also rolling into our Wednesday. So humidity levels low with addition to the winds rolling through.
We all need to be extra careful during this time,
Yeah.
and also extra watchful. So if you see something, say something so they can get on this immediately.
That's right.
Star, thank you.
So meantime, a donation center is getting flooded with donations for fire victims.
Outpouring, a huge outpouring here.
Yeah.
Stunning and encouraging images of communities coming together. We'll also talk about the greatest need right now. welcome back. Check out the outpouring. Well, look at this. Check out the outpouring of support for fire victims. This is in Pasadena. There are mountains of donations. It's been the volunteers donating their time to help drive all of these efforts.
There's so much help out there. Josh Friday is California's Chief Service Officer. He was at that site in Pasadena. He joined Alex Michelson and Susan Hirosuna on Fox 11 News at 10 last night to talk about the greatest needs right now.
Where is the greatest need? I want to volunteer. What do I do?
Well, first you can go to californiansforall.ca.gov and find opportunities to volunteer. Where we're seeing the need, as you can imagine, is across the board, especially with those who have lost everything. So there's a big need for it to receive donations and then to be able to actually distribute them to those who need it most. And what we've seen is unbelievable. You saw the pictures. This community has stepped up in such a phenomenal way. We are seeing the best of Californians, where we support each other, we take care of each other, and we're seeing it. And it's really inspiring. And so we're asking everyone who can to give time, to volunteer at food banks, at distribution centers, at shelters where they need it, but also to give donations, either monetary or clothing and food, hygiene kits for those who need it. And we're also asking people to continue to give support and love to their neighbors. We have had a chance to meet people who have cooked meals for their neighbors who've lost everything. I've met people who are simply going door to door and delivering meals to homebound seniors during the power outages. So I think our message is clear, which is if you've been affected by this fire, then this horrible disaster, you're not alone.
But does it need to be a coordinated effort? I mean, I feel like it does, but you tell me.
We have many coordinated efforts where the need is high at our shelters, at our food banks, and at our distribution sites. We're deploying the California Service Corps at these places. We are also working very closely with organizations like the YMCA, the LA Food Bank, the Red Cross to coordinate and make sure that everyone who needs it's getting the resources. But honestly, what's been so beautiful about the last few days is seeing the spontaneous combustion
even without you.
Goodwill. And that's what we want.
Yes.
That's what we want to see, and we're seeing it, and it's really remarkable.
So let's talk about the California Service Corps, because a lot of people may not know what that is. First off, your job, you're a cabinet-level official, like a secretary for Governor Newsom, Office of Volunteers, and you have this Service Corps, which you've been building up for several years now, and now you get a chance to deploy them. What are they for people that haven't heard of it?
These are paid positions that the governor has invested in to call on mostly young people to serve their community. We've created a climate corps where we have hundreds of people across the state taking climate action and doing wildfire work, protecting communities. We have a college corps that's giving debt-free pathways to students who serve while they're in school, and other programs, the AmeriCorps and the Youth Jobs Corps program. And what we're seeing now is when you invest in this kind of service, when you invest in people and giving people a chance to serve their community, then when our community needs them, like we need them now, they're stepping up in a massive way.
That's amazing. I just want to point out, I've had a couple conversations with fire victims, and they really appreciate seeing the mounds of donations at the Santa Anita racetrack, but they don't have any place to put them because they are staying with friends or staying in a hotel. Is there some better way to ensure that people in the weeks and months to come will get those kind of donations?
That ongoing assistance is obviously something we're acutely aware of, and we're putting the infrastructure in place to be able to meet those exact needs. I'll give you one example, though, today of the kind of spirit that we're seeing out in the communities. I had somebody call me on my phone and say that he has a place that just came open on the market. He usually rents it, but he asked me if I could recommend somebody who just lost their home, who might need a place to stay. It's that kind of spirit that we're seeing, where people are willing to step up to help, but we are clearly going to need to put in the infrastructure to be able to make sure that people have all the resources that they need across the board in the coming months.
In the coming months, yeah.
We see the website, californiavolunteers.ca.gov. Josh Friday, thanks for the work. We're going to need it in the weeks and months ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be weeks and months. So people are donating right now, but the need is going to be great as we go forward.
That's right.
You know, for months and months, even probably years.
That really has been something to see is all the volunteers who've come out to these donation sites. And even if you can't go out there yourself for whatever reason, I've seen people online too offering to Uber Eats, whatever fire victims might need, wherever they might be displaced and where they're located too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing what they can.
Many ways to chip in.
Yeah. You know, I myself know a few people that were impacted, and so it was so awesome to actually see, you know, how Airbnb has actually stepped up for the family and friends of my house that I do show needing that support out there. So let's get to your weather. We are not just talking dangerous winds today. That does put us in that red flag warning, but a lot of the surrounding areas away from the fires. For our highlighted area here, for instance, we do have that air quality alert in place, and this is not just going to be for the continuation of that wood burning ban, which is obvious, but also we're experiencing some of that dust being blown around. And so we do have an alert in place for that as well through noon tomorrow. And so this is going to get us right into our air quality index. Our number for the Los Angeles area is clocking in at 77. So that does put us in the moderate zone. So not too bad, but also if you do experience some of those sensitivities to the pollutants out there, making sure to just play it easy today. We have a couple of sensors across the region here, and so they are bouncing anywhere between that good to moderate. So here's a check-in across the area. I do urge everyone to go ahead and check your air quality where you live at. You can do that very easily by going to airnow.gov. It is a website that does allow you to check your specific area. And so the big question is, when is the precipitation on its way? And I can tell you that our models are indicating that we are not going to receive any precipitation, but the National Weather Service is saying as soon as later this week. If we take a look at our water year, we have not received much. It's a part of the reason why we are in the situation that we're in now. And so you'll see just for this water year alone, we've received less than 1/4 of an inch. And then it takes me back to where we were last year, right? And so last year we had plenty. In fact, we had a surplus of where we are typically at for the water year. And so what that did was allow for a lot of the vegetation to grow. And then again, we are back into the situation that we are now. So if you take a look here on our 7-day forecast, getting you past this week, we are expecting to have mostly those dry conditions, that wildfire, yes, smoke in place, the red flag warning in place with tons of breezes and windy conditions. But pointing you towards the end of the week, it is a very small percentage chance across a lot of the area, but whatever we get, it could help, but also pointing out the fact that it could pose a brand new set of issues. Either way, we are dry today. Red flag warning in place from now through portions of Wednesday. Back to you.
I think some rain would be so helpful.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. It'd be nice to get some moisture right at the end of the week.
For sure. All right, so the Rams play a crucial playoff game tonight, of course, with their minds on the fires. We'll have more on that when we come back.
Welcome back. Well, as the fires have ravaged through the city, the sports scene here in LA took a step back.
Yeah, so our local teams will start playing today, but they're doing it with the hope of bringing the community together. So the Rams will be playing the Minnesota Vikings today. The game has been moved to Arizona at State Farm Stadium. As the players got on the plane last night, you can see they're repping Los Angeles Fire Department T-shirts, showing support for LAFD. Defensive end Kobe Turner talked about the wildfires affecting LA and their mindset going into today's game.
Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody who's been affected. It's a really trying time, and to just be able to see the devastation. I mean, whether it be flying on the plane, seeing all the smoke, or, you know, being out on the practice field and there's one set of smoke coming from one direction, and then you look to the right and here goes another one. So I know it's a really trying time for the county of LA, for the city of LA, for California as a whole. And our thoughts and prayers are with all of those guys. And, you know, ultimately we do represent the name that's on the front and the back of our jerseys, so we'll definitely be playing for them this week.
Well, that's amazing. Meantime, the Chargers were also wearing LAFD shirts and hats before their game against the Houston Texans over the weekend. They did lose against the Texans, unfortunately, with a final score of 12-32. The NFL teams are stepping up to contribute relief efforts. 5 organizations combined have donated $5 million. The Rams are donating $1 million to the LAFD. The Chargers are contributing $200,000 to different organizations providing relief to fire victims. The Vikings, Texans, the NFL Foundation, they're each donating $1 million. 428 is your time. We have more coverage of the fires after the break.
Coming up, an Altadena family narrowly escapes the Eaton Fire before their home was destroyed, carrying their wheelchair-bound grandmother out of the home. That story next.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us on this Monday. I'm Bob DeCastro.
And I'm Jen Lammers. In this morning for Brooke Thomas. Welcome to Good Day LA at 4:30. We're, of course, continuing our coverage of the historic wildfires. The thing to pay attention to today is going to be another round of Santa Ana winds. Star.
Yes, that's right. And we're expecting that peak to take place as early as tomorrow and then carry us through portions of, I'd say, Wednesday afternoon. A quick check outdoors. We do have some better air quality to get us through the area. In fact, you're looking at Long Beach there, so not too bad across that area. I'll be back with some of your air quality indexes, but for now, just wanting to show you that across the West Coast, we are rather dry here to start our work week. And the bigger headline is going to be the fact that we have another Santa Ana wind event expected to roll through the area this week. We did have a lull in those winds over portions of our weekend, in fact, as late as yesterday, but things are picking right back up today, and we're expecting the peak of this event to take place in that 4 a.m. hour tomorrow, and it does stretch through noon on Wednesday. We do still have that red flag warning that is in effect now and goes through a big portion of Wednesday. I'll be back with more details on not just your winds, but also our humidity values. They all play a part in this. Back to you.
Thank you, Star. And as you heard her just mention, firefighters are bracing for strong winds in the Palisades Fire zone. 8 lives have been lost there. Palisades has burned nearly 24,000 acres with only 13% containment as of this morning. LAFD's fire chief says more than 5,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 11,000 more are under threat. Reality is certainly setting in for fire victims as they face delays and confusion in the recovery process.
Mario Ramirez is here with the very latest on this. Mario, good morning.
Good morning. We're live in Brentwood. We can tell you evacuation orders are still in place, and there's a possibility that they could be expanded today. Fire danger remains high as those dangerous winds are moving in. Now, we're at 26th and San Vicente. You can see the California National Guard stationed here at this intersection. Several areas, and they've been meeting residents here at this point. Evacuated residents waiting for word on when they might be able to check on their neighborhoods. Let's show you the video here as the Palisades Fire has now stretched to nearly 24,000 acres. Thousands of firefighters from across several states continue to battle the stubborn flames with the break in the gusty Santa Ana winds. Crews battled steep terrain as they tried to protect homes in Mandeville Canyon northwest of the Getty Center and west of the 405 freeway in Brentwood, with some homes unfortunately overcome by flames. By 7 o'clock last night, the fire was 13% contained, up from 11% in the afternoon. But residents and officials are on edge with another strong wind event picking up today, affecting West LA and much of Ventura County. In recent days, with the Palisade Fire's intensity reaching a lull in some parts, we saw long lines of cars waiting for possible police escorts to their homes. Dozens waited in line on San Vicente yesterday, only to find out LAPD Chief Jim McDonald suspended all neighborhood escorts. Take a listen.
The devastation's being compounded by the chaos of not knowing anything.
They don't care about us as a public. They have no interest in keeping us informed. There's thousands and thousands of people who have been affected by this, who've lost their homes, and the government is showing no compassion for us.
We're just waiting in these lines of cars, and just trying to understand when we can get in to see our homes. I understand that the military is here, or I guess the military lockdown is happening, so we're hoping that they're keeping the looters out, and that's like one of the, I think a lot of people's concerns too, is like they can't get any kind of private security up there, any confirmation of what's going on up there.
400 CalGuard members were deployed last week. They're now assisting local law enforcement with traffic control and keeping these areas safe from potential looting. As you heard, a big concern with dozens of arrests that have already been made. And we know yesterday teams began working with cadaver dogs to search these neighborhoods. And basically how it works is police, once they get the okay from the fire department, they'll escort groups of 3 to 4 cars up into those neighborhoods. But the LAPD chief says that that might be suspended for days to come, depending on the wind activity. And we're standing by for an update on that. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Well, that confusion, Mario, and that frustration is hopefully something that will be addressed at the news conference that's set for 8 o'clock this morning.
Let's hope we get some more information. All right, Mario, thank you.
Meantime, 16 people are now confirmed dead in the Eaton Fire that's burning near Altadena and Pasadena.
The fire has scorched more than 14,000 acres. It's 27% contained. CAL FIRE says an aerial assessment shows that more than 7,000 structures may have been damaged or destroyed. Evacuation orders remain in place with shelters set up for residents and pets. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. A massive community meeting was held in Pasadena at Pasadena City College for those affected by the Eaton Fire. Zach Sauce from our sister station KTVU reports on one fire victim who is holding on to hope.
As hundreds packed a gymnasium at Pasadena City College for an update on the Eaton Fire Sunday, understandable frustration voiced by those who lost everything.
If we're going to do that, we're going to cut the meeting short.
But amid the crowd, one voice filled with a surprising amount of optimism.
I'll be okay. In many ways, I'm very lucky.
Carol Joseph, a lifelong resident of Altadena, she's lived here since she was 11, feeling lucky to be alive and lucky for the support of her family, despite only having a suitcase in hand to show for a life's worth of possessions.
You just have to be strong, have faith. It's just stuff.
Tuesday night, Carol sitting at home with her daughter as the Eaton Fire began to balloon.
She said, Mom, we've got to leave.
Surrounded by flames, the family escaping with likely minutes to spare.
Oh my goodness.
The next day, Carol's daughter able to make her way back to her home on Los Flores Drive.
She said, it's all gone. I had a little cottage house. Gone. Just everything is gone. And all this standing is the fireplace. Every house on the block is gone except for one.
Despite her immense loss, Carol, a retired nurse, now thinking of her neighbors.
I just love helping people. I like to calm them down, and that gives me a lot of spiritual faith.
All that she wants for herself.
If they keep their word and help us, I'm going to rebuild.
At the meeting, LA County Public Works promising to help homeowners devastated by the fire clean their lots so new foundations can be laid down.
Maybe this is just a new journey for me.
Carol already dreaming of returning to the yard she cherished.
I loved my house. I mean, just before the fire, every evening I go outside because of lots of trees, and I had owls this year for the first time.
And hoping the community that made Altadena so special comes back too.
I hope that I see that again, and that the friendliness of people, the kindness of people, I hope that does not change.
That's what so many are hanging on to right now.
Yeah, no doubt. One family looking to rebuild after the Eaton Fire is sharing how they narrowly escaped the flames.
The Casu family lost everything last week when the fire engulfed their Altadena home. When we talked to them, they were still wearing the same clothes they had on when they had to scramble from their house, carrying their 92-year-old wheelchair-bound grandmother. The family made it out safely, but they're still haunted by the memories from that night.
We left at 3 a.m. with whatever we could fit in the car, and my mother and her hospital bed.
The winds were ferocious. If you could open your eyes from all the dust flying around, you would see the mountains on fire, and the fire was climbing up the mountain and also going down the mountain.
Well, the family right now, they're staying with relatives, and they're looking forward to rebuilding. I want you to join Fox's support of the families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts. That's go.fox/Red Cross. Or you can scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen.
I always say money is sometimes the best way to show support because, you know, giving you know, food and supplies and stuff like obviously helps, but the Red Cross knows exactly what they need at the time. And as it's stretched out, they have those dollars to be able to use
they
for
can
later
save it up,
too.
that's right.
So anyway, we have that on our, we'll show that again, the QR code throughout the morning. So if you'd like to help out, it goes directly to the Red Cross.
Yes, and yeah, you know, it's always so important that when, you know, I've been out at these volunteer centers and the amount of perishable food that I've seen, you know, we want to remember to bring in those non-perishable items so that the shelf life is, you know, a little bit longer for these people that have been impacted.
Yep,
so,
no doubt.
Yeah. So we, again, have been talking since, I'd say, yesterday about this rare PDS situation that we do possibly roll back into for this week. This is reserved for the most extreme events. It is put up by the National Weather Service. The last time we've seen these were, I'd say, last month in December, and then previous to that was back in November. And before this season, the last time we did have this rare PDS issued was back in 2020. I went ahead and checked in on some of those fires, and so back in November of 2024, it was the Mountain Fire. It burned close to 20,000 acres. The Franklin Fire just last month was just, I'd say, close to 4,000 acres. And then the Eaton Canyon currently still burning there, and the Palisades Fire as well, coming in at the most acres burned so far and not being completely contained there. So we do have to not just worry about our winds getting into, I'd say, a little bit later this morning is when I'm tracking them picking up. We do currently see them going at about 5 to 20 miles per hour. We do have some gusts moving not just across the San Gabriel Mountains, but also the Santa Susana area. And so this also will pick up getting into the second half of our day. So still going at about 20 miles per hour through late this morning. But again, that peak happening during Tuesday, 4 a.m. hour. Pay attention to those purples that really just take over the screen there. The purples do let us know that winds are kicking up over that 35-mile-per-hour range. And again, this is going to be the case not just Tuesday, but into Wednesday as well. And we're expecting the peak to last through Wednesday at noon. We are not in the clear afternoon on Wednesday. We do have that red flag warning in place until the back half of Wednesday. With the winds in place, also this humidity, it is just off the scale. With the rare PDS in place, those areas are going to see their humidity values ranging from about 8 to 15%, and the surrounding area, we're talking about 10 to 20%. And so these humidity values are very desert-like, and we're not just talking across our high and low deserts. We're talking across a big chunk of the LA basin here.
Yeah, there's a phenomenon when you have these Santa Anas, whatever humidity you have, they just drop even further. So it just dries out even further.
Just dries us right on out, and it's amazing at how long it does take for the environment to, you know, become back moist and just regain, you know, some
of the moisture
that we need.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get through this.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we got to be extra careful out there
For sure.
tonight. A lot of churches were destroyed in the fires. Yesterday was the first Sunday since the fires broke out.
Yeah, and coming up next, we're going to tell you how a congregation held services yesterday despite losing their church.
We want to show you this QR code there on your screen again. Join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Here's how you can help. We're going to keep this on for just a second here. You can donate some money to the American Red Cross. They often know how to best distribute that help, those donations to families, and do what you can. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Time now is 4:46. Now to a story of one faith community helping another heal.
So on Sunday in Montebello, a congregation held services, even though their church was reduced to ashes. Our Laura Diaz was there.
The fact that we have no place else to go, this was wonderful.
Victims of the catastrophic Eaton Fire found a place to worship and heal this Sunday after their church, the Altadena Community Church, burned down to the ground this week. 27 miles away from the fire line in Montebello, there were tears, prayers, and fellowship. The location? The Montebello Plymouth Congregational Church.
As soon as I heard that Altadena's buildings had all burned down, there was no question that if they wanted to worship with us, it would be a joint service.
Someone's going to reach out and invite us to come, and they did.
What we saw was an amazing example of generosity. Church faithful, side by side. Dozens sought solace and the belief that faith moves mountains.
It means a lot to me. I almost didn't come because I didn't know if I could handle it. I wanted to see my family from the church. I know over, I guess, 19 homes from our congregation were burned down.
This married couple took a final picture as they fled their neighborhood turned inferno on Tuesday.
So I took this last picture. I said, this is just what I need for, I don't know, for memory.
At Sunday services, they found strength.
To know that they put on this extravagant welcome for us is just heartwarming.
The church is not a building. The church is the people, and the church can worship anywhere.
In Montebello, Laura Diaz, Fox 11 News.
Wow.
That's exactly right. The church is the physical representation of what matters, which are the people and the coming together and praying and worshiping together.
And I feel like we're going to see more of this. These churches opening up to other across faiths to bring to allow them to worship at their churches. And by the way, the schools that are burned down, those students, they're now going to have to open other schools for them to absorb all of the schools that are impacted by the fire. LAUSD, by the way, most of the schools open today except for the ones impacted by the fire. All right, let's go to Star with a look at our forecasts. And yeah, you got that air quality alert there. Jen was just saying how bad it is just about everywhere.
Yeah, you know, it's not just in these fire areas. It's going to be surrounding a lot of the region. And so with that, a few tips here. Wanting to make sure that if you do not have to be outdoors, just don't do it. If you are going to be out there, just making sure not to exert yourself and have a mask on. It's best to close those windows, bring our pets indoors. And of course, we always want to make sure to check our air quality, and you can do that in your area just by going to airnow.gov. Here's a check-in across our area where that air quality alert is in place. It's not just going to be for that wood burning ban that we have in place, but this is also going to be for that dust that is being blown around across the area because of our winds and, of course, the fires that are still going. This is in effect through noon tomorrow. It's going to be for our highlighted region here, so stretching through portions of our high deserts, through the Los Angeles area, across our Los Angeles County beaches as well, and stretching into portions of the Inland Empire as well. I went ahead and checked our air quality for the Los Angeles area, downtown to be exact, and our air quality is coming in at a moderate level. That air quality index number being at a 77. And so what that means is that it's okay to be outdoors, and of course here is a look at the air quality across the area, making sure to play it safe. More details on your forecast on the other side of this.
an Australian former child actor was killed in the Palisades fire.
As his mother mourns the loss of her son, she is determined to rebuild the home that they once shared. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards reports.
From the moment Rory Callum Sykes was born in 1992, his mom Shelley knew he was special.
His life was a blessing to me. He made me a better person.
Rory was born blind with cerebral palsy, but Shelley was determined to give him an extraordinary life.
So he started having surgery as a baby, and he had 9 surgeries to straighten his legs, straighten his eyes. So he used to watch Forrest Gump all the time when he was 4. He got the all clear in his eyes at 8, but he took his first step after watching Forrest Gump 400 times.
Rory went on to appear on the British TV show Kitty Capers, became a motivational speaker about overcoming disabilities, and also co-founded a charity.
He's had an extraordinary life because I decided that no matter what happens, he'll be able to have he'll be able to live like other kids, be loved.
He lived in a cottage on Shelley's 17-acre Malibu estate. As the Palisades fire exploded around them Tuesday, she tried to convince him to leave, but he didn't want to and locked the door. At 6'2" and 200 pounds, Shelley couldn't force him, but jumped into action when she saw embers on the cottage's roof.
And covered my hair because there was all these embers flying around, and got the hose pipe, which was next to his cottage, and there was no water. So that freaked me out. So I had to race back down to the main house, and all the power had gone off.
The phone lines were also down, so she loaded her 2 Peacocks into her car to find help.
And raced to the station, and all the guys were stood out at the gate and with all the trucks and everything. And they said, "Shelley, what are you doing here? You're supposed to have evacuated." And I said, "Rory needs help. There's no water." And they said, "Oh, we don't have any water." And I said, "What do you mean you don't have water?" I said, "What do you mean? You're the fire department."
Shelley says they sent a captain and an engine to the property. 45 minutes later, she got the news that her son was killed. There was nothing left standing.
When I got there, it was even more devastating. All 3 cottages were absolute cinders. Less than an hour, burnt to the ground. I couldn't believe it. My house was absolutely down to the ground. There was nothing left. 2-story building, a huge expanse, and there was nothing left.
As she tries to process her devastating loss, she's also trying to look toward the future and recreating the sanctuary she and her son shared.
I'm going to make it even better because I'm going to rebuild, and we're going to make it a special area for Rory, and hopefully he will be able to rest there in peace.
That is beyond the imagination.
So tragic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's horrible. My goodness. Oh, coming up on 5 o'clock this Monday morning. You know, some schools have reopened, most of them actually, but there are a number in the evacuation zone that remain closed today. We're going to have the latest on what kids and teachers can expect this week.
Also, we're going to talk about the new round of strong winds. They are in the forecast. And look at these cyber trucks deployed to fire zones.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Jen Lammers in for Brooke Thomas this morning. Good to see you here at 5 o'clock on Good Day LA.
I'm Bob DeCastro. We do have continuing coverage on the fires. Strong winds do return this week, presenting what could be a potential setback for firefighters. Another wind event is expected to blow in today and last until Wednesday. The Palisades Fire is 13% contained after burning more than 23,000 acres.
The Eaton Fire is 14,117 acres and is now 27% contained. 24 people have died in these fires. 29 have been arrested for looting. Officials will give us another live update. That's set to happen at 8 o'clock this morning, but let's get over to Star right now for a check on these winds, which are making another appearance. PDS, particularly dangerous situation.
Yes, and that timing is going to be from tomorrow morning in the 4 a.m. hour and stretch through Wednesday at noon. Checking out this morning, we are still under a red flag warning with beautiful skies out there in comparison to what we have been experiencing with this wind event over the last several days. We are also under dry conditions across the area. We have been waking up to this cooler pattern, especially over those fire-prone areas. And so that lands us, I'd say, in the 40s across portions of the valleys. If you stretch over into portions of the Inland Empire, we have a lot of 50s on the map. Big Bear are at 14, 20 up in Lancaster, down in Huntington Beach here at 57 degrees. Our winds for right now are on the calmer side. We are seeing our sustained winds at about 5 to 20 miles per hour, and those higher winds are going to be across portions of, I'd say, Bakersfield, but also portions of Ventura County. Moving over into our high deserts, we are seeing them push in the single digits. If we take a look at our gusts, we do have some of those contoured areas, especially if you look out towards portions of the Inland Empire, about 20 to 25 miles per hour, and over towards portions of Camarillo, 26 there. So getting through portions of that 101, we do have some gusts moving up across the area. Getting into this afternoon, our humidity values dropping right back down to those single digits. And this is going to be a part of the reason why we are under these critical fire weather watches. And this is not just for humidity, but also for our winds. So let's go ahead and get you out of the doors for your traffic this morning. We do have some green on the map, but wanting to show you one of those closures that we continue to have. This is going to be for the Palisades Fire closure. PCH still closed in both directions from, I'd say, the Malibu Canyon Road to McClure Tunnel, so stretching from Santa Monica through Malibu Beach there. And also we have the Topanga Canyon Boulevard closed from Mulholland Drive to PCH. A quick check out at a live view. This is the 210 West at Santa Anita Avenue. Still pretty dark out there, but I can tell you that air quality, once that sun is up, it is going to be a lot better for us out the doors for your Monday. If you're traveling the 10 West between the 5 to the 405, 13-minute drive time, and the 60 West between the 57 to the 5, 20-minute drive time for you. And here's a look at some of your other traffic hotspots, or are we going to just give it back to you guys?
We'll take it, Star. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, the Palisades Fire has taken both lives and homes.
And for many, frustration is building as help remains out of reach. It's awfully confusing, we're told, for people who live in those evacuation zones to get back into their homes and see what's left. We have Mario Ramirez live to share the struggles of those left to pick up the pieces. Mario.
Good morning. Definitely a struggle with each passing day for many of these residents. Now, we know cadaver dogs are now being used to search some of these neighborhoods here. That started yesterday. And, of course, the winds that are expected today could hamper that activity, impacting West L.A. and much of Ventura County. We're at 26th and San Vicente, and this area, one of several guarded by Cal Guard members here. We can tell you that we're in that fire zone curfew from sunset to sunrise, all in an effort to keep these areas safe and secure while residents are evacuated. There are now over 5,000 fire personnel on the ground battling the Palisades Fire, 44 helicopters and 60 water tenders. Aircraft and ground crews have been securing the fire's edge that has been holding at Mandeville Canyon Road overnight. Meanwhile, resources are also clearing out vegetation and conducting risk mitigation around structures in preparation of this next wind event. Groups are also being placed along the top side of the fire for structure protection. Some residents, meanwhile, we spoke with for days in some cases, have been desperately trying to get into their neighborhoods via police escort, growing more and more frustrated.
This line is to get back up to the house and collect medication and essentials.
I'm 81 years old. I need to get medication.
Really confusing, and it's creating a lot of chaos and heartache. We're trying to save our pets.
When you talk to these people at the roadblocks, some of them are nice, some of them don't care. They literally don't care about us.
And they don't know.
And they don't know anything, and they're not interested in finding out anything. The government should have, at this major roadblock here, the entrance into the Palisades, there should be somebody who knows from the mayor's office to answer our questions. They're not here.
They don't, but they haven't even given the information to the people who are here.
Our government is grossly incompetent. That's why the fires are here. But the way they're handling typifies what they were doing with their fire. They don't know what they're doing. The people that are in a lot of these positions of power, you know what they're good at? Getting elected.
Sunday, dozens of residents lined San Vicente all morning, only to find out that the LAPD suspended all escorts for the day. Chief McDonald saying the number of residents requesting to return to their homes was overwhelming, and the fire activity had picked up. Now, there is a possibility that those escorts in some areas could continue this morning, depending on the conditions. And as for those who haven't been able to access their homes to get medication, county officials say they have Kaiser Permanente doctors working at these evacuation centers, and they can help connect residents with prescriptions. And we have those evacuation centers and evacuations listed on our website, foxla.com. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you really do feel for people who are in that line. It's already a helpless feeling, right? And we know that communication is everything when it comes to times during and then after a crisis like this.
And we're really hoping we get more information at that press conference at 8 o'clock this morning. It looks like they may not allow some of the residents to get back into those evacuated areas until Thursday because of the wind event that we're gonna be experiencing here, but we'll see.
Yeah, but meantime, communities impacted by the fire are getting some help staying connected during the firestorm.
Coco McAvoy live in Malibu with more on this. Coco, good morning.
Good morning. So much support coming in to help the firefighters who are still battling these fires, from cyber trucks to provide free Wi-Fi and really help the first responders, to crews from all over the world stepping in to help. It really is very necessary to help the firefighters here on the ground. Let's take a look at some video here. We first want to start with those cyber trucks. Elon Musk says he's positioning cyber trucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. 2 Tesla Cybertrucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post last night. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support as well. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanks Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. LA County Fire Department Chief Marone spoke about the importance as well.
We have national and international firefighters, Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire.
The Palisades Fire is at more than 23,000 acres with 13% containment, and the Palisades Fire is now known as the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles history. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco. Yeah, thank you. By the way, Coco's doing the right thing, wearing that N95 mask. And they're telling people, the health officials are already saying that if you're going back into these sites, it's extremely toxic to deal with all the debris, that you have to wear that mask. They're saying don't use vacuums, don't use brooms or anything, because you're going to kick everything up. And
yeah, that's right. I mean, even where I live, which is, you know, outside of any of those zones, it's just there's ash and soot everywhere in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that myself as well. I just remember sitting in the driveway or drive-through getting my son some food yesterday, and just for that short time, I had the window down and I just had all of the dust blow into my window, and I just rolled it right back up.
So even if you're not in those zones, it's still going to impact you in some way.
It definitely is, and you know that's going to be one of the reasons we do have that air quality alert in place. It is for all of the dust that is being blown around, but also for that wood burning ban that is in effect through noon tomorrow. We have a red flag warning. It is in effect right now. We're expecting the peak of this warning to be in place as early as tomorrow during the 4 a.m. hour through the noon hour. It is going to be for all of this highlighted area. We do have a chunk of portions of Los Angeles not included in this, but also stretching down through Long Beach and Orange County. If we take a look at our red flag warning, we are going to see that a big part of the area is under a wind advisory. That's when we could expect those wind gusts to get upwards of 55 miles per hour, and that's in place through noon. Now, for our high wind warning, that is for those winds that are expecting to kick up as high as 70 miles per hour. That is all of that darker highlighted orange area there, and this is going to be, again, during those peak hours overnight, so tomorrow morning through portions of Wednesday afternoon. And it's going to be not just for portions of west here, out east and south. You're also going to be included in this advisory, due to expire not until Wednesday. Here's a check-in on that air quality, making sure to get your mask on, roll those windows up, bring our pets indoors, because yes, they do matter as well, and check your air quality in your zone. We currently have an air quality alert for all of this gray highlighted region. It's going to include areas like Santa Clarita, Acton, Inglewood, Whittier, Covina. You're in this Malibu, obviously, but also stretching through portions of our valleys, our high deserts, Orange County, down through Long Beach, and of course our air quality index today, it is coming in at a 77 for the Los Angeles area, which is moderate.
All right, Star, thank you.
Thank you, Star.
So a lot of the fire victims in the Eaton Fire have lived in Altadena their entire lives.
Coming up, a photographer who calls Altadena his hometown documented the destruction. He's going to be with us to share some of those photos and his perspective. Next.
.15 on this Monday morning, and the images coming out of the wildfires from the sky. We've seen entire neighborhoods decimated from the ground are just heartbreaking. And we want to bring in somebody who's been documenting all the damage.
We want to bring in Will Lester. He's a staff photographer at the Inland Valley Daily Bulletin. He also grew up in Altadena. He's joining us live this morning. Will, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm like, this must be such a surreal experience for you, being a journalist and probably having covered wildfires for years and years to actually now go into your own neighborhood, the neighborhood you grew up in. It just takes a different turn here.
Yeah, I mean, after living there for 30 years, I haven't lived there in 30 years, but I lived there for 30 years, and going in there on Wednesday morning after the firestorm went through Tuesday night is just really surreal, and I never was expecting to see what I saw up there that morning.
When you first stepped into the neighborhoods, especially where you grew up, what was your initial reaction?
Well, the farther I went west across Altadena Drive, the worse it got. I just couldn't believe how destructive it was and how quickly it ran through the area. I was expecting, maybe a few houses here and there, but it was just complete devastation. All the areas I used to, ride my bike and skateboard and all that stuff back when I was a kid, I mean, their areas were unrecognizable. The closest thing I can describe it to is what happened in Lahaina. It's, it's complete streets are block after block are gone, and it's just unrecognizable.
I think we're going to take a look at some of the pictures that you have taken from there. You lived there for quite some time. You still have family and friends in the area. Again, what's it like to be able to see all of these areas, perhaps your school, the home that you grew up in, all of your neighbors' homes? What's that been like?
Well, one of the first places I went by to see if my old home was still there, and it was. But going into some of the other areas, I had to call quite a few friends and tell them that their childhood homes were gone.
Oh, my goodness.
And those were hard phone calls to make. And granted, they don't live there anymore, and it doesn't compare to the ones who are still living there who lost their homes.
I think
but it was still, there's a lot of memories that are gone now.
Yeah. When you're a photographer and it's your job to kind of capture these images, you're out there. Yes, you're taking this in as a human, but you're also there to do a job. And I'm just wondering what that job is like. Is there even a way to separate the human versus the job at that point?
Well, being a journalist is kind of in your blood of what you do. I think most journalists would agree with me on that. But this one was personal. I've done many fires, and I'm able to pretty much wash it out of my system pretty quickly, and just move on to the next assignment. But this one is really stuck hard. I just wasn't. I don't think anybody expected anything like this, and I've been covering these for over 30 years, and I've never seen anything like this anywhere.
Well, it's certainly important for you, and I think the community needs someone like you who is completely invested in this community, having lived there for so long as a journalist. And over the past few days after the fire had swept through that area, what do you think are some of the biggest struggles ahead for the families that live here? What are some of the things that they might need?
Well, I know. I mean, I was up in the West Altadena area yesterday, and I didn't make it over there on Wednesday. And the west side is even worse than the east side, which is unimaginable to me. I know the residents want to get in there as quickly as they can, but there are so many trees down. There's still houses smoldering. Electrical lines are down everywhere. There was a lot of utility crews in there yesterday working to get that, back in business. It's just going to take time. It's just something that's just not going to, be fixed overnight by any means.
Will, of all the work that you did, that you've been doing out there, and all the images that you've taken, is there any one particular image that stands out in your mind?
The one you just showed there of the golf course, that one got wiped out pretty good. It's been like, again, another staple in Altadena. It's been there for decades. Going up Colorado Boulevard, Lake Avenue, which you showed right there. It's like I say, a lot of it's just so unrecognizable. I mean, that one, this one here, that's one of the things about Altadena is the homes in Altadena. They're not track homes. These homes have been there for 100 years.
Yeah.
So each one has its own character, and that's just something that's not going to be able to be replaced.
We know that this has also been very difficult for you. You know, when you grow up in a place like that, a part of yourself is there, right? A part of your heart, a part of your soul. And, you know, I think the community is lucky that they have you, because you're going to be there and you're going to be able to help and document what happens there and the rebuilding and the recovering in the future. So we appreciate it, Will. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
Welcome back. As the fires have ravaged through the city, the sports scene here in LA took a step back.
But as our local teams will start playing today, they do so with the hope of bringing the community together. So the Rams will be playing the Minnesota Vikings today. The game's been moved to Arizona at State Farm Stadium. As the players got in the plane last night, you can see there they are, repping LA Fire Department T-shirts showing support for LAFD. Defensive end Kobe Turner spoke about the wildfires impacting LA and their mindset going into today's game.
Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody who's been affected. It's a really trying time, and to just be able to see the devastation. I mean, whether it be flying on the plane, seeing all the smoke, or, you know, being out on the practice field and there's one set of smoke coming from one direction, and then you look to the right and here goes another one. So I know it's a really trying time for the county of LA, for the city of LA, for California as a whole. And our thoughts and prayers are with all of those guys. And, you know, ultimately we do represent the name that's on the front and the back of our jerseys, so we'll definitely be playing for them this week.
I love that. Represent. Meantime, the Chargers were also wearing LAFD shirts and hats before their game against the Houston Texans over the weekend. Unfortunately, they did lose against the Texans. The final score there was 32-12. NFL teams are stepping up to contribute their relief efforts. 5 organizations combined have donated $5 million. The Rams are donating $1 million to the LAFD. The Chargers are contributing $200,000 to several different organizations providing relief for fire victims. The Vikings, Texans, the NFL Foundation are donating $1 million each. 5:26 is your time. More coverage of the fires after the break.
Yeah, so coming up, we're going to show you an Altadena family who narrowly escaped the Eaton Fire before their home was destroyed, and they were carrying their wheelchair-bound grandmother out of the home. We'll have those stories and a lot more after a short break. Keep it here.
Coming up on 5:30 this morning, good morning to you. I'm Bob DeCastro.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning as we continue our wildfire coverage. Some of SoCal's wildfire flames may be contained, but the aftermath is just beginning.
Fire victims are struggling to make sense of the situation and moving forward. Lots of frustration here. Mario Ramirez is live there in the Palisades with more on this. Mario, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. The fire threat remains high with those dangerous winds moving in today, and that is why police escorts into these neighborhoods have been suspended. That started yesterday, and it was very frustrating for a lot of residents. You can see some already gathering here at San Vicente and 26, talking to the National Guard and LAPD, waiting for word on when they might be able to get police escorts into these areas. But the LAPD telling us here on the scene that it is not likely going to happen today, and they're asking people not to line up here on the street, which, if we show you, there are some vehicles already lined up with their lights off there in the distance. So a lot of people waiting for some answers. Mike Buskey, I want to bring you in here. You came in from Texas on Saturday, so you've been looking for a lot of answers, trying to get up into your 75-year-old mother's home. What has this been like? What are you trying to get?
Well, first off, it's crazy, the destruction. I grew up here, and anyways, it's very sad. Just trying to get answers with, I understand the devastation. My understanding is my mom's home is there. We know people that are inside there and have gone up, and she's where the fire started off of Palisades Drive. Not going to name exactly where, but, the main concern is looters. Obviously, there's a lot of sentimental things going on there in the house. She just left with her phone and her purse, and that was it, and her clothes. She did grab her, actually she had no medication, so she had to try to get a temporary refill there, but her doctor got displaced as well. Her home burned down, and even her office. So, they're not letting her up to get her meds. Obviously, you get those refilled, I'm sure, but, the more important things are the sentimental value of things, and, all she has is a California Fair Plan. That's not going to cover everything, so more importantly, things that have been in the family forever, we're just worried about, and the longer the time goes on, we know that the home's still there. If you're a looter, that's the first place you're going to hit, right? I totally get it. If you lost your home, I would have been here regardless if the house was burned down, trying to look for that stuff. But if we know it's there, they should let people up. I mean, the fire started up in the highlands there. I'm sure it's not still going. You would think they'd let people up.
I understand your frustration. We talked to so many people, dozens, with issues about medications and pets. So I'm glad that your mother is okay. And
first and foremost, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that she's going through this, and that all this devastation is impacting so many people. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah. So that is what we're hearing here. Residents are being urged again not to gather at these intersections because they're saying that they will not be escorted up into these neighborhoods today, and they're assessing as they go day by day. For now, live here in Brentwood, we'll send it back to you.
Mario, I'm wondering, is it a personnel issue? Is it just a matter of, officers not being able to escort and be with residents and evacuees as they go back and look at their homes?
No, that doesn't appear to be the issue. They were successfully doing these groups of 3 to 4 cars. That did become somewhat overwhelming, but the LAPD officers here on the scene telling us they basically don't want people in these neighborhoods with downed power lines, leaking gas lines when these winds pick up, because we know how quickly things can change, and that'll, of course, put people in danger in these vulnerable areas.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mario, thank you. In fact, let's bring in Star Harvey to talk a little bit more about this intense and powerful wind event that is expected to happen pretty soon here, Star.
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting that peak to kick off as early as tomorrow. So we are seeing those winds pick back up from what we did see yesterday. Yesterday, we had a little lapse in the wind activity, and so it did allow for our firefighters to get out there and be a little bit more proactive in the firefighting. As far as those peak winds, they're kicking up again tomorrow morning around the 4 a.m. hour, and they are expected to carry through Wednesday at around noon. At noon, that does not take us out of the red flag warning. In fact, that red flag warning is in place now and does carry past noon on Wednesday. Here's a few of those weather impacts that we are looking at with our conditions moving across the area. Not just that fire danger. With the winds pushing out of the northeast, we're expecting to see gusts in that PDS area, that particularly dangerous situation there, across 45 to 70 miles per hour. And just to put things into perspective for you, winds for Hurricane 1 status are at a 74. So you'll see right there just how much danger that could cause once again. In that area, we're expecting our relative humidity to be anywhere between that 8 to 15% range. This is likely to cause more of those power outages, down trees and debris flowing across the area, and likely to also impact our travel, not just with closures, but those high-profile vehicles moving through some of these wind-impacted areas. We do have calmer winds this morning, waking up to temperatures on the cooler side. So cool and moist in comparison to what we have seen. Temperatures in the 20s across Lancaster, 43 in downtown LA, 54 in Ontario, 54 also in Riverside. Huntington Beach are at 58 and Long Beach 37. Here's a look at our winds. You'll see right here, this is calm in comparison to where we've been. 3 to about 15 miles per hour. Our wind gusts still kicking coming up across portions of the Inland Empire, but also out towards portions of our valleys and the Santa Susana Mountains. I'll have more details on the winds we're expecting to coming up, but for now, back to you guys.
All right, Star, thank you for that update. Some fire-ravaged communities are getting some help staying connected during this firestorm.
Yeah, Coco McAvoy is live in Malibu with more on that, as well as the growing international effort to battle the wildfires. Coco, we saw firefighters from Mexico coming in on Friday to the Granada Hills fire.
Good morning. That's right. More reinforcements are coming in, from cyber trucks for first responders to international crews stepping in to help, like you mentioned. And it's so important because firefighters are still battling these fires. Take a look at this video. We're going to start with the cyber truck, showing you exactly what's happening here in LA and Malibu. Elon Musk says he's positioning cyber trucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in areas that are in need. 2 Tesla cyber trucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post last night. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support as well. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom has thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. And the Palisades Fire is at more than 23,000 acres with 13% containment. The Palisades Fire is now known as the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles County history. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you. One family looking to rebuild after the Eaton Fire is sharing how they narrowly escaped the flames.
The Casu family lost everything last week when the fire engulfed their Altadena home. When we spoke to them, they were still wearing the same clothes they had on when they had to scramble from their house carrying their 92-year-old wheelchair-bound grandmother. The family made it out safely, but they are still haunted by the memories from that night.
We left at 3 a.m. with whatever we could fit in the car, and my mother and her hospital bed.
The winds were ferocious. If you could open your eyes from all the dust flying around, you would see the mountains on fire, and the fire was climbing up the mountain and also going down the mountain.
The family is staying with relatives, and they're looking forward to rebuilding.
So many personal, individual stories, just one of thousands. Yeah. All right, 5:37. Let's go over to Star with a look at our forecast, and we are expecting yet another particularly dangerous situation, so really intense winds.
Yes, particularly dangerous, meaning one of those rare events when we do have those extreme conditions in place. And yes, you'll see right there, particularly dangerous across the area as early as 4 a.m. tomorrow, and likely to seep over into Tuesday around noon. This is going to be for all of our highlighted magenta area here, with the exclusion of what's happening right here across portions of Los Angeles and stretching through portions of our Orange County coastline. This is not meaning that everyone is going to see fire, but again, we do want to urge that this warning just lets us know that the ingredients are there for that to happen. We have a chunk of the area under a wind advisory where we're expecting those gusts to get as high as 45 to 55 miles per hour, and that effect is lasting through Wednesday at noon. But we also have our high wind warning, which is going to be all of the darker highlighted region here. This is for that rare event we're talking about, when winds are expecting to likely get upwards of 70 miles per hour, and that does happen between tomorrow at about 4 a.m. and stretch through noon on Wednesday. And not just portions of that area. We are going to see this advisory, our wind advisory, stretch out through portions of the Inland Empire, our low deserts, as well as portions of Orange County. We have an air quality alert in place. This alert is not just for that wood burning ban, but it's also going to be because of the fact that we are likely to see some of that dust blown around, and this is in effect until tomorrow at noon for our gray highlighted region here. So Pasadena, Inglewood, Los Angeles, a big chunk of Los Angeles, across our valleys, our high deserts, and portions of the Inland Empire as well. Checking in on our air quality today, Los Angeles, we are coming in at a 77 for our air quality index. That does place us in a moderate zone, and so I do urge everyone to check the sensor in your area. That's going to let you know exactly what your number is. But again, just reaching out across the area. Los Angeles, we are ranging anywhere from that good to the moderate zone. So this is an improvement from what we did see over the last several days. Here's a look at some of those safety tips. If you are going to be outdoors, just make sure to have those masks on. It is important to not exert yourself if you are going to be out there. We do urge to stay indoors, keep those windows closed, bring our pets indoors, and also, once again, monitor your air quality where you are positioned at. That is going to be one of the best things to do, even if you are not in one of those wildfire-prone areas. Back to you.
All right, Star, thank you. And coming up, we are going to be continuing our live coverage on the Southern California wildfires. Plus, we'll have more on the series of executive orders Governor Newsom has signed to help LA rebuild faster. We'll be right back. All right, 5:43, welcome back. On this Monday, the Santa Monica Police Department has arrested a number of burglary suspects near the evacuation zone.
Officers say the men who provided false IDs to them were in possession of burglary tools. They also had the Watch Duty app open on their phone so they could track evacuation zones. Detectives say the thieves are not from Santa Monica and traveled to the disaster area from out of town, specifically to loot homes. The department has arrested at least 39 suspicious people illegally in the evacuation zones since the start of the fires.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says deputies encountered a man who was actually impersonating a firefighter. Look at this. They say that he was sitting on a curb and Luna asked him if he was okay, only to discover that he was in handcuffs. Deputies say they caught him burglarizing a home. Several others have been arrested for violating curfew, and 2 people are in custody after attempting to set other fires.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What? Holy
I mean, she knew right away, right? So new video is giving us a documented timeline of what one family went through on the night that the Eaton Fire started. You can see video from the family's Ring camera showing them realizing there was a fire at 6:19 way up on the hill behind them near power lines. Less than 20 minutes later, they were trying to spray water on their roof. But when they realized how quickly the wind was driving the fire, they evacuated. Just 10 minutes later, you heard one of the guys say goodbye to his house as he was driving away.
Wow.
We talked with a family over the weekend, and they say they went back to the house last Wednesday, and believe it or not, it was still standing.
Wow.
But they have not been able to go back since then.
Wow.
But you just saw in real time, I mean, how fast that happened.
On Friday, our Alex Michelson asked Governor Gavin Newsom how he was going to cut governmental red tape in rebuilding from California's fire. The governor is signing a series of executive orders, including suspending environmental reviews for the area, known as CEQA. Another order aims to curb price gouging on building material and other construction services. The governor is working with legislative leaders on laws to potentially help fire victims as well. Governor Newsom also announcing that an additional 1,000 National Guard personnel have been called up. That puts the number of Cal Guard service members on the ground in LA County to a total of 2,500. We've seen them all over the streets where we've been reporting. Newsom says they will continue to help with logistics on the ground and ensure public safety of communities.
I'm sure the checkpoints, right, as you were mentioning, they're backed up right now and telling people to stay
and
away.
Just another set of eyes.
Right.
Right? Especially when people are out there looting.
24 people have been arrested.
Almost 30 people arrested,
yeah.
right? And people posing as firefighters to get into to these homes. It's really just unbelievable.
Beyond the imagination.
Yeah.
All right, Star, so we're looking at another wind event. Is this one in particular, because it's a, PDS, particularly dangerous situation, are the winds in this event going to be as strong as the ones that we saw before the fire broke out? Please tell me no.
I can tell you possibly at times. With this event, we're expecting our gusts to, at the height, peak at about 70 miles per hour across some of the area. If we take you back to what happened during the start of these events, we did have some wind gusts that did clock in the 90 mile per hour range. So moderate to strong, not as bad, to answer your question. And again, wanting to give a huge thank you not just to our Los Angeles Fire Department, but all of the men and women that are coming in from across our country here, from Mexico, and even our incarcerated firefighters that are helping with the efforts. And we are going to need them because, again, as of tomorrow, we're expecting the peak of our winds to start at around 4 a.m. This morning, winds on the calmer side. We do also have some of those cooler conditions, 20 degrees over in Lancaster, 54 in Ontario, Burbank, you're at 40, Pasadena at 46 there, Long Beach clocking in at 37 degrees. And here's a check-in on our current winds. I said calmer at 547 on your Monday. We're going anywhere from about 5 to 20 miles per hour across the area. Now here's a look at our future gusts. We do have some gusts kicking up across a lot of our area, especially across portions of the Inland Empire, but also across our Santa Susana Mountains there. But rolling you through those peak hours, again, I said as early as tomorrow morning at that 4 a.m. hour, pay attention to the purples. The purples are letting us know that our winds are going upwards of 35 miles per hour or so. And you'll just continue to see this map highlight, contour through portions of Tuesday and into Wednesday. Wednesday at about noon is when we're expecting that PDS to expire. Our red flag warning is in effect from now, carries through Wednesday, and we are likely to still see some of that wildfire smoke across our coastline. Air quality has improved across a big portion of the area. We're going anywhere from about good to moderate. And temperature-wise, we'll be in the 60s along the coast, Los Angeles, Inland, Orange County area, valleys, as well as the Inland Empire. We are expecting to see temperatures in the 60s through a big portion of the week, with the exception of what's happening in the valleys as early as Wednesday. And I know you see it, all of these green numbers out here as early as Friday, stretching through the weekend. I do want to let you know that the National Weather Service is putting out the fact that we may see some precipitation. Although our models are not in agreement with that, I do have to let you know that the potential does stand. As far as our mountains, that red flag warning in place, temperatures in the 30s, likely to see some of that snow falling up there on Friday and some of those showers for the weekend. High deserts and low deserts not really looking to pick up any of that precipitation, but still with those sunshine and temperatures looking like they're going to be in the 50s and 60s. 60s for today, and we'll see a warm up, especially across the low deserts by the time we get to the middle of this week. I want to go ahead and get you out of the doors with your traffic this morning. We do have a few closures across the area, and this is going to include the Palisade area where those wildfires are burning, bringing you straight to it on our map here. Now, one of those closures is going to be on PCH in both directions there. This is going to be from Malibu Canyon Road to McClure Tunnel, and then also Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and this is from Mulholland Drive to PCH. So again, wanting to just avoid the area. We do have a SIG alert in place. This is an accident on the 5 South at exit 113C and between 114. We have a block not just in the carpool lane, but 2 of those left lanes. North of the area on the 10 West, there is another accident, and this accident is at Central Avenue, which is exit 49. We do show some closures in the fast track as well as one of those left lanes. A quick check out at the West 210 Santa Anita Avenue. We do have better air quality across the area, but still we want to make sure that those windows are up, because we want to avoid some of that dust blowing around, but also to protect ourselves from the elements. If you're traveling the 10 West from the 5 to the 405, 17-minute drive time for you. 110 North between the 405 to the 10, 14-minute, and the 60 West between the 57 to the 5, 23-minute drive time. And now here's a look at some of your other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Llama Jacob. Tawagan si Jacob. Saan ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal. Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
Welcome back. Two well-known actresses are stepping up in this fight, helping to give clothing to fire victims.
Halle Berry and Sharon Stone posted messages on social media promoting a pop-up store in Los Angeles that was open this weekend. A popular fashion boutique called Plus Coupe was transformed into a disaster relief center. Halle Berry packed up and donated her entire closet to the store. People brought all kinds of items to donate, like clothes, toys, electronics. Owner Jenna Cooper says she hopes that people don't weigh the needs and they just jump in and help.
We're all in pain, and you can't just sit around when people are in pain. You have to get up and do something, and every single person has something to give, and they're all giving what they can. Sharon, Hallie, 10-year-old children, my landlord, my next door neighbor, they're just, what can they do to help? They just do it. They open their doors and everybody is throwing their arms around anybody who needs help.
And this is one of those things where people just show up and they take what they need. Volunteers say the weekend donation drive was a huge success. Cooper and volunteers will transport donations to local schools near Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, and the Hollywood areas.
So here's an easy way for you to help if you'd like. Join Fox's support of families impacted by California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to help people recover from the disaster. There's a QR code right there on the screen if you'd like to go to the website. The website is go.fox/Red Cross, and you can support these efforts. Again, you can scan that QR code, give you a few more seconds there if you want to scan that QR code on your screen.
All right, it is that time. Let's get over to Melvin to see what's happening in the next 3 hours of Good Day LA. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, you two. Good morning, everybody. First responders continue to work around the clock to fight the Southern California wildfires. We have the very latest on the containment efforts as thousands of residents evacuate from their homes. Plus, many schools around Southern California are reopening today. We're going to break down which schools will remain closed, though, due to safety concerns. All that and more coming up when Good Day LA at 6 o'clock starts right after the break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome, everybody, to Good Day LA at 6 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers as we continue day 6 of our coverage of these historic wildfires. Firefighters are bracing for strong winds yet again in the Palisades fire zone. 8 people there have died. Palisades has burned nearly 24,000 acres with only 13% containment. LAFD's fire chief says more than 5,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 11,000 more are under threat. And the scars of the Palisades fire run deep, not just we're talking about the landscape, but on the hearts of its victims.
Yeah, as the days pass, the frustration with the situation continues to grow, as y'all might imagine. Mario Ramirez live for us with the very latest on their fight for answers. Good morning.
Melvin, Jen, good morning. That overnight curfew was just lifted at 6 o'clock this morning, and we've already seen some residents gathering here looking for more information, basically begging for access into their neighborhoods. Now, you see here behind me just some of the hundreds of California National Guard members stationed here at San Vicente and 26th in place to keep these fire zones secure as the Palisades fire continues to burn, with another wind event moving in that could make things worse before they get better. Take a look. Thousands of firefighters from across several states continue to battle the stubborn flames. With the break in the gusty Santa Ana winds, crews battled steep terrain as they tried to protect homes in Mandeville Canyon, northwest of the Getty Center and west of the 405 freeway in Brentwood, with some homes unfortunately overcome by flames. By 7 o'clock last night, the fire was 13% contained, up from 11% in the afternoon, but residents and officials are on edge with another strong wind event picking up, affecting West LA and much of Ventura County. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, during a Sunday news conference, announced escorts would be suspended until further notice as crews start searching for human remains.
We still tried to facilitate it, although we weren't able to do that for everyone. Today we need to suspend that practice effective immediately. We have search operations now beginning. We will have cadaver dog deployment, and that will result in crime scene preservation efforts, and then the recovery of remains, working closely with the LA County coroner.
Now, in recent days, we've seen these long lines of cars waiting for possible police escorts into their homes. Dozens waited along San Vicente Sunday, only to find out that all of these escorts were canceled because of the fire activity and incoming winds. Now, these neighborhoods, even if homes are still standing, are still dealing with down utility poles and open gas lines and other public safety concerns surrounding these escorts. County officials say for those needing medications, they have Kaiser Permanente doctors working at the evacuation centers, and Walgreens has announced that it is filling medications without a prescription during the Southern California wildfires. For now, live in Brentwood, I'm Mario Ramirez. Send it back to you.
Yeah, in some spots, it's almost too dangerous to just get back in there as much as people want to. Especially with the winds that are potentially on the way, Maria?
Yeah, big concern. We've been talking about yet again another round possible, and here we are with the peak winds expected to be tomorrow into Wednesday. I'll go over those details in just a bit. Good morning to you on this Monday. We do start with well, some breezy conditions where Ventura County, Camarillo, Oxnard, out in that area, particularly through parts of the 5 freeway and that Grapevine. This is where that bright color is at. So we're talking about 20, 35 miles per hour here. A little bit lighter down in the basin, downtown LA, near Compton, not so bad. But Malibu Hills, we're talking about 25 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts there. Up into San Bernardino, that drive up to the mountains will be quite gusty. That drive through parts of the Cajon Pass, that 210 freeway will be gusty, as well as parts of that San Gorgonio Pass. But not bad when you consider what we are expecting it to be as we get to tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, and into Wednesday. Temperatures are chilly, so bundle up as you head out the door. We've got 18 degrees in Lancaster, 42 in Burbank. Look at downtown LA, barely out of the 30s, clocking in at 41 degrees right now, 54 in Ontario. Notice the arrows coming from that northeasterly direction. So yes, we have had consistently day after day of prevailing winds coming out of the northeast. And when we get those winds, these are drying winds, and that's part of the concern, is that all of that brush just continues to be very dry, very low relative humidity values, adding to the fire danger. danger. Also adding to our danger outside, the wildfire smoke. Very poor air quality. We've been mentioning it all along. Please, we cannot stress enough about how harmful it is, particularly around the areas of our fires. Temperatures today will stay on the cooler side, below average in the 60s mostly. It should get up to about 69, I believe, in downtown LA. I'll fix that in just a bit. 30s up into the mountains, 67 in the Coachella Valley. We'll talk more about the particularly dangerous situation. That's the language from the National Weather Service. We'll talk about that in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in on that drive before you head out that door. We've got Stu flying up in Sky Fox. That's also a welcome sight. Stu, good morning to you on this Monday.
Hey, good morning, Maria. And you know what? It is always a fluid situation up here in Sky Fox. We're going to talk a little bit of travel time, and then we're also going to take a little peek at the fire. Taking a look at that 101 freeway this morning. It is a Monday, and it seems like people are getting back to work. The 101 already starting to get busy and starting to build, especially over by the 405. If you're going north or southbound on the 101, give yourself a little extra time. That 405 drive, now there are a couple of off-ramps that are closed out there as you make your way through that Sepulveda Pass, but it is actually starting to fill up as well. The top of the screen there, that's going to be the northbound or southbound lanes making their way into the Sepulveda Pass. It does get slow as you get up towards Malibu Canyon. Of course, Sunset's still closed because of the fire and also the Mulholland off-ramp. Doing a big pan right there as Sky Fox is climbing up to 8,000 feet because we need to take a look at some stuff in Mandeville Canyon. But you know what? What we're not seeing this morning is all of that heavy smoke and haze, so that is a good sign for that fire. Of course, this is still a very tender situation, and we're going to be keeping an eye on it from Sky Fox and, of course, on the ground as well. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Stu, I can't tell you how good it is to see, you know, traffic for once and the lights of the city as opposed to the lights from the fire.
That's right.
Along the ridgeline like we've been seeing every day.
Yeah, a little glimmer of hope, that normalcy. So we'll keep an eye and keep watch, and hopefully things continue to move in a positive direction. All right, meantime, residents in some fire-ravaged areas are getting help staying powered up and connected to the internet.
Coco is live in Malibu with more on that, as well as the growing international contingent of firefighters. Good morning, Coco.
Good morning. More reinforcements are coming in with cyber trucks to help first responders and, as you mentioned, international help as well to really help the firefighters who are still battling these fires. Take a look at some of this video so you can see what we're talking about here. Elon Musk says that he's positioning cyber trucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. 2 Tesla cyber trucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post last night. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support as well. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support, and LA County Fire Department Chief Marooney spoke about the importance as well.
We have national and international firefighters. Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire.
And the Palisades Fire is at more than 23,000 acres with 13% containment. The Palisades Fire is now known as the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles County. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you. I know that firefighters this weekend were really trying their best to tackle the fire from overhead. You saw all of those helicopters.
The effort was just extraordinary.
It's almost like they went all out.
Water drops, and then also the fire road that they built, you know, around the perimeter area to really contain that fire within the Mandeville Canyon area. I mean, I know we did lose one home, unfortunately, and to keep it out of the valley.
Right.
It was just one drop after the other. At one point, they had 10 aircraft overhead.
Just trying to take advantage of the calm winds, right? Before things kick up again, Maria, at some point today.
Absolutely. I mean, relatively speaking, right? It was definitely definitely still breezy at times and gusty where those fires were burning, but there was that window this weekend where firefighters really took advantage of it. All the air assets were really plugged in and fighting these fires. What I'm concerned about are new fires. So the danger is still with us, and this is the kind of language that the National Weather Service does not use very often because it is reserved for some really extreme situations. And this situation again tomorrow into Wednesday is going to be a particularly dangerous situation. We don't think, I have had a discussion with the National Weather Service and the meteorologist there this morning. It's not going to be as severe as what we saw last week, Tuesday and Wednesday. However, that being said, we are still looking at these wind gusts potentially near 70 miles an hour. So they really emphasize do not do anything that could spark a fire, okay? And we want you to be prepared. Have multiple ways to receive the evacuation information. We want you to be prepared because under these weather conditions, you know, the smallest spark can cause a fire and it can explode and grow rapidly. And this is the kind of situation that we're in right now. So I'm not as much concerned with the current fires in that situation, but it's new fires that I'm concerned about. So we really want you to stay alert. Please, if you say something, if you see something, say something, because it is within those first few minutes that's very critical to attack new fires. High pressure is offshore right now. This is what we're looking at the upper levels of the atmosphere. We've got a trough of low pressure here. It's kind of similar to what we were seeing last week, but not exactly. We just don't have the really cold air support that we had last week, but we do have a couple of weather systems that are going to give us a close, sort of relatively speaking, dynamics in the atmosphere, if you know what I mean. Offshore flow will be with us. Those wind gusts still expected to pick up tomorrow morning into Wednesday. That's really the key time frames. Just a quick look at our temperature change here in the last 24 hours. It is chilly. It was chilly yesterday, and it's even cooler this morning to start our day, with some areas about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than yesterday. That heavy wildfire smoke, again, concentrated in this area here from parts of Long Beach all the way up to Pasadena, of course, all the way into Santa Clarita, and then to the coast in Malibu. High temperatures, just really quickly, 66 in Burbank, 63 in Santa Barbara. This is at 2 p.m. to at 63 in Palm Springs. The rest of the forecast, I'll show you a computer model in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Coming up, businesses are stepping up to help fire victims who lost their homes. The outpouring of generosity has just been overwhelming. We're going to have more on some accommodation options.
As we go to break, here is a live look of Santa Monica. That's the pier off in the distance. We'll have a lot more on the Southern California wildfires coming up on Good Day LA, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
up on 6:15 on this Monday morning, and 16 people are now confirmed dead in the Eaton Fire burning near Altadena and Pasadena.
The fire has scorched more than 14,000 acres and is now 33% contained. CAL FIRE says an aerial assessment shows that more than 7,000 structures may have been damaged or destroyed. Evacuation orders do remain in place, with shelters set up for residents and also their pets. The cause of the fire, though, still under investigation. Meantime, almost every school and office in the LA Unified School District will be back open today.
The only schools that will stay closed are the ones that are in those evacuation zones.
We will reopen all sites based on an inclement weather protocol. What that means is that outdoor activity shall be restricted. Indoors, we expect air quality conditions to actually be better than the air quality condition in the vast majority of homes where our children reside. That is key and that is important.
Okay, so here is that list of schools in mandatory evacuation areas that will remain closed today. Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter School, and both Palisades Charter and Marquez Charter will need to be rebuilt before they can open.
Now, for the schools that are open, because of air quality issues, masks are recommended for students while on the way to school. Outdoor activities will be limited, and Webster Middle School will serve as a food distribution center for those impacted by the closures. It will open from 9 a.m. to 12 noon.
Okay, we also have an update for kids in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. All Santa Monica schools except Roosevelt Elementary will be open. Schools will be operating in inclement weather schedules with no outdoor activities. Malibu schools will remain closed tomorrow and Wednesday.
Well, if you are wondering what you should do if you lost your home to the wildfires, there is one business that is helping to house people.
El Monte RV, they're offering a 20% discount to people who've been displaced by these wildfires if you want to buy or rent an RV. They're working with insurance companies and with the campgrounds to make it a little bit easier for people.
Where we fit here for the community is emergency temporary accommodation. We know people want to get back into their houses at some point or get into some settled accommodation. But here, these RVs, you can pull them in, park them up, get the generator going, and you're cozy and you're comfortable and you're safe right from the get-go.
And you can find a link to their website at foxla.com/links.
And with that, let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast. Many people wondering about these winds.
Yeah, absolutely. It is top of mind right now. The winds are breezy out there this morning, much like this weekend, but nothing too bad. We do have some changes, though, in store as we expect another round of those gusty Santa Ana winds beginning really tomorrow morning is the window. There is this window of very strong winds, and we're mapping it out as tomorrow morning at around 4 a.m. to about noontime on Wednesday. That's kind of the window where we need to be particularly alert because the winds are due to pick up again. Red flag warnings, of course, will continue, and this will continue through Wednesday. We have very dry conditions out there, tinder dry fuels, and these strong gusty winds, and slightly warmer temperatures expected as we get into tomorrow and Wednesday with that offshore flow. Now, looking way ahead, I know I have put the word shower in the forecast here. There's just a slight chance, but I think the hope is good as we look at some of the computer models. It's about a 10% at this point. It is going to be a slightly more onshore flow, and I'm hopeful that we'll get a return of that marine layer, and perhaps that even can squeeze out some light drizzle as we look ahead to the end of the week and the weekend. In the meantime, look at this wide swath of area here for that particularly dangerous situation. All the air is shaded in this pink color where it's going to be particularly windy, and some of these wind gusts could get up to 70+ miles an hour. In the meantime, wind advisories are still in effect for portions of Orange County. Reevaluating that right now, as we are anticipating perhaps some of the even stronger wind gusts there through parts of the Cajon Pass, parts of the 210 could get up to 70-80 miles an hour. So this is why it concerns me when it comes to fires and new fires that can erupt. Portions of Ventura County Valley, that area up into Canyon Tree. Tomorrow. Again, very strong winds tomorrow through Wednesday, and then we'll start to see those winds ease off on Thursday with back to more of an onshore flow Friday into the weekend. We've put the percentages in there. I know it's not very high. We want it to be more, but at least there's a chance, and a bit of that marine layer returning. In the meantime, up in the mountains, quite dangerous as well, but chilly, 37 for the high there today in Big Bear, 55 in the high desert to the upper 60s in the Coachella Valley. Let's check back in with Stu now and see what's going on from up above. Stu, you do have the view there of our recent fires here. Mandeville Canyon, what's going on here?
Well, Maria, we're just taking a look at some of those, where the activity is this morning. And when I say activity, thank goodness we're not talking about a lot of fire. Though you see fire trucks down there, and I brought the map up because it's so dark and you really can't make out anything where we're at. That definitely is the Mandeville Canyon area. What we definitely see this morning is a lot less smoke. As we get a little bit wider there, you can kind of see that is actually the burn area, and no flames or smoke in sight. This is an amazingly fantastic picture to see. Let's do a little fire. Let's do a little traffic from 8,000 feet. Skyfox looking down at that 405. That's going to be in the West LA area. Headlights northbound. Take a look at that. Folks are getting back to work out there, and the freeways are starting to fill up. Now, the tail lights southbound, but this is the area on the 405 after you go through the Sepulveda Pass. The Sepulveda Pass this morning a little slow and go. You can see some of that right there. And you remember, Sunset is going to still be closed. You can see the closure in that shot. And then also, I believe Mulholland still closed off the 405 as well. So keep that in mind for your drive, but it looks like things are getting just a little back to normal. Going to end there with a little bit of Skyfox in the shot. He's always got a photobomb us, doesn't he? And then that beautiful sunrise. And you know what we're seeing there? No smoke from the Eaton Canyon fire either. Sending it back to y'all.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing to see, Stu. Thank you.
All right, well, coming up, firefighters are in their 6th day battling the deadly wildfires. After the break, how officials are responding to reports of how the Palisades Fire started.
Plus, there is some good news to tell you about when it comes to the Hurst Fire. We'll tell you the progress made on that wildfire after a short break. Welcome back. Right now, officials are still in the process of determining the cause of the Palisades Fire.
Residents have reported a New Year's fire close to where the Palisades Fire began. But officials say there is no reason to believe that the two are connected.
We do not have any information that there's any connections, but that's the good thing when we bring in an outside resource that is going to look into every single detail to make sure that the fire service knows, the community knows exactly where and how and when all of this occurred, and that's across the region in regard to all the other fires that occurred even outside of the Palisades.
Officials have not been able to determine why the fire started, although as the weeks and months pass, I believe they will come to a determination.
So Southern California Edison, meantime, announced that it has restored the majority of its outages. That is more than 500,000 households. More than 38,000 customers were still without power. However, Edison officials warn that severe equipment damage and access restrictions could increase the time for restoration by days and possibly even weeks.
And some good news on the Hurst Fire front in the Sylmar area. It's now 89% contained. It has burned nearly 800 acres. Evacuation orders were lifted on Saturday. The cause still does remain under investigation. However, several agencies are said to be investigating whether downed utility equipment might have started the fire.
Well, wildfire relief efforts continue as families in Southern California find themselves without a home.
Still ahead this morning, the massive donation from the Walt Disney Company.
And as the Palisades Fire continues to burn, cadaver dogs will resume the search for human remains. And we have an update on police escorts into neighborhoods as residents grow more and more frustrated. After the break.
welcome back, and thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of the historic wildfires throughout Los Angeles. I'm Jen Lammers.
I'm Melvin Robert. Strong winds do return this week, presenting what could be a potential setback for firefighters, with another wind event expected to blow in today and last until Wednesday. The Palisades Fire now at 14% containment after burning more than 23,000 acres.
The Eaton Fire has burned more than 14,000 acres and is now at 33% contained. 24 people have died in the fires, 24 arrested for looting. And at 8 o'clock this morning, officials are set to give us another live update. But in the meantime, let's get over to Maria. She can talk more about the winds that are expected to start kicking up again this afternoon.
Yeah. Hey there, Maria.
Particularly tomorrow into Wednesday. We've got some breezes definitely out there with our future gusts here. This just kind of looks at what we're expecting, 30 plus miles per hour here. All of the usual wind-prone areas will get those stronger wind gusts up through parts of our mountains, parts of Pasadena, out towards the Cajon Pass and Fontana. And as we fast forward to this afternoon, yes, indeed, it is going to strengthen 40, 50 mile per hour winds here through parts of Camarillo, all the way down to parts of Oxnard. I think with the winds taking a more slightly northeasterly to easterly component to it, it's going to impact a lot of the Ventura County areas as well as up into the Santa Clarita Valley. Orange County, a little bit lighter winds, and then as we look into tomorrow morning at the start of some of those stronger wind gusts, or at least that's the window, tomorrow into Wednesday afternoon, you can see it's just going to be consistently pretty strong through those usual wind-prone areas. We'll wait until Friday. Thursday into Friday, we'll start to see the transition back to more of an onshore flow, much lighter winds, and a much more moist air mass moving inland. Here's our temperatures we're expecting today. Warming up to the 60s, around 69 in Boyle Heights. This is at 2 p.m. 65 in Burbank, 58 in Long Beach, that's 69 in Buena Park, 62 in San Bernardino. All right, let's check back in with Stu now and see what's going on outside besides this really pretty sunrise coming up. Hey, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Maria. We're going to start doing some traffic reporting once again. Take a look at that. That's going to be the 101 freeway. Sky Fox, well, just like everybody else, because of the fires, we have some areas that we can go into and we can't go into. So we're taking a look right now at the 101. This is going to be in the Valley Village area. You can see it right there, moving along pretty well. We're going to pan a little bit, show you what's going on as you make your way into Hollywood. Seems like it is starting to get a little bit back to normal out here. Normal in our quotes as California normal, but the traffic getting into the Hollywood area through the Cahuenga Pass, you can see it right there, a little slow and go. And of course, the northbound coming out of the pass, it's wide open. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, thank you, Stu, for that update. So fire victims are left grappling with a new reality we're talking about here: loss, delays, and frankly, a lack of clarity.
Yeah, Mario Ramirez joining us now to share their stories and also the challenges that lie ahead. Hey there, Mario. Good morning.
Good morning. We've heard from so many residents trying to get access back into their neighborhoods, some worried about pets and access to medications. Now, we can tell you that the curfew was just lifted at 6 o'clock this morning, and you can see here at 26 in San Vicente, these crews here from the California National Guard and LAPD. This is one of several areas blocked here. Residents here this morning, unfortunately, finding out that they won't be getting access up into Pacific Palisades or Mandeville Canyon. There are now over 5,000 fire personnel on the ground battling the Palisades Fire, 44 helicopters and 60 water tenders, aircraft and ground crews. They've been securing the fire's edge, and that fire has been holding at Mandeville Canyon Road overnight here in this area. Resources also clearing out vegetation and conducting risk mitigation around structures. And in preparation of this next wind event, groups are being placed along the top side of the fire for structure protection. And residents we spoke to, some for days, have been desperately trying to get back into their neighborhoods via police escorts, growing more and more frustrated. Now, I want to bring in Chuck Hart. He's a contractor, also an evacuated resident. You've basically been helping out, you and your employees, with fighting the fire and cleaning the area over the last couple of days, and this morning you're finding out you're not able to get through.
Yeah, so up until just this morning, we were able to get some men in and out just so they could see their families. Other than that, we've been staying at my house, all of us. And obviously we need more fuel, we needed more oil, chains, some hydraulic oil. We blew a line on my dump truck. So there's just some basic stuff that we need to continue clearing the streets. I'm not sure. I think it's just a matter of like not talking to the right people, or somehow there's like a disconnect or something that's going on. I've lived in the Palisades my entire life. Generations of my family have been there. I'm on the board of trustees at my church. I'm not one of the bad guys. We have no interest in doing anything other than helping. All this looting and nonsense that's going on, hey, I get it. They need to like make sure that that's not what's going on. But if you have a group of guys in a convoy of trucks, equipment, vehicles, trailers, which is exactly what we've been doing day and night to get all these fallen trees out of the way, to get these water mains shut, to do all the work that we've been doing. And then suddenly now, like, I don't know, it's just weird. There was nobody here when this whole thing started, and then that night there was no one here doing anything except for us. I mean, it was like a ghost town, and we're in charge of taking care of ourselves as responsible citizens. And I understand that the government can't solve everyone's problems. I don't even expect them to. But why am I now being prevented from putting my own town back together? This is, I was just on the phone with the governor's wife. I've spoken to several other officials that are super high up, and they all want me in there. All these homeowners, a bunch of people are like, please get back in. I'm trying right now, and I don't understand how every single person is being barred. There has to be some way to establish that, like, you are okay. And so far, there isn't one, and I haven't had a problem until right now. But just somehow this morning, they decided, like, oh, I'm not okay anymore. Half my crew's inside. Like, I run the guys. I have to be in there in order to get this stuff done, and it's just driving me crazy.
Yeah, appreciate it, Chuck. Thanks for what you're doing there in the Pacific Palisades community. So that is the frustration among residents, and as you heard him, an evacuated resident trying to get up and fix some of the areas, the streets covered with utility poles, down power lines, trees. It really is a mess up there, and lack of cleaning efforts in these neighborhoods as well. I'll send it back to you.
Well, yeah, when you think about, you know, if this is what they're trying to mitigate, which is like falling trees and down power lines, if we're waiting for this next wind event to happen, these are the guys who are going to try and mitigate that and clear things out so it is a little bit safer up in those areas. That is very frustrating. Mario, thank you.
Thanks, Mario. Well, onto this now. Some people living in fire-ravaged areas are getting more help to stay powered up and connected to the internet.
You know how important communication is, and Coco McAvoy is live in Malibu with more on that, as well as the international reinforcements joining this firefight. Good morning, Coco.
Good morning. That's right. More reinforcements are coming in to help the firefighters on the ground here battling the many fires. And as you can see, it's getting a little bit busier here at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post as well, as crews continue to contain and control these fires. Take a look at some of the videos so we can talk about some of these very important resources that are coming in. Elon Musk says he's positioning Cybertrucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. A couple of Tesla Cybertrucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post here last night. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They're joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. The Palisades Fire is at more than 23,000 acres with 14% containment right now. And of course, the Palisades Fire does continue to burn, and it's known now as the most destructive wildfire in LA County. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you.
As always, thank you to the incredibly brave men and women who are out there on the front lines fighting these fires and protecting us and making sure, most importantly, especially as we saw over the weekend from the air, that these fires are taken care of before the next one.
There's not enough thank yous. And also some of them impacted by this as well. Maybe lost their home. Family members lost their home. They're putting in long hours, the extraordinary sacrifice during this time just to keep everybody safe and protected and to fight this fire. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. My goodness. Maria, over to you.
There is a light at the end of this tunnel, though, so we want you to just hang in there, guys. We've got some gusty winds expected, especially tomorrow into Wednesday, and then things will really start to quiet down Thursday, and then we'll get a much bigger break as we look ahead to next weekend. But right now, now, I don't know if you noticed on Coco's live shot, a little bit breezy there. Parts of Camarillo, parts of Oxnard, Ventura County, up through parts of the 5 freeway and the Grapevine, getting some of the stronger winds right now, wind gusts, but generally 20 to 35 miles per hour there. Calmer winds near the basin, largely protected by those San Gabriel Mountains, and out towards Orange County, 10 to 20 miles per hour. San Bernardino, Ontario, nearing 17 to 20 miles per hour there. Riverside, a little bit calmer, as well as in Temecula. As we take a look at what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we've got an area of high pressure here offshore. We've got a trough of low pressure that is just to our east, and we're watching just a couple of weather systems. We don't have the same dynamics as we had last week, so we're not going to see those 80, 90, 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts that we saw last week consistently. But we are still looking at a pressure gradient, a difference in pressure between high pressure and low pressure. We're going to be in between, and we're still going to see those winds funnel out of the northeast. This time, though, the winds are going to be closer to 65 to 70 miles an hour. That's not to say that they're not strong, because they are. The National Weather Service using that language again. Particularly dangerous situation with this extreme fire weather concern that we have through portions of the Santa Cruz Valley, that I-5 corridor, and then particularly that area there right now where the Palisades Fire is at. So please be mindful, use a lot of caution, and just don't use anything that could cause a spark, which could in turn cause a fire. Some of the weather impacts include that fire danger because of low relative humidity values. We could see more downed trees and power lines over the next several days, and of course this will impact your travel. Just a quick look at your Riverside breakdown here this morning, with winds primarily coming out of the northeast, so breezy conditions here through parts of the Inland Empire at 7 a.m. Temperatures in the 40s, so it's chilly. We're going to consistently see those winds blowing out of the northeast, nearing 20 to 30 miles an hour. A lot of sunshine, cooling back down to the 40s at 11 o'clock tonight. All right, let's head back upstairs now over to Stu and see how the traffic is moving along. We're waiting on that sun to rise in about 15 minutes, Stu, so it'll look a little bit brighter and better. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Yeah, we're starting to see some of that 23,000 acres plus of that Palisades Fire. Just the destruction and all the vegetation there gone on that hillside. No hot spots, no smoke this morning. Can even see that full moon going on in the background out there. Let's talk a little bit of traffic. We're going to take a peek at that 405 freeway. The headlights are going to be southbound coming down out of the Sepulveda Pass, and it is looking a little slow and go this morning. But you know what? I'm going to call it Monday light for sure. Maybe a lot of folks are still staying home. If you're taking that 405, remember there are some closures, especially through the Sepulveda Pass. Northbound looking a lot better this morning. If the northbound's your drive, you've got it made. Other traffic hotspots, though, I know we got them. We're going to share them with you right now.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. So yeah, you don't just get some lawyer. You get an army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
everybody, 646 here on a Monday morning. If you live in the evacuation areas and you're wondering about your mail and your packages, we do have some important information to share with you. The Altadena Post Office has been relocated to Pasadena to 600 Lincoln Avenue, and this is already in effect. The Palisades Post Office has been relocated to Rancho Park at 11270 Exposition Boulevard. And for the Topanga residents, you'll head to the Santa Monica Post Office at 1653 7th Street. Now, Disney is pledging $15 million to help people in L.A. affected by the wildfires. The company says that it is committed to supporting its community and employees to help them recover from this extraordinary devastation. The money is set to be donated to organizations including American Red Cross, the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, and the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank. If you want to help out there, you can join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and to help people recover from this disaster. You just visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can scan the QR code right there on your screen. And now we're going to get up to Stu and Sky Fox, who is over a fire in the Mid-City area.
Tree fire.
Building fire, house fire, everybody.
Guys and gals, it is actually a tree fire, and it's out here in the Mid-Cities area. And you know what? Neighbors helping neighbors, that's what it's all about. This tree fire broke out this morning, and it really was going for a while. That's what got Sky Fox's attention. By the time we got here, though, you can still see a lot of those embers falling down, and that is what all the big problems were with those high winds. Not those high winds today, but neighbors helping neighbors. Look at them down there. They got three garden hoses trying to get that fire under control. All the neighbors from the neighborhood out here at the 700 block of Fuller kind of came out this morning. They got those garden hoses put together. Some of them actually needed a little extra right there. But right now, though, it does look like they are starting to get a handle on it. LA City Fire Department, I wonder if anybody called 911. You got LAPD helicopter there as well. Everybody very concerned. All the first responders very concerned when you see a little bit of smoke, especially in the city areas now. Because of all that devastation, believe me, everybody's on it as quick as possible. In this case, it was the neighbors in the neighborhood that pretty much got that under control. If City Fire comes here, they're going to have to make sure all those embers are out. I'm Stu and Sky Fox. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much for bringing that to us. Now, let's get over to Maria for a check of our Monday morning forecast. Hey there.
Very curious as to how that tree fire started. Yeah. I cannot emphasize enough about how you should avoid doing anything that can cause a spark and that can cause a fire. That includes a lot of that equipment that our gardeners do use during this time, because it is just a critical time right now. Be careful where you park. Be careful with any kind of instrument that can cause a fire. And that obviously is not related to the fires that are currently burning, but we're very concerned because of the winds that we have that can, of course, carry some of those embers and then carry it to somewhere else. Very vulnerable. Of course, firefighters got to that very quickly. So if you see something, which I'm sure someone there did, they said something and it got extinguished quickly, so that's good. Winds right now, 20-mile-per-hour winds out in Bakersfield. Driving up through parts of the 5 freeway heading north, you're going to get some gusty conditions. 21 in Oxnard. Lighter winds right now through parts of Palmdale, but gustier conditions through parts of Fontana. Just a quick look at the temperatures across the country right now in case you are traveling. Very cold to start our Monday morning here in Norman. 21 degrees Oklahoma, minus 11 in Bismarck, 2 below in Minneapolis. Out in New York City, mild comparatively, 37 degrees. For us, we are expecting temperatures to be close to average today, mostly in the 60s, 65 along the coast, 69 for downtown, 63 in the valleys. We're going to warm it up a little bit tomorrow, again, due to that offshore flow, warming things up. We're going to get some very windy conditions tomorrow, particularly starting tomorrow morning into Wednesday. And then it looks like a chance for the onshore flow to return and maybe some drizzle related to that, and possibly some very, very light shower chances on Saturday and Sunday. Percentages aren't too high, but we'll hold hope that that will happen. 30s eventually up into Big Bear, 52 in the high desert, 67 in Palm Springs today. All right, let's head back up to Stu now and see what else is going on out there. Stu, you've been busy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Sky Fox loves the busy. I can tell you that for sure. Taking a look at that 101 freeway that's going to be in the Hollywood area, and this is where that slow and go always starts, and it looks like we're getting back to a normal type of traffic pattern. That's going to be that split over there by Vermont. That's going to be those southbound lanes, and you can see it right there. It's very slow and go. That's where you're hitting the brakes all the way out to the 101. Now, in the northbound lanes, besides this row of officers making their way somewhere this morning, not really sure what that's all about. Definitely not a pursuit, though. Might just be just a shift change maybe over at the fire, but that's happening on the northbound lanes, and you can see it right there. It's a good drive from the 101, the 110 freeway on the 101 all the way out to Studio City. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much for bringing that to us. Coming up, everybody, the Rams are making a game-changing donation to wildfire relief efforts. After the break, how the Rams are honoring the LA Fire Department ahead of their big game. Stay with us. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back, 6:55 here on a Monday morning. As the fires have raged all throughout the city, the sports scene here in LA also took a step back.
Yeah, so our local teams will start playing today, but they do so with the hope of bringing the community together. The Rams will be playing the Minnesota Vikings today. The game had to be moved to Arizona at State Farm Stadium. As the players got in the plane last night, you can see them. They're repping LA Fire Department T-shirts, showing support for LAFD.
The NFL teams are stepping up to contribute to relief efforts as well. 5 organizations combined have donated $5 million. The Rams are donating $1 million to the LAFD, and the Chargers are contributing $200,000 to various organizations providing relief for fire victims. The Vikings and the Will Family Foundation, the Texans, and the NFL Foundation are all donating $1 million each. And coming up, we're going to take you back live to Pacific Palisades for the latest on the Palisades Fire.
Plus, officials are giving another update on the wildfires. We'll bring you that news conference as it happens. 7 o'clock hours coming up next. Keep it here. Taking a live look right now from Sky Fox. Major progress in battling the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire as well. But you know, the fight is far from over, with yet another dangerous wind event, we're told, on the way. And with that, good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Jen Lammers.
And I'm Melvin Robert. That's right. Strong winds do return this week, presenting what could be a potential setback for firefighters. In the Palisades Fire Zone, 8 lives have been lost at this time. The fire has burned nearly 24,000 acres with only 14% containment. LAFD's chief says that more than 5,000 structures are destroyed or damaged, and 11,000 more are under threat. And one clarification point: when they talk about structures, they were mentioning this yesterday. It could be homes, it could be cars, it could be buildings, it could be businesses. It's not just all, and I'm not saying that to minimize. I'm just a point of clarification.
Right. And the Eaton Fire has taken at least 16 lives. More than 1,400 structures have been damaged or destroyed. It's burned more than 14,000 acres, and it now stands at 33% contained.
More than 14,000 firefighters are on the front front lines of the wildfire fighting vigorously this morning.
Absolutely. But even before the fires subside, a new struggle emerges for victims of all the devastation, one of loss, one of confusion, and an uncertain future. Mario Ramirez is live in Brentwood with the latest. Good morning to you, Mario.
Good morning. We were just talking to a resident here off camera. She was in tears. She didn't want to speak with us on camera, but she did say that she's been out of her home since Tuesday, desperate to get her medications, and pleading for more help now, not tomorrow, not in a couple of days. They are desperate to get into their neighborhood. So you see here behind me at San Vicente and 26th, these are California National Guard members joining LAPD officers, and they are in place here to keep these fire zones secure as the Palisades Fire continues to burn, with another wind event moving in that could make things worse before they get better. Now, thousands of firefighters from across several states continue to battle the stubborn flames with a break in the gusty Santa Ana winds. Crews struggled with steep terrain as they tried to protect homes in Mandeville Canyon. That's northwest of the Getty Center and west of the 405 freeway in Brentwood, with some homes unfortunately overcome by flames. By 7 o'clock last night, the fire was 13% contained, up from 11% in the afternoon, but residents and officials on edge with another strong wind event picking up, affecting West LA and much of Ventura County. The LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, during a Sunday news conference, announced those escorts would be suspended until further notice as crews start searching for human remains, but the frustration here in these areas continuing to build.
The devastation's being compounded by the chaos of not knowing anything.
They don't care about us as a public. They have no interest in keeping us informed. There's thousands and thousands of people who have been affected by this, who've lost their homes, and the government is showing no compassion for us.
We're just waiting in these lines of cars, and just trying to understand when we can get in to see our homes. I understand that the military is here, or I guess the military lockdown that's happening. So we're hoping that they're keeping the looters out, and that's like one of the, I think a lot of people's concerns too, is like they can't get any kind of private security up there, any confirmation of what's going on up there.
In the past couple of days, we've seen these long lines of cars waiting for possible police escorts into their homes. Dozens waiting here on San Vicente Sunday, only to find out that they were all canceled because of the fire activity and incoming winds. And keep in mind, these neighborhoods, even if homes are still standing, are still dealing with downed utility poles and open gas lines and other public safety concerns surrounding these escorts. Now, coming back out here live, more residents trying to get access, pleading with law enforcement here. County officials say Kaiser Permanente doctors are assisting residents with medications at evacuation centers. And we told you a little earlier, Walgreens has announced that it is filling medications without prescriptions during the Southern California wildfires. We'll keep you posted here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Mario. Yeah, he was talking to a contractor, as you heard earlier, who was just trying to get in there to get stuff cleared out, and he can't even do that. There's a lot of confusion, but hopefully that will be cleared up at a news conference that's set for 8 o'clock this morning. They've been doing, of course, daily briefings there. But in the meantime, let's get to Stu over in Skyfox. He is over the Palisades Fire. I mean, Stu, you can attest to this. I was driving into work this morning, for the first time, did not see a glow on the ridge. It does seem like there's been substantial progress made, thank goodness.
You know, Jen, we cannot speak for the fire departments and or any of the fire management out here for the Palisades area, but I can tell you just from visually, it definitely looks like we have turned that corner, and hopefully those flames are going to stay at bay. Take a look at that. We're showing you some of that destruction right there, but what do you not see in this picture? You don't see any of that smoke. You don't see any of that haze or any of that firefighting activity in the air, and that is a huge positive. Even this morning when Skyfox took off early in the morning and it's very dark outside, these cameras are designed really well, and any kind of small ember would really pop against that black background, especially up in the hillsides. We didn't see any of that. Now, of course, this is just visual from us. Like I always say, I'm just a guy in the back of a helicopter, but we're also taking a look at some of that devastation once again. That's that Palisades neighborhood that we once saw when we were making all that crazy effort to see through the haze and smoke. This morning, we don't have any of that, but all that devastation definitely remains out there. But we do see law enforcement. That's what we saw in the very first shot, and they are out here in force. They are definitely keeping an eye on all these people's properties. They don't want to add insult to injury with some sort of looting type of situation. But right now, as the fire goes, I'm really very hopeful and positive that when this next wind event comes, we're just going to start dealing with the ash and debris blowing off these hillsides. But take a look at that. 23,000 acres burned, most of it up in these hillsides, and it is completely void of any kind of vegetation. Everybody that lives in Los Angeles, we know what's coming next. But right now, we're just dealing with what we're dealing with, and hopefully this next wind event will not see any fires. Sending it back to you all.
Oh my God! When you just, I mean, it's still really hard to wrap your head around when you see all that.
Just unrecognizable.
Destruction.
Unrecognizable.
It is.
You think about all the people, man. Good Lord.
I've heard from people who were able to go early on, and just it's so different. What we're seeing and we're feeling, what we're feeling, it's unimaginable walking through the aftermath of this. I can just imagine. I have some family members that have lost homes, and I just, my heart, you know, for not just for them, for everyone who have been impacted by this. And we're looking at it through the lens here, and it's so impactful.
Especially right now, Maria, I can imagine too, if it can seem so insurmountable, like where do I even begin?
Yeah.
You know, to pick up the pieces of and move myself through a new reality that I've been forced into.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
That's right.
Really.
It's got to be where you are right now.
Yeah. I spoke to my sister-in-law and I said, "What did you do?" She said, I went to Target and I went to get some underwear.
Right. Yeah.
And just some stuff, you know. Yeah, just perspective, just one at a time.
That's right.
One thing at a time. It's going to be a long road. Here we go. Let's talk about the winds right now and that air quality outside. Did you see that shot, by the way, that was behind me? Kind of that beautiful shot, but very hazy shot. I cannot emphasize, again, the air quality that is over our city right now, really the county of Los Angeles. So keep that in mind as you head out. Limit your exposure to the outdoors when you can, and wear a mask if you can. I know a lot of kids are back in school today, so administrators very mindful of that as well. And so keeping them inside for recess in the gym, which we very much appreciate as parents, especially with those kids who have upper respiratory issues, mine included, with asthma and the like. The winds right now, 20 to 30 miles an hour in some areas. It is going to get gustier as we get to the afternoon. Some of these areas here in Altadena, lighter winds. That is fantastic news. Downtown LA also very light at the moment. Out towards Corona, Ontario, San Bernardino, some breezier conditions here. Some of the usual spots off the 210 through that Cajon Pass. If you're driving up towards the 15, you're going to encounter some of those gustier winds. So the peak of this next wind event, hopefully will be the last one for a little bit, is going to be tomorrow morning. This is what the National Weather Service is pointing out, 4 a.m. to noon on Wednesday. That's when we're going to start to see the heaviest of the winds. So that's when you really have to stay alert. These red flag warnings, of course, will continue through at least Wednesday. And then as we look ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, there is a chance. It's small at this point, but we're holding out hope for that 10 to 20% chance, perhaps for some sprinkles and a deeper marine layer, which will give us more moisture in the atmosphere. In the meantime, it's chilly. 41 degrees in downtown LA, so bundle up. 44 in Burbank, 46 in Santa Monica, 50s in Oxnard. We've got the teens up in the high desert in Lancaster, 31 in Apple Valley. It's cooler than yesterday by 13 degrees in Big Bear, 3 to 5 degrees cooler out towards the Inland Empire. Santa Monica considerably and noticeably cooler than yesterday by about 11 degrees. As we look at our high temperatures today, we'll be close to average. 68 is the average for downtown, so we're going to be close to that, 69. Mid-60s along the coast, low 60s for the valleys and the IE. So, yeah, make sure those kids have those hoodies and sweatshirts, 30s up into the mountains today. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you very much. Well, LA County officials are cracking down on looting and arson that is tied to the recent wildfires. District Attorney Nathan Hochman, alongside law enforcement leaders, will announce charges today at 2 p.m. in downtown LA. This includes residential looting in Pacific Palisades and a suspected arson incident in Azusa. Authorities have made dozens of arrests and are strictly enforcing curfews in evacuation zones. Meantime, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says deputies encountered a man impersonating a firefighter. This was when Gigi and I were here yesterday during the press conference. We couldn't believe it. Yeah. They say that he was sitting on a curb and Luna asked him if he was okay, only to discover He was in handcuffs. Deputies say that they caught him burglarizing a home, and Luna asked him if it was okay because he was dressed as a firefighter, by the way. Several others have been arrested for violating curfew, and 2 people are in custody after attempting to set other fires.
Unconscionable.
Jen,
it's unconscionable.
my goodness.
I don't understand. Well, the LA Unified School District will reopen offices in most schools today. The only schools, in fact, that will stay closed are those that are in the evacuation zone. So here is a look at the schools located in those mandatory evacuation areas that will remain closed. Okay, so you have Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter School. Both Palisades and Charter Marquez will need to be rebuilt before they can reopen.
And for the schools that are open, because of air quality issues, masks are recommended for students while on the way to school. Outdoor activities will be limited. Webster Middle School will serve as a food distribution center for those impacted by all the closures, and it will open 9 a.m. to 12 noon today. Still ahead this morning, the city coming together to help those impacted by the wildfires.
These are the kinds of stories that we are all about. Bob DeCastro is out there. He has more on a food and clothing drive in Santa Monica this morning. Look at all of the boxes behind you. My goodness.
It's heartwarming to see, and there's been a huge outpouring, and people are wondering, how can we help? What do we need the most? We're live this morning in Santa Monica. This is the West Side Food Bank, and this has become a tremendous hub, especially for the Palisades Fire on the West Side. If you'd like to help or donate, we're going to tell you how you can do it coming up.
Taking a live look right now from Skyfox. You can see the devastation along the shore there in Malibu, just home after home gone It's going to be surreal for quite some time to see out there. And then, you know, parts of course, PCH are shut down this morning. But so many people's lives just devastated by these fires. People want to know how they can help.
Yeah, Bob DeCastro is live for us in Santa Monica, where a huge clothing and food drive is underway to help fire victims at Westside Food Bank. Hey there, good morning.
Just so heartwarming to see a huge outpouring. It's not just happening here at the West Side Food Bank, which of course is a big hub for food distribution for those that need it here on the West Side, but it's happening in other places within Santa Monica and the West Side. I've got Genevieve with the West Side Food Bank to tell us a little bit more. So you've been seeing this huge outpouring, right, throughout other places here in Santa Monica on the West Side.
Yeah, we've been so heartened by the outpouring of support. So many people in our community are affected. It's not just the millionaires who've lost their mansions, but there's so many workers who've been displaced, who've lost jobs, who aren't sure how they're going to pay their rent. And we've seen so many people donating. We're actually working with Santa Monica College today on a donation drive for food and supplies.
I think that's important to note, that there's like this huge ripple effect, right? Because you have these sort of a micro economy within the larger economy, and it's just not these multi-million-dollar homes, but it's all the support that they give even to the local businesses, people that work. It has a huge ripple effect on the local economy here.
Yeah, I mean, our economy was already struggling, and thousands of people were needing food support even before this crisis happened. Now we think about all of the workers, not just the housekeepers and the gardeners, but all of the retail workers, the grocery workers, the office workers, clergy people. So many people have lost their jobs, and it's having a ripple effect, and we know that this recovery is going to take years. We've been through disasters before. Westside Food Bank has had to ramp up services. We did that during the pandemic, and we're prepared to do that now for the immediate needs, but also for the long term.
So the immediate needs, tell us if people want to bring in stuff, and I know money is also a great way to go, but if people are going, they're doing these donation drives, what are some of the things that they should be thinking about, the types of things that people might need, that the immediate needs that the fire victims might need?
Well, I think you make a great point. There are immediate needs, and we want things like pop-top cans, ready-to-eat meals, hygiene items, masks, diapers, baby items. All of those things are things that can help people in the immediate term, but for the long-term, dollars are what is really going to help us. Even now, we're trying to buy more food by the truckload. Our supply is depleted after a busy holiday season, and we need funds to buy food in the quantities that we need.
So we're talking about money. Not only does the Westside Food Bank know how to stretch that dollar, right? Because you're like the $1 that someone buys from a grocery store. If you buy a box of cereal, you can buy basically 4 boxes of cereal, right?
Right, even more than that, cases. I mean, we can stretch the dollar. That's why food banks exist. So every dollar we get, we can turn into enough food for 4 meals. And it's really helpful for us because we're space challenged. You can see in our warehouse, and we do have another annex warehouse, but we don't have a lot of space. So when people donate food, we have to sort it. There's often a lot of expired food. When we buy food by the truckload, we can get that in very quickly, and that helps us to have food in the exact food items that we need. It comes on pallets. It saves us the trouble of having to sort it and box it. It doesn't take up as much space, and we can get it out really quickly.
And really quickly, because they're wrapping us right now, but also as you look forward and you project within the next couple of months, years, this is still going to be an issue. And if you have the dollars, we're not talking about, you could still stretch that out even further.
Exactly. We're asking people to consider making a monthly donation because that's going to help us long after the news cameras are no longer paying attention to us. This crisis is going to go on for years, and we need to feed people through this crisis for many months to come.
We're going to pay attention to you. Even in the future, we'll always be here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Genevieve. They've done such great work throughout the pandemic, the homeless crisis, and now another crisis here in the West Side. So how you can help, the website is?
WSFB.org, and we have a tab there for fire relief, and you can find out about resources and where you can donate and how to help.
And we'll make it easy for you. I'll also put a website link on our website, foxla.com. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Important to note that we're going to be dealing with this for quite some time. And there's going to come a time where we're not going to be necessarily talking about it on the day-to-day basis on a newscast, but yet these people are still going through a lot. and muddling through and picking their life up and moving themselves along and dealing with their emotions and trauma and all sorts of things.
And that
you gotta
is
continue to help.
sometimes when you feel it the hardest, when you feel as if other people have moved on and you're still in it.
Yeah,
every single day.
My grandma Vera used to say, you know, when you smile, the world smiles with you, but when you cry alone. And I've just been thinking about that a lot because so many people are going through so many things that we don't really know anything about if you've not been directly impacted. We can be so deeply empathic, but people are really dealing with a lot on their own, essentially.
Yeah. For sure.
It's nice to see everyone come out and, you know,
that is, like I said, the best of humanity.
Right, in moments like this.
Yeah.
You really do.
That's a good thing. And we won't forget. We won't forget about SMC over there on the west side. All right, let's talk about the forecast because it is an important one. Everyone's paying attention to what we're expecting with the winds, and we are expecting another round of winds. I just wanted to pull up this graphic here because this is direct from the National Weather Service and their language of particularly dangerous situation here again with the red flag warnings. That means extreme risk for fire weather conditions is upon us again. And they've highlighted 3 major areas here encompassing parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, parts of Ventura County, out over the San Gabriel Mountains, and again, parts of the western Santa Monica Mountain areas and Santa Susana Mountains. We want to make you understand that the window of these winds could occur anytime between 4 a.m. tomorrow till Wednesday. That's when we expect the strongest of the winds to occur. Not to say that they're not gusty out there right now, because they are, and they are going to increase a little bit as we get to the afternoon. But we want to emphasize, do not do anything that could spark a fire. My concern is all the areas that are not experiencing any fires right now, very vulnerable to this risk of extreme fire weather conditions. That includes portions of the Santa Clarita Valley, out towards Canyon Country, out towards Orange County and the Inland Empire. Please be very careful and mindful of these weather conditions, explosive fire growth potential once again. All these areas shaded in the pink color where it is particularly dangerous during this time. As far as winds, we do have some high wind warnings, some of the breezier conditions right now through parts of LA and Ventura County up into the mountain locations. Gusts still expected to be between tomorrow and Wednesday, nearing 60 to 70 miles an hour. These are powerful wind gusts, not as strong as what we saw last week when we talked about those 80, 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Even some areas got up to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. So those are hurricane force winds. However, this is very strong in and of itself. And as you know, if you've lived here for a while in Southern California, even 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts can spread a fire quite rapidly. So that's why we have to stay alert. The air quality is very unhealthy. We have heavy wildfire smoke, and especially with these winds really kicking up, that's going to push all of that smoke into places where you're not really seeing it right now. So just limit your activity outdoors and try to just get in your car and get to where you need to go and not spend any time outside. The impacts of these upcoming winds will include some power outages. I've already gotten a couple of text messages. I don't know if you have voicemail messages from Southern California Edison about some shutting off the power as a precaution. So we could be seeing some of that. Some downed trees, again, more possibility of that. And then, of course, travel will be impacted by these strong crosswinds. And, of course, the fire danger because of the relative humidity values lowering to the teens and even single digits. So be very careful. I'll show you the extended outlook. We'll talk about hope and light at the end of this very windy and dry tunnel in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Maria, thank you. Well, still ahead this morning, more help for victims of the Southern California wildfires.
And local shelters, they are overwhelmed with pets who've been displaced by the wildfires. How rescue groups from across the country are stepping up to help and how you can help when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody. 7:27 here on a Monday morning. Dozens of animals from local shelters are getting a new lease on life in Seattle, and this is all due to the ongoing wildfires.
A small silver lining here.
Yeah,
so nearly 40 dogs and 18 cats touched down in a private plane yesterday. The animals were flown to Seattle to make space at shelters in LA. They're overcrowded with pets waiting to be reunited with their owners. Almost immediately upon landing, a mobile conveyor belt was attached to one side of the plane to help offload the furry passengers. Volunteers say it was hard work, but you know what?
I'm really grateful they have the assembly line and the conveyor belt. We're taking dogs anywhere from 15 pounds all the way up to 90. And so it is hard work and it is like a team effort.
After health checks, these animals could be ready for adoption as soon as tomorrow.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Sure is. All right, coming up, we continue our live coverage on the Southern California wildfires, the latest on containment efforts and numbers there as thousands of residents evacuate from their homes.
Everybody, let's get up to Stu and Sky Fox. He is over PCH. This is a live look of some of the devastation. I mean, for many people, as you're taking that turn, driving through PCH, much of that is not recognizable as a result of the Palisades Fire. And it's this new normal that many people are now faced with, folks that are directly impacted by the fires by no choice of their own, and others that weren't, but are, right?
I mean, the entire infrastructure, the entire landscape has changed because how many people remember, you know, driving down PCH, seeing home after home thinking, oh my gosh, how great would it be to live there? And then now driving through, you can see straight through the coastline. Straight to the water.
And there's this other piece here too. I was thinking about this over the weekend, that as I was driving around, I was in the Mid-Wilshire area, There's cars everywhere. Life is still happening in the midst of extraordinary tragedy. Life is still happening, and even that piece, I was like, this is so unfair. It's so unfair.
It really is. It's just a complete erasure of individual family histories when you're talking about losing your home like that.
It's not just a home, it's all the things inside of it and all the memories and all the things that you cannot replace.
Yeah, our hearts go out to,
my goodness.
man. Yeah. So many people. All right, so after a brief lull yesterday, winds up to 70 miles an hour are renewing fears that the Southland's wildfires could spread.
With a total of 24 dead and many folks missing, the wildfires are being called the deadliest in state history. Mario standing by for us in Brentwood with the latest from the Palisades Fire. Hey there, Mario. Good morning.
Good morning. With those winds expected to pick up, that is a major concern in some of these fire zones and across Southern California. Now, that overnight curfew was lifted at 6 a.m. You can see behind me, we've got LAPD officers and the California National Guard. This is just one of several intersections here in this area, keeping these fire evacuation zones safe, protecting them from looting, as there have been dozens of arrests. Now, we've been continuing to hear the plea, the begging from residents to get back up into their neighborhoods. I have two separate residents here trying to get access. Gretchen, let me start with you. What are you trying to get up and get, and how has this been like for you?
Well, our house is in the Palisades, and we're so thankful that it survived, but my daughter's having a baby in 2 days, and we need to get all kinds of things for her. And they've just not been helpful. They haven't been listening, and we really just want to go in for like 5 minutes. They won't let us in.
Yeah, and we know that escorts were suspended yesterday, and the LAPD Chief Jim McDonald said that they might not continue until after this wind event, possibly Thursday. They're taking it day by day. John, let me ask you, what has this been like for you and your reaction, your message to city officials?
Well, the whole thing's been a nightmare, and I understand that the city has reasons to not let us into our area, but we have reasons to go there too, and they need to accommodate us. We're under tremendous stress, and we feel people that I see around here are getting very angry that we don't even get the courtesy of getting communication. I mean, here we are at this major checkpoint, and if you try to ask the people standing here, the National Guard, they don't know anything. You ask the parking enforcement people, they don't know anything. You even ask the police, they don't know anything. We've run into some, I've been waiting here for a couple of days. I've spent hours and hours at this point trying to get in. I was here 5 hours yesterday when they finally announced, oh, we're not going to let you in at all. So why are you telling me this at this late date? Why don't you have somebody here to tell me? So it's just an awful situation. And my heart really goes out to the thousands and thousands of people who lost their homes. My problems are tiny, tiny, tiny compared to the people who lost their homes. But my immediate problem is I have some koi ponds and the electricity is off, and I want to be able to get in there and put some batteries in so my koi don't die.
Yeah, well, thank you both for talking to us. I know the frustration, I can only imagine how you guys are feeling trying to get up there. So thanks for talking to us. We will keep you posted, but that is the latest here from Brentwood. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, the frustration out there is real, for sure. And hopefully we'll get some answers, by the way. There's a news conference set for 8 o'clock this morning. I'm sure that those are some questions that will be coming up in that press conference. But in the meantime, Maria, what's the timeline for some of these winds to come through?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to go over all of this as well. The very latest with the meteorologists that are working so directly with the fire department there at that press conference coming up in the next half hour or so. But for us, well, let's start with this. Our live look outside right now. This is our camera upstairs on our rooftop looking up towards Wilshire and some of the mountain communities of Brentwood. Fairly calm here. However, as we take a look at the wind situation, I'll show you that in just a few moments. There are some breezier spots and pockets where the winds are stronger. It's chilly. It's still just 41 in downtown, 44 in Burbank, 51 in Pasadena. Out towards Big Bear, it's just 12 degrees, 50s in San Bernardino and Corona in the low to mid 50s. As we take a look at what's going on from space and what's going on with our dynamics here in the atmosphere, we've got an area of high pressure that is offshore, a trough of low pressure here across the southwest. We've got a couple of low pressure systems, not really that impactful at the moment, but it is not the same scenario that we looked at last week. However, that being said, there are some similarities. High pressure near an area of low pressure. Wind and air tends to want to go and run towards an area of low pressure. So we are expecting some pressure gradients, but not quite with the support that we had last week. So while we are anticipating these strong gusty winds, at times getting to those wind gusts between 50, 60 plus miles an hour, even some areas getting up to 70, it's not going to be near what we saw last week when we were talking about 80, 90 plus miles per hour. That being said, it can do enough of damage in terms of helping to spread a fire, certainly. So as we look at our future gusts here, this is one of the computer models that we like to look to. And as we look at this morning, some of these wind gusts are definitely in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, as the forecast is reflecting. As we get to the afternoon, we're going to continue to maintain this here as we get into tomorrow, when we expect to start to see the peak of these winds tomorrow into Wednesday. And you can see it's just kind of consistently there, especially in those wind-prone areas. It won't be until Thursday when we start to see that onshore flow again, and Friday in particular when we see that dramatic change in our weather and perhaps more of that marine layer, and even at this point a slim chance for some showers. Here's your fire weather potential as we kind of look at some of the areas again highlighted where some of those stronger winds are at. I'm concerned with the areas not seeing fires right now. The Santa Clarita Valley out towards Crestline or just south of the mountains, parts of Orange County and parts of the desert community. So that's where we really need to actually be extra aware of those fire ignition sources. I'll show you the 7-day forecast, and we'll talk more about the changes coming up for the weekend in just a few moments. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. Now to this, residents in some fire-ravaged areas are getting help staying powered up and also connected to the internet.
Yeah, Coco McAvoy is live in Malibu now with more on that, as well as the growing international contingent of firefighters. Good morning.
Good morning, and there is a briefing underway right now for firefighters as they continue to battle these fires with the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire as well. And as we've been talking about, we do expect more winds to come in. It's a little bit windy this morning, but nothing compared to what we are expecting to see. And so it's great that we're seeing more reinforcements as well, from cyber trucks to also international help like you've been talking about. Let's take a look at some of the video so I can show you what we're talking about. Elon Musk says he's positioning Cybertrucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. A couple of Cybertrucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post here last night. And as you can see, that's really not the only resource. We're also seeing fire crews from around the world stepping in to help with these fires. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support, and LA County Fire Department Chief Maroney spoke about the importance as well.
We have national and international firefighters, Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire.
The Palisades Fire is at more than 23,000 acres with 14% containment. And of course, the Palisades Fire does continue to burn and the devastation does continue. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you very much. We appreciate you being out there for us and also appreciate your coverage all last week. You were out there on the front line for us in Altadena. Okay, now to Stu up in Sky Fox with a look at our morning commute.
Hey, good morning. Taking a quick look at that Palisades Fire. This is going to be the most eastern flank of it, and this is going to be as we pan across through that Westwood area. That's on the weekend. We saw them save that community at the top of that hillside. Keep panning along, and what do we got? We got the 405, and it is moving along pretty well. Monday seems to be getting back to normal-ish, that is for sure. Still a little light. Some folks might say, that doesn't look light. Well, then you don't drive the 405. That's going to be the southbound coming through the Sepulveda Pass. That actually is moving along pretty well till you get to about sunset. After that, it does open up, and it's a good drive through West LA. Northbound lanes, fantastic. Let's take a look at some other traffic hotspots, shall we?
Jacoby & Myers has been protecting the hard-working people of California for over 50 years, and we've recovered more than $2 billion in settlements for our clients' injuries. If you've been injured in an accident, Jacoby & Myers will fight for the justice you deserve.
talk to a good friend of our show in just a few moments. You want to stay tuned for that, get his perspective on what they experienced, him and his family, over this past week. But in the meantime, I do want to talk about what we can expect over the next several days. Of course, the winds are due to pick up again, and you can kind of tell the dynamics in the atmosphere here with an area of high pressure that is in control of our weather, kind of similarly to what we saw at the start of last week with that high and even an area of low pressure nearby, which helped to add all that cold air and drive those winds. We don't really have the exact same dynamics in place for this weather event. However, that being said, we are still expecting those wind gusts to be near 50, 60, even 70 miles per hour in many of our wind-prone areas. I point to this map. This is our futurecast, which show that area of high pressure supporting the winds and the windy conditions we'll be expecting. But looking ahead to Friday and Saturday, look what happens. We get that return of the marine layer, it looks like, and I'm even picking up some of the green stuff here, which indicates a chance for some light showers. We'll wait and see if that materializes. We need it desperately, of course, to mitigate fire danger, but we just need water. Of course, our drought is developing. We have had the driest start to our season since we've started to keep records. January, typically the second wettest month of the year, we've had no measurable rain. Typically, we'd get over 3¼ inches of rain, and in fact, our deficit is now growing to more than 5 inches below average. So we need a little bit of rain. We're not expecting too much over the weekend, but we'll take what we can get, even if it's just some drizzle. Here is our water year so far, which began October 1st. We only had trace amounts. Look at this, very little rain, just 14/100th really. In November, December, even less than that. We haven't had any significant rainfall since last season and last April and May, which, by the way, the last 2 seasons before this, we had above average rainfall season totals. We were above average by almost 8 inches. So if you can imagine all the growth that occurred over those 2 years, and then now with the dry year developing, we have a lot of fuel for these fires. The weather impacts with these increasing winds, of course, will include some power outages, down power lines, and the travel will be impacted, along, of course, the potential for extreme fire weather conditions. All right, I'll send it back to you guys.
Standing right outside the home of what was the home of Miles Teller and his wife Kelly. There's a burnt-out old Land Rover Discovery, it looks like. But it was a new house, a beautiful new home that they built. They're first together as a married couple. And look at this. Just unbelievable.
So one of the residents of the evacuated area is our friend and our colleague, Billy Bush, with his press pass. He got the heartbreaking task of updating some of his friends on the status of their homes.
Billy joins us now to tell us more about this. And also, we want to check in with you. Hey, man, good morning. Thank you for coming on to offer some perspective. How are you doing? Because you were evacuated on Saturday.
Yeah, we're back in. I'm in the valley. So, you know, Friday night was spent watching Fox 11 and watching the brilliant work of the large aerial tankers and the helicopters, and it's just incredible work that they did. And they held the line on the Mulholland Fire Road on that ridge. So nothing in Encino, certainly where I live. And so we're back in now. But all friends who live in the Palisades, all throughout the weekend have just been like being able to drive up in there as long as you stay out of the way. And really, there's no work being done in the Palisades now. They're just, everything's simmering. But taking friends up there, took a great friend of mine yesterday. She got back from she was in Arizona, and then she got back, and seeing her house for the first time up on Via de la Paz in Palisades was just heartbreaking. So I think I know 60 people at least who lost their homes. I mean,
oh my goodness, it's unrecognizable when, especially looking at those aerial shots of what once was the Palisades and the community shops there. It is wild, man.
And Billy, it's one thing to see it on screen, but being out there and seeing the destruction in person has got to be a different feeling.
Well, you try to put together, like, we're getting hit with so much information, our phones, our televisions, we're getting constantly bombarded. Social media messages. We're trying to stay up on information. We're trying to communicate with friends and all this stuff. I don't know what the cost is at the end, right? There's some kind of mental health break that needs to be. I keep trying to tell myself, put down your phone, put down your phone. You don't need it right now. And this terrible addiction, I just pick it right back up. I'm back in. I'm on the Watch Duty app like crazy. I'm watching you guys when I'm, when I'm in the house. So there's that we gotta reconcile with, and I think we're getting to a place where we can maybe take a little time to put it down. I'd encourage that with people because I feel like there's a little bit of a cost coming in here, don't you?
Oh, no doubt about it. But I think to your point, people just can't get enough of what's been going on because all the stations have been on wall-to-wall coverage. There's been no regular programming. And even if you haven't been directly impacted or know someone, you're just like hooked on this. It's the biggest story right now.
And then I think about people in the country, like remember how we felt watching Asheville, North Carolina, or watching Florida? We're like, oh, wow, geez, that must be really horrible. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. And then you're on to the next thing, right? They're watching us and it's like, oh, wow, LA's burning. That's like really weird. Like, because we get so much information, so much oversensitizing. And they have no idea. We're like, no. If you saw this, if you knew that we have wildlands abutting urban areas, Los Angeles is like no other city in that way. You can't explain it to people. They really, if they saw it firsthand, they would, and having seen it, for 5 days in a row, it's just mind-bending.
And Billy, I don't care how much money you have. When you're talking about your home burning down, it is an erasure of your individual history, of your history as a family, the memories that you've made in one house together, how much money that and generations that have been in some of these homes 40, 50 years.
I got a friend who snuck up into the Palisades with a pickaxe to try to get at this where his wife's jewelry was, and the rings he gave her and all the things, and she's saying get up there, and he's like I can't. He's trying to find his way up there because and yesterday the friend I took up into the Palisades, almost like she had lost her mind for a second. I said, what are you looking for in particular? She goes, well, it's just one little jacket that I've had. I was like,
yeah, right.
You think a jacket is going to be there? This place is incinerated. I can tell you a jacket is not going to be what made it. Maybe something metal or brick, but they're frantically looking for things.
Yeah.
We want to ask you too, Billy, to tell us about, and the people at home, about some of the, what you saw when you did go inside on this tour that you took to the area.
So this friend of mine lived about 5 houses away. I walked through Miles Teller's house, the actor Miles Teller and his wife, Kelly. He lives right up there in the Palisades. That you're looking at, that was it a second ago. You're looking at, that's right there, a street called Beirut, spelled exactly as Beirut in Lebanon. And, that's what the whole city looked like in 1982. But anyway, Miles Teller's house was just, he bought this new house. This is brand new first home for his young marriage with Kelly. And it's just completely gone. He's got his couple old cars he had, and they're just hollowed out. So, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's a wasteland everywhere you go. But it doesn't matter if you're a big movie star from Top Gun or you're,
That's right.
Or you're
not.
not.
You're living paycheck to paycheck in one of the mobile homes that was also incinerated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's where my heart especially is. And Miles, I spoke to him. He's house hunting today, but there's plenty of people who are not house hunting, and that is where our hearts, our prayers, and our money goes. So let's figure where to donate there. I'm looking for the right place to make an uncomfortable donation. We should.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Right,
appreciate
Billy.
you coming on this morning.
Thank you for your insight.
Guys, I love you. You're doing a wonderful job. Everyone across the station is doing a great job.
We love you right back. Glad you're safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Talk to you soon. You can catch Billy on Extra tonight, 7 p.m. right here on Fox 11, and we'll be right back.
All right, we are awaiting a press conference set to happen just about 3 minutes from now at 8 o'clock in the morning. Get you up to date on the numbers, where containment stands, of course, when evacuees can get back up to their homes. Hopefully all these answers are forthcoming in this press conference. Again, set to happen at 8 o'clock this morning. We will bring you it live when it happens. But let's take a short break and we will be right back. Welcome back as we await a news conference on these fires. Major progress looking here from Skyfox when it comes to the Eaton Fire, but another dangerous wind event is on the way, believe it or not. That is set for later on today. And with that, good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 8 o'clock. I'm Jen Lammers.
I'm Melvin Roberts. Strong winds do return this week, presenting what could be a potential setback for firefighters. In the Palisades Fire Zone, 8 lives have been lost. The fire has burned nearly 24,000 acres with only 14% containment. LAFD's chief says that more than 5,000 structures are destroyed or damaged and 11,000 more currently under threat.
The Eaton Fire has taken at least 16 lives. More than 1,400 structures have been destroyed or damaged, and that has burned more than 14,000 acres at 33% containment at this hour.
Let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast and an update on these winds, what's on the minds of so many people across Southern California.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi there, guys. I know we're waiting on the official press conference coming up here momentarily, and I know they're going to have probably a little update on the wind situation. I did have a conversation with the National Weather Service earlier, and I just saw the very latest discussion that they were having, and there could be some minor changes in terms of timing for these winds. You know, the models, we go to these really advanced computer models and we look at what's going on at all the different levels of the atmosphere, and right now we're seeing that at this point the winds could start kicking up today, and the potential for those stronger wind gusts could be tonight into tomorrow versus more into Wednesday. We'll get a complete update, of course, when that press conference occurs. But in the meantime, we're monitoring the current wind situation, and we are picking up some of those gustier conditions through parts of Ventura and Camarillo and Oxnard, up on that drive through parts of the 5 freeway and that Grapevine, some even stronger wind gusts nearing 40 plus to 50 miles an hour. As we pan elsewhere here for parts of the LA Basin, more traditional offshore wind event. It's typically a little bit quieter through parts of the basin as it's protected mainly by some of those San Gabriel Mountains here. 21-mile-per-hour winds in Ontario, 22 in Corona, stronger through that drive up to the 15. And if you're headed up into the high desert communities and the high elevations up into the mountains, a little bit gusty there. The National Weather Service did put out this particular dangerous situation, that PDS, for the extreme potential for extreme weather conditions for fires. They don't put this out very often, only 4 times really this season, and that's a lot because before this season it was back in 2020 when we had the last PDS type of red flag warning. The timing right now is set for tomorrow morning until Wednesday, but I think that may be adjusted a little bit time-wise to later on today in terms of these winds. It's just important to mention that it is not going to be the same scenario as last week, Tuesday, Wednesday. At least that's not what the models are pointing to. However, that being said, it does not take much in the way of winds to help spread and fan these flames. You know, when we talk about in the past, if you spend time here in Southern California, if we talk about 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts, that's enough that that can spread a fire should a fire be ignited. So just keep that in mind in terms of danger. I'm really concerned today and tomorrow about areas where we're not seeing those fires. So new concerns for portions of the Santa Clarita Valley out towards Ventura up to Canyon Country. Very dry conditions, and there's a slight easterly component with the winds right now. So very concerned there, as well as portions of the Inland Empire. We'll go over all the rest of the details in just a few moments. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Let's get out to this press conference.
We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,408 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 26% of our damage inspections for dwellings have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the preliminary maps have been posted and are being updated daily. If there is not a color icon on your address, it means the building has not yet been inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, Please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'm going to start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades Fire. Your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hurst Fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We're not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down. As we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more, and we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and we'll ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders, and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this, and Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriff's, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential of crime scenes. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton Fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton Fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night, specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have business in the evacuation areas, do not go there. Please, you're infringing upon the work that our first responders need to attend to. And I do want to say, when I talk about these arrests, I want to clarify not all of them are for burglary or looting or for curfew violations. But it is very important when I say stay out, we are arresting people who are not supposed to be there, who do not live there, who are in possession of narcotics. We've arrested several with guns. And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. If our deputies being very proactive in these areas, stopping people in a constitutional manner as always, making sure that they're supposed to be there and you have narcotics on you and you have a gun on you, in police work we call that a clue. Something's wrong there. So that's why we're arresting people. Our search and rescue missions, through the 2 days, we have searched 1,874 properties. In regards to deaths, and again, I want to clarify, this is for the Los Angeles County area of responsibility. We have confirmed 21 deaths, 16 in the Eaton Fire area, and 5 in the Palisades area. And sadly, yes, unfortunately, I anticipate the number to go up. Missing persons, we are actively have 23 active missing persons reported, 17 in the Eaton Fire area, 6 in the Malibu area. All of them are adults. Thank God there's no juveniles. But if you believe you have somebody who's missing, make sure you report that to us as soon as possible. For any updated information that anybody may have, questions, very important questions regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency for assistance. The American Red Cross is doing an amazing job. Please contact them. And again, for some of the negative things I talk about, there are some amazing stories of community members coming forward to donate items. It's very inspiring. For donations, go to Emergency Network Los Angeles. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Okay, good morning. I want to start by just assuring everybody that our primary focus still remains the safety and well-being of our residents. These fires have caused significant disruptions, but we are working tirelessly with our partners to protect lives, property, and secure critical infrastructure. So as of this morning, LAPD has in the city 266 officers deployed to the Palisades Fire. We also have support from our National Guard partners who have deployed 200 soldiers assigned to the incident. We're very grateful for their support. We also have dedicated resource investigating our missing persons reported. So at this time, as of this morning, 6 a.m., we have a total of 26 people reported missing in the city of Los Angeles. 17 of those individuals have been located safely. 9 of the 9 remaining, 2 most likely were found in the fires deceased, but they haven't been positively identified by a coroner's office yet, so those are still waiting to be identified. 1 individual, we believe, is located safely in a shelter, but that person, we're waiting for confirmation on that. There are 6 that remain unaccounted for, and we're diligently trying to identify and locate these people. So in total, in the city of Los Angeles, since Tuesday when these fires occurred, we have 3 fatalities. Again, 2 were found in the fires, and 1 was a burn victim that was transported earlier this week to a hospital. That person later passed away. If you want to make a missing persons report, you can do so either in person or over the phone. You can call any one of our 21 geographic stations and make that report, or you can call our missing persons investigation unit directly. I'm going to give you the number. It's 213-996-1800 and select option 3. That telephone is manned 24 hours a day currently. As of this morning, the city of Los Angeles, related to the fires, has a total of 14 arrests, 3 for curfew, 1 for impersonating a firefighter, 1 for possession of burglary tools, 4 for burglary, 1 for DUI, 1 for felony vandalism, and 3 for shoplifting. As the sheriff just mentioned, it's not just for looting or burglary that you're going to jail or curfew. If you're in the area, you don't belong in the area, you will be stopped and questioned, and whatever crime is being committed, you will be held accountable for that. So please stay away from these evacuation areas. Regarding escorts, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we tried to be compassionate and put together a team to escort residents to their homes to either retrieve small pets or their medication. But that line became exceedingly large, and it was causing more problems than solutions. We have halted this escort service for the safety of everyone involved. Currently, we don't have any timeline of when we're going to open up that service, if at all. So please be patient with us. We know you are waiting. If you are still waiting at any of these checkpoints to be let in or escorted, please do not wait there. You will not be let in or allowed to have an escort at this time. Also, another important reason for stopping these escorts is because we have search operations beginning. Over the next 48 hours, we'll be working alongside LAFD Search and Rescue, our ATF partners, as well as the LA County Coroner's Office throughout the burn areas, giving priority to those people that are reported missing in these burn areas. From there, grid search will take place that could result in crime scene preservation and then recovery of remains. We hope that the high volume of resources dedicated to this effort will expedite the process. And as many of you know, the dry conditions and winds increasing, it's possible that evacuation orders may increase. I know overnight we saw some of the evacuation orders turn into warnings, but we can absolutely see some of these areas increase to mandatory evacuations again. So I urge you, we urge you, please heed these orders. It can save your life. And as we also previously mentioned, identifying the cause of these fires is critically important to all of us. In conjunction with our partners and led by ATF, we have created a Los Angeles Regional Wildlife Investigative Task Force. And while their work is still in the early stages, we're committed to identifying the cause and origin of these fires, and we're also committed to holding anyone who's responsible for these fires accountable. And to further protect the residents of Los Angeles, in the city, our curfew is also still in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In short, if you don't belong there, don't be there. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department and all of us standing here this morning are with you. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the firefighters, our fellow law enforcement partners, and volunteers who are putting themselves in harm's way to protect our communities and help people recover. Their bravery and dedication are truly inspirational. We are also grateful for the patience and cooperation of our residents during this difficult time. We know this is not easy. Thank you and be safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you. With firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save lives and to save homes, with law enforcement working around the clock to keep security at a high level, with over 200,000 people evacuated, and I'm one of them, and with people who have lost lives, lost homes, lost businesses, there are still people in our community who, rather than saying thank you, look at this as an opportunity to commit crime and to take illegal profit and advantage over the situation. We've seen this come up, and you've heard law enforcement describe the arrests that have been made, whether those arrests are for looting, burglary, grand theft, whether those arrests are for arson, whether those arrests will eventually be for price gouging, because we have been seeing price gouging with hotels, people offering residences well above the 10% addition that they can charge. We've seen that with medical supplies, other types of supplies, price gouging going on. So the criminals have decided that this is an opportunity, and I'm here to tell you that this is not an opportunity. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. At 2 p.m. today, we'll be holding a press conference to announce the first charges in a looting case and the first charges in an arson case. This is not an arson case tied to the major fires. It was an arson case that was done on the side, in essence. You will hear that these people who've committed these crimes are facing very significant sentences. I am working with over 750 deputy district attorneys and in the entire law enforcement community to bring these people who are despicable and disgraceful to justice. And we're not only going to see what's happening right now in connection with bringing stability to our community, whether it's, again, going after the looters, the arsonists, or the price gougers, but we're starting to see the criminals emerge who are going to go after the recovery efforts. These are people who are contacting people and pretending to be GoFundMe operations to help people who have suffered. And GoFundMe, by the way, actually is an excellent organization that has put in place protections that if you use their site, you can use it safely. But these are people who are creating fake GoFundMe sites. I tell people to be very, very cautious when you give your money away, to check out the organizations that you're doing it to. I applaud anyone who wants to donate to these causes, whether with money or services, but make sure that they are going to the right operations. Again, you can go to Emergency Network LA, that's enla.gov, or you can go to recovery.lacounty.gov to see the types of operations that you can have confidence in. And we're also going to see scams coming up with insurance proceeds. We're going to see scams coming up with government benefits, because we are going to literally have billions of dollars come into Los Angeles County over the next months and years. And for the criminals who view this as an opportunity, let me again give you this warning, an absolutely unmistakably clear warning, that if you go ahead and you want to rip off people and the system and governments that are trying to help the people who have suffered from these tragedies, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and we will seek maximum punishment against you. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to tell you at a later point that this warning has been heeded, that deterrence works. Because if we are going to actually have the stability and the rebuild, it's going to be based on everyone contributing. But for those who don't want to heed this message, the warning has been cast out there, and the warning will actually have teeth behind it. I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. As I discussed yesterday, FEMA relief is essential to getting our impacted residents back on their feet. Today and yesterday, FEMA staff have been at 7 county libraries, plus the Alhambra Library, providing support to individuals who are seeking FEMA relief. Tomorrow, these services will transition to centralized assistance centers, one at Pasadena City College and the other at UCLA Research Park. These centers will be in-person venues where all impacted individuals can receive direct support for FEMA's assistance program, which helps residents access lodging, essential items, and other large financial needs. You can visit recovery.lacounty.gov for all the details. And I would encourage everyone listening to go to one of these sites, because I was at Pasadena Convention Center. I know Supervisor Sleece, you were as well. And I saw people handing out cards. I don't know who they are. I don't know who they represent. But people are looking for an opportunity. At these recovery centers, you will have legitimate government officials who are going to work with you to make sure you receive the benefits you deserve. I want to thank FEMA for their continued support for our impacted residents. Our residents need this support to begin rebuilding, and believe me, after last night's meeting that I attended with my constituents, they are desperate. So many residents I've heard from, especially those without insurance, are concerned they won't receive enough assistance to rebuild their lives. On top of FEMA assistance, I'm going to be advocating for innovative loan and housing solutions to bring people back to their communities. People need help, and they need to know what kind of support they're going to receive. Last night, I joined hundreds of impacted victims in Pasadena to hear their stories, understand their needs, and to discuss what comes next. Many wildfire survivors I've met, spoke with, have repeatedly told me they're worried about the rebuilding process. Specifically, many have mentioned that they are eager to begin clearing debris and seeing what valuable possessions survived this devastating fire. I want you to know that yesterday, the governor issued an executive order to streamline this rebuilding process. This executive order is going to make rebuilding homes easier by cutting red tape and make it as affordable and efficient as possible for our residents to clear debris. Yesterday's executive order, along with the previous order to waive the CEQA requirement in rebuilding, are two unprecedented actions that will be essential to making our community whole again. I know that our wildfire survivors want nothing more than to begin the rebuilding process, and it is our job in government to get out of the way. Our neighbors deserve nothing less. To all the residents in our county, we must maintain diligence over the next few days as winds increase again. Please listen to law enforcement and their evacuation notices. And believe me, I heard last night, many are frustrated. These next few days are crucial in our fighting of the existing fires and also preventing any new fires. Thank you for taking it seriously. I'd now like to introduce LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. Angelenos, as we continue to experience the shock, the grief, and the anger, we have to stand together, and it is in that spirit that we have seen hundreds, if not thousands, of Angelenos traveling all around the region to deliver supplies, clothes, whatever they think might help the victims of these fires. As we've mentioned, the National Weather Service is predicting close to hurricane force level winds, and so we're making urgent preparations. My top priority and the priority of everyone else is to do everything we can to protect lives. As these winds approach, LA City firefighters and firefighters from across the county, state, and nation, and even overseas, are in a proactive and strategic posture to save lives. Firefighting resources from LAFD and fire departments from all over are positioned in strategic holding locations. DWP is deploying water tankers to augment water supply for firefighters. The emergency operations centers remain activated at the highest level to rapidly coordinate emergency response. As we prepare for more wind, we're also urgently working to provide people with much-needed resources. This week, as Chair Barger said, our city and county will launch in-person local assistance centers that are tailored to those affected by specific fires. These local assistance centers is for Angelenos impacted by the Palisades and Hurst fires, and they will open at the UCLA Research Park, which was formerly known as the West Side Pavilion. It will operate from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. These centers will help people who have lost vital records like birth certificates, driver's license, Social Security documentation. They will help people who've lost their homes or businesses apply for disaster relief loans, and they will provide referrals for mental health counseling and other services. We anticipate that there will be representation for over 20 city departments. There will be representatives from the state and federal departments and agencies. Later today, we are also going to be releasing policies on the city level that will help with the rebuilding process. So as we continue to go through these next few days where the fires are still a serious threat, we also want to begin to help people put their lives back together and to prepare to rebuild our city. I also want to again remind Angelenos that lacity.gov is now a one-stop shop for assistance for those who are impacted and a place to help Angelenos find a way to get involved. As the winds pick up, please stay safe. Please heed the call to evacuate should you receive that. And remember to heed all public safety guidance. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Horvath, Supervisor for the 3rd District of Los Angeles County. The latest Palisades Fire updates, as you've heard, more than 23,000 acres have been impacted by this fire, and it is 14% contained. We have over 5,100 personnel, including 44 helicopters and 540 engines. The fire continues to hold along Mandeville Canyon, and we are grateful for our first responders and all those on the front lines fighting in this area. We know it is critical, and you are doing a great job. We've also made significant progress in Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park, Temescal Ridge, Mulholland. All of these areas have been under threat, and we are continuing to hold. Santa Monica has lifted their evacuation orders and downgraded to warnings in North San Vicente, moving from order to warning at 8 a.m. today. All of the warning areas have been lifted. A particularly dangerous situation has been issued. Strongest winds from Tuesday morning until Wednesday. We strongly encourage caution and vigilance. This is the weather prediction that the National Weather Service had going into last week's event. So these conditions are significant, they are serious, and we need you to follow all orders. All Santa Monica Malibu United School District schools will remain closed today. All Santa Monica campuses, except for Roosevelt Elementary, will be open. All LAUSD schools will be open today except Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Topanga Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, and Paul Revere Middle School. Our Department of Mental Health has resources for how to speak with our young people about wildfires at dmh.lacounty.gov. We need to support our children in this time and make sure they're able to talk about this tragedy. Our DMH helpline is 800-854-7771. Metro fares continue to be suspended for as long as conditions remain the same. We thank our chair of the Metro Board, Janice Hahn, and our CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, for their assistance. Palisades Post Office has been relocated to Rancho Park Post Office. Residents can pick up their mail at 11270 Exposition Boulevard on the first floor. Recovery.lacounty.gov has launched. You can find initial damage assessments as well as maps to indicate your property location and status, comprehensive list of county resources by department, federal, state, local, and nonprofit emergency assistance. Once again, that website is recovery.lacounty.gov. Our Department of Economic Opportunities East LA Entrepreneur Center and America's Job Centers of California open today as well to support impacted workers as well as small businesses. As far as public health updates, the air quality smoke advisory continues through next week. Please wear N95 masks outdoors. Fine particulates are airborne even in areas not impacted by the fires, especially children and older adults, especially those with serious health complications, are particularly at risk. LA County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. When you are at home, please close your windows and doors, run the air conditioning or air purifiers if you have them, and check your filters regularly. In your car, close the windows and vents, turn your air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not, in any way, use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. Follow all drinking water advisories, and due to ocean contamination, avoid the following beaches: Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach, Solstice Creek at Dan Blocker County Beach, and Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. To stay informed about the latest emergency orders, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov. And I want to once again thank all of those who are on the front lines, keeping us safe through this very difficult time. All of our volunteers who have kicked into action to ensure that our community members are supported. And I also want to thank our governor for an additional executive order in addition to the one that he issued yesterday to expedite debris removal and to reduce the risk of mudslides. As we know, rain is predicted starting next week, and these complicated conditions may only worsen. We thank him for his foresight and his partnership.
Helen Chavez, Communications Director for Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. We have with us 1st District Supervisor Hilda Solis, California Board of Equalization Antonio Vasquez, Santa Monica Mayor Ana Nagrete, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. We are now going to transition to the Q&A portion of our press conference. Please raise your hand and wait to be called upon. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. And we're going to go start right here.
Gigi Gracia, Fox 11 News. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Gigi Gracia, Fox 11 News. I have a question about the fire, but I'm going to start with this question. Maybe I'll have a second chance. Assistant Chief Choi, to most families, if not all families who have pets, they are like family to them. Tomorrow will be 7 days that those pets that are inside the houses that survived may be without water and most likely without food, which would put that in an extremely critical condition that could lead to death if it hasn't already. Is there nothing that can be done for those folks that are telling us they are desperate, they just want to go in, get their pet, and go right out? They don't want to look at the house, they want to get their animals out. The fire broke out at 10:30 Tuesday morning. Many folks were at work already and have not been able to get back.
Yes, I can tell you my comments were specific to escorting that resident or those residents back to their house to do such things. There are other options that we can do. For example, officers that are patrolling the area can get a list of locations at the checkpoint. Officers can patrol these areas and go check themselves. I'm not saying that's exactly going to happen, but there are options where we don't have to leave a pet in there if we're made aware of that. So you can go to the checkpoints and talk to officers, but I urge you not to go there just to wait to go in to see your house, which is largely what a lot of these individuals are doing. They're waiting to be escorted to see their property, which we can't do. We still aren't doing medication and pets. However, we can come up with a way where if somebody knows a pet is in the residence, that we'll do everything we can in our authority to go in there and get that pet.
And then, Gigi, on that note, Pasadena Humane Society is actually going into the Altadena area that's under evacuation orders and feeding pets. So there is, we will link up and see if we can duplicate that.
Go first to the woman right there, in the middle, right here. Yep, and then we'll go.
Great, thank you. Oh, you've got to hold on to great, sorry. Hello, Jane Secker, Sky News. A couple of questions. One to Fire Chief Maroney. More bad winds on the way. We know the conditions, as we've just heard, are going to be the same as last week. How confident are you that you're better prepared this time? And also a question for Mayor Bass, if I might. Our correspondent David Blevins asked you last week if you owe the people of Los Angeles an apology for cutting the fire budget. You didn't respond to him then. Would you like to respond to us now?
So for the fire question, thank you. We're absolutely better prepared for this coming PDS, the severe fire weather event. You've heard the statistics, number of personnel assigned to the incidents, over 5,000 firefighters assigned to the Palisades Fire, over 3,000 firefighters assigned to the Eaton Fire. The state, under the leadership of Governor Newsom, has set up a mobilization center in Banning, where we have resources staged that can come into LA County to assist with a new fire start or the expansion of one of our existing fires. We also have numerous aircraft, local government aircraft, helicopters, we have water bombers, we have retardant fixed-wing aircraft from the state and federal government, we have military aircraft. So we've not only augmented the ground resources, but also the air resources. I think that we're very well prepared for the next event, but that's never going to be, we're never sure that we're going to be able to catch the next fire and keep it small. They said 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be very difficult to contain that fire. That's why we ask all residents in a brush-prone area to be prepared to evacuate if you get the evacuation order, and start those preparations before the evacuation warning comes. Thank you.
There was a two-part question to that, correct?
My focus is on us being prepared as a city for tomorrow. As you began, we could face another very difficult situation for thousands of Angelenos. When we are past this period, there will be an evaluation of everything that went on. And at that point in time, we will see there is not agreement as to whether or not the budget was cut. All of those issues will be resolved when we are clear that Angelenos are safe and we are ready to rebuild our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go right here in the middle. Next.
Jonathan Bigliotti, CBS News, for Mayor Bass. Please.
Last week, many people were working and could not get back in time to properly evacuate. As we've discussed in this room, there were pet care issues, health care issues, child care issues. Now ahead of this latest event, you have businesses that are proactively closing, essentially treating this event like it was a hurricane or a blizzard. If they are taking those steps, why are you not implementing broader closures right now to keep your constituents safe?
We are doing everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. If there is a need for closures, that will be done. But right now, we are in preparation for tomorrow. Thank you.
Is this the day, though, to treat this like it is a hurricane or a blizzard?
Absolutely it is, which is why you see everybody here standing united, prepared and ready to address what, if hopefully we won't experience, but we are ready, we are prepared, and we will continue to do everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. Thank you.
But now this is important because this is the fourth time we've had these dire warnings. Each previous time there has been loss. So this is a critical time to make those decisions. In hurricanes and blizzards, like I've discussed, people stay at home. Businesses are closed. People can then prepare to evacuate so there aren't pets left in their homes. There aren't children with daycare providers. They're scrambling. They scrambled last week. There are pets. So the question is, what are you doing to make sure that that doesn't happen today?
Okay, we're moving on over here in the back right there.
Hi, Morgan Windsor for ABC News. I have two questions. One for fire officials regarding the status of the investigation on the Eaton Fire, and then a second for perhaps the district attorney on price gouging. The first question, I'm wondering if officials are honing in on the transmission towers owned by Edison in the area of the Eaton Fire as a possible source of ignition.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm going to turn that over to the LA County Sheriff. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. The sheriff might have an update for you. If it is arson and not the transmission tower, then that would be a crime. I'd like the sheriff to speak to that.
Simple answer to that is yes. We're looking at everything. We have a team that is obviously focused on the response as we prepare for any event, and then the investigation, not only into the recovery of the remains and the issues surrounding that, but anything that would have caused any of the fires anywhere in our jurisdiction. I think the chief the assistant chief from LA talked about a task force. We're on that as well. We're working together, and we expect to find answers.
Okay, I saw a hand right here in the blue jacket.
Hi, good morning. Lauren Coronado with NBC4 News. This is for Chief Crowley. You mentioned wildfire patrols in high-risk areas. Can you identify those high-risk areas?
Sure. So, and that's that lean forward posture as we're looking to do everything in our power to ensure that we maximize our efforts with the resources that we have, which this whole patrol, we're utilizing fire inspectors. So with that, we're going to be patrolling, taking a proactive approach. Anywhere where there's any wildland risk is where we're going to be patrolling. It's just extra set of eyes, ears. We can also help the community with questions. And that's really important. The community also knows that the city, the fire department is leaning forward. We're utilizing the resources that we have. So to answer your question very specifically, it's anywhere where it's in the wildland area. That's where we're going to be putting our patrols out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one more question. Sorry, I should have asked right off the bat. For any fire official, I understand there's better air resources this time around, military equipped. With these high winds, I know a big issue is that they weren't able to be utilized because of the high winds. When we're talking military equipped, does that change things? Can you do those aerial attacks with these kind of aircraft?
It's not going to change it. So we still have wind cutoff speeds for fixed-wing retardant tankers, water bombers, and helicopters. The helicopters that we have at LA County Fire are military helicopters. They're patterned after the Black Hawk. And still we do have wind cutoff speeds, not only for the safety of the helicopter, But what happens is the wind speeds increase, the effectiveness of the water drops or retardant drops is affected. And the minute that aerial firefighting resources are no longer efficient or effective or safe, we have to ground them. That's the unfortunate truth, but we do have a lot of people on the ground that can still fight the fire. You saw our firefighters, 100-mile-an-hour winds, Eaton Canyon, and Altadena that kept fighting the fire even in those strong winds. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go over here, and then we'll go over here.
Thank you. This is Dave Zonizer at the Los Angeles Times. I was wondering if you could go sort of fire by fire and tell you where you are on determining the origin. Are you guys looking at whether or not New Year's Eve fireworks might have been a trigger for the Palisades Fire with something then flaring up later? I know you mentioned the Eaton Canyon fire, but can you tell us, for example, is arson being viewed definitely as the cause of the Sunset Fire? Could somebody just walk us through each of them?
We talked about these. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about, so right now we have the task force that is robust, that is, they're identifying cause and origin for each of these separate fires. There's so many of them. None have been ruled out of arson. They're ongoing investigations, but also the Palisades Fire specifically, since that's the one that's still rampant in the city of Los Angeles, there's been no definitive determination that it is arson at this point, but we're looking at every angle.
Anything more specific?
It's an ongoing investigation. If I could, I would. I don't have the answer for you.
Understood. Thank you. And we're going to go right here.
Hi, this is Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1. I have two questions. One for Fire Chief Maroney. Is there a definite threshold for wind speed when those aerial drops have to stop? Like, is 70 miles an hour that threshold? And then my other question is, given how dense some of these neighborhoods are where we've seen orders and warnings, I mean, all the way to Wilshire in Santa Monica last week, we've seen gridlock when people are trying to all get out at once. Have you guys worked on addressing that issue if people do have to evacuate tonight from an extremely dense area like we saw with the Sunset Fire? Folks just couldn't get out because traffic was jammed. How do you address that?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, there is a specific threshold. And I don't remember what that threshold is, although I used to work at air operations. 30 to 40 miles an hour is beginning, I believe, to be that threshold. I'll see if our CAL FIRE partner from the state of California remembers what that threshold is for helicopters and fixed-wing air tankers.
Please say your name and your...
Good morning, Jerry Magana. With CAL FIRE representing incident management team. So with the specific aircraft, they all have a different limitation. The problem is when you have sustained winds, over 40 miles an hour is the issue. The problem is the gusts. So the gusts peak and the aircraft limitations or capabilities are then limited based on approach and departures, as well as Chief mentioned, the drop accuracy. So each aircraft will have that limitation based on the manufacturer's recommendation, and then as far as the safety component, usually the limiting factor is gusts over 30 miles an hour. But the sustained winds, anything over 40, is pretty much going to ground most aircraft. So again, each one of those aircraft have those specific limitations. But as an overall general rule, safety rule, the gusts is what is the issue, and this is what the gusts that we've been having.
Thank you. Can you restate, please, your name and spelling?
Yes, Jerry Magana, Gerry. Last name is Magana, Magana, representing the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have two last questions. There's a clarification over here.
I'd like to answer the second part of the question regarding community congestion and people leaving all at once under the evacuation order. We really want residents in LA County to be prepared. If you don't have a wildfire evacuation plan for your family and your home, please make one today. Visit www.fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. That stands for Ready, Set, Go. I would recommend, in an abundance of caution, if you get an alert on your telephone for an evacuation warning, leave then. Don't wait for the order, because we know from experience that if you wait for the order, you might get caught up in the congestion that you referenced. And please do not silence the emergency alerts on your telephone. If we send out an alert at 3 a.m. on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, when you're sleeping, we want you to wake up and evacuate. We know we had some issues earlier, but please do not turn off those wireless emergency alerts on your telephone.
Accurate? Sorry, my question was that those alert issues have been resolved and people can rely that that's accurate now?
Yes. I just think it's very important that Chief Maroney and I stand together and have the exact same message, which is the ready, set, go piece is ready, set, go. The community needs to also understand you don't have to wait for the order. Knowing what we know and what we saw, if you're in any of these particular areas, that lean forward posture, we keep talking about it. We saw the impacts, extreme impacts of the winds when what happened in Palisades. Our professional advice to anybody out there is to make sure you're ready, to make sure you have a plan. We talk about the pets, we talk about the medications. Put your plan together, be ready, and you do not have to wait. You do not have to wait for the order. And I think it's really, really important that everybody hears what Chief Maroney and I are saying. And in fact, the rest of the region, the rest of the fire chiefs are saying the same thing. Thank you.
And Kevin, you were going to address the WE alert issues?
Kevin McGowan, Director with the LA County Office of Emergency Management. In partnership with the state, we have the wireless emergency alert system ready to go with a state partnership.
Thank you. And we are at time. We will have one-on-one interviews. If you have any unresolved or unanswered questions, please approach to the front and we will connect you to the appropriate speaker. Thank you for today.
All right, you've been listening to that news briefing, the very latest with the very latest information. Our coverage, of course, continues. Welcome to it. It is 9 a.m. on this Monday morning. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. We are staying on top of the wildfires burning across our region, of course. So let's take a look at the latest numbers. Another wind event is expected to blow in today and last until Wednesday. The Palisades Fire is 14% contained at this point after burning more than 23,000 acres.
The Eaton Fire is 14,117 acres burned and 33% contained. 24 people have sadly lost their lives in the fires, 29 arrests for looting.
And some people living in fire-ravaged areas are getting more help to stay powered up and connected to the internet.
Let's go to Coco live right now in Malibu with more on this, as well as the international reinforcements joining this firefight. Coco, good morning to you.
Good morning. We're at the incident command post for the Palisades Fire. You can see those winds are really picking up right now as well, and that's why we have seen some briefings here for firefighters, because they are really conducting a plan so that they can be ready when these fires continue to whip here. And we also know that there are more reinforcements in place. I had the chance to speak with some of the team from Mexico that is here to help our firefighters on the ground as they continue to battle these fires. I want to show you some video, too, to show you some more reinforcements that are here now. Elon Musk says he is positioning cyber trucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. A couple of Tesla's cyber trucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post here last night. But that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They're joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President President Claudia Scheinbaum for the support. I spoke with Laura Velasquez Alsua, who is the coordinator for CINAPROC, the team from Mexico helping with the fires. She says they are honored and happy to be here to help fight the fires. She says, I think it is an important opportunity to send help from Mexico to demonstrate the solidarity between Mexico and the United States. We come with love and a commitment to help support with the fires. And their help is really crucial, too. She tells me they are well-trained and equipped to deal with the terrain here in Los Angeles. The team comes from Mexico's National Forestry Commission and Ministry of Defense. And again, with the winds anticipated to increase here, it is really important to have those reinforcements and the help that's international as well. So they do have a plan in place, and she assures me that they're here to help and to also make sure that they help coordinate to fight these fires and hopefully help prevent another one from breaking out. We'll have to see what happens. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you for that. Let's talk about the winds.
It's tough to see Coco already in the wind.
Yes, but that's just going to pick up, right? What are we anticipating?
Most definitely, those winds are going to continue to increase. And it was interesting to see her through the morning and watch those winds really start to strengthen. I do want to show you this camera right here. This is our view of downtown LA. Notice that layer of haze. You see that right there? That's all the dust and smoke and ash and soot and really just toxic air that is encompassed parts of LA County. So that is why when we talk about the unhealthy air quality, that's what we're seeing out there right now. Please just know that you should limit your time outdoors and take care of those kids, our elderly, those with any respiratory issue. Make sure that they have the mask if they have to even be outside for a moment. We mentioned the winds. The winds are starting to pick up. I've been watching our wind gauges around the area, and I am picking up some very strong wind gusts now. Parts of the 5 freeway, just downwind near the San Gabriel Mountains, I'm picking up a wind gusts nearing 60 miles an hour, about 58 miles per hour. These are our current winds, sustained winds, and they're quite strong, 20 to 30 miles per hour right now. Malibu Hills, 36 to 40 miles per hour. A little bit quieter in the basin, parts of Orange County starting to pick up a little bit in terms of those winds, and even out to parts of the Inland Empire, 12, 15 mile per hour winds in Ontario, and out towards Corona, 20, 25 miles an hour. I just want to point out the dynamics in the atmosphere. A little different from what we saw last week, but similar things here with the area of high pressure, lower pressure nearby, but not everything is the same. We don't have the same upper air support or that very cold air. That being said, though, we're still getting those winds driving out of the northeast, and it's going to get particularly strong as we get through today into tomorrow. I do think we're going to have to adjust these times here a little bit with the peak winds. I think it's going to get stronger today into tonight through tomorrow, but a particularly dangerous situation here put out by the National Weather Service. And just to remind you, we've had 4 now in terms of the PDS forecast. The first one back in November, which was around the Mountain Fire, Franklin. The second one, the Eaton Palisades fires, were the 3rd PDS statement by the National Weather Service, and now this time period will be the 4th. So very dangerous situation with red flag warnings across the region. The rest of my forecast I'll show you coming up in just a bit. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So obviously the devastation from the wildfires have left communities searching for clarity and relief.
The pressure is mounting for Palisades residents who are wondering when they can return to their homes. Mario, live in Brentwood this morning, you've been talking to a lot of frustrated people.
Yeah, and they're growing more and more frustrated. We got an important update during that news conference in the last hour from the LAPD that there's no timeline on when they'll be able to continue and accommodate these police escorts into the neighborhood. And you can see here behind me just some of the hundreds of California National Guard members stationed here at San Vicente and 26th in place to keep these fire zones secure as the Palisades Fire continues to burn, with another wind event moving in that could make things worse before they get better. So let's go to some video here, the latest firefighting activity Thousands of crews from across several states continue to battle the stubborn flames. With a break in the gusty Santa Ana winds, crews struggled with steep terrain as they tried to protect homes in Mandeville Canyon, northwest of the Getty Center and west of the 405 freeway in Brentwood. Well, we learned this morning evacuation orders and warnings for some parts of Santa Monica and Brentwood were downgraded, but residents and officials on edge with another strong wind event picking up this week, affecting West LA and much of Ventura County. Now, during the news conference this morning, Assistant Chief Dominic Choi gave this update on those police escorts.
Officers that are patrolling the area can get a list of locations at the checkpoint. Officers can patrol these areas and go check themselves. I'm not saying that's exactly going to happen, but there are options where we don't have to leave a pet in there if we're made aware of that. So you can go to the checkpoints and talk to officers, but I urge you not to go there just to wait to go in to see your house, which is largely what a lot of these individuals are doing. They're waiting to be escorted to see their property, which we can't do.
Now, these neighborhoods, remember, even if homes are still standing or dealing with downed utility poles and open gas lines and other public safety concerns surrounding these escorts. Now, county officials say for residents who've evacuated and are in need of medications, they have Kaiser Permanente doctors working at the evacuation centers to help residents with refilling those prescriptions. So that is one resource as residents continue to struggle with gaining access to some of these neighborhoods that have been destroyed by the fire. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, we certainly do understand everyone's frustration at this point. Early this morning, Elon Musk announced that on X, that Tesla Cybertrucks will be positioned in Malibu areas. They're actually equipped with Starlink internet and free Wi-Fi to support wildfire response. 2 Cybertrucks were spotted at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post, and they're already in use by first responders. Musk says that the vehicles will create a grid to help connect communities in the hardest hit areas.
And connectivity is a big problem. Another is, of course, looting. The Santa Monica Police Department arresting a number of burglary suspects near the evacuation zone. Officers say the men who provided false IDs to them were in possession of burglary tools. They also had the Watch Duty app open on their phone to track evacuation zones. Detectives say thieves are not from Santa Monica, and they traveled to the disaster area from out of town, specifically to loot homes. The department has arrested at least 39 suspicious people found illegally in these evacuation zones since the start of the fire, and one there impersonating a firefighter.
Yeah, that is someone using fake identification. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna is saying the deputies encountered a man who was impersonating a firefighter. They say he was just sitting there on the curb. The sheriff asked if he was okay, only to discover he was in handcuffs. Deputies say they caught him burglarizing a home. Several others have been arrested for curfew violation. 2 others in custody for attempting to set other fires.
Now happening today at 2 o'clock this afternoon, District Attorney Nathan Hochman, alongside law enforcement leaders, will be announcing charges against those accused of looting or starting fires across LA County. This includes residential looting in Pacific Palisades and a suspected arson incident in Azusa. Authorities have made dozens of arrests and are strictly enforcing curfews in evacuation zones.
Well, with so many people's lives devastated, of course, by these fires, people want to know, how can they help?
That's right. And Bob DeCastro is live in Santa Monica, where a huge clothing and food drive is underway. We've seen so many of like these pop up. Bob, it looks pretty stocked where you are.
It is. There's been a huge outpouring of support. Lots of people want to help. Perhaps you still want to help. So what is needed most? What can you do to help? This is the West Side Food Bank in Santa Monica, and it pretty much is the hub, the West Side, for everything that is coming in. So we're bringing in Sean here to talk a little bit more about what is needed. And you're telling me that the help is coming from far and wide, right? You're getting calls from everywhere.
I can't tell you how many calls we're getting. Like I said, we just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
So tell us what's happening today. You say today and tomorrow at Santa Monica College. You're partnering with them, right, to organize some of these drives?
Yeah, they have a food and whatchamacallit, like a towel or blanket stuff drive over at Santa Monica College for the next 2 days of all donations and pickups and everything.
So you're here in the front lines when it comes to the donations. What do you need the most? So if people want to give immediate assistance in terms of foodstuffs and the like, what would you suggest that they bring in?
We want a little bit of everything, but because everybody with the outpour and everybody wants to donate everything all the time and all at once, one of the biggest things is your financial contribution. That way we can, get the things that we actually need and get it as much as we need and get it to where we need it to get it to the way we can get it to them that's best for them.
Yeah, and the way it works for you all, because you know how to stretch those dollars,
Absolutely.
right? So like someone that's going to buy a box of cereal, you can really like buy 10 boxes of cereal.
We can change the way that one box of cereal looks for everybody.
Yeah. And then also when we were looking at it, because there's so much that's coming in right now, monetary donations, if you give dollars, you can stretch it far beyond what we're looking at just over the next week or so.
Yeah. Because we get everything in bulk, which the price you pay at the store, it's a lot cheaper for us to do it that way.
Okay. Thank you much, Sean, with the West Side Food Bank. Thanks for what you do. We know that it's going to be a long time ahead where we need for that assistance. For all that information, it's the West Side Food Bank. We put a link on our website, foxla.com. Obviously, this drive takes place over the next couple of days, but they could use the monetary assistance as well.
That's actually really helpful, useful information, because one of the things early on people started saying is, hey, it's great people are donating all the clothing and shoes and whatnot, but at the same time, where do these people have to put those things, right? So that was really a helpful piece of information there. Thank you, Bob. Coming up, dramatic ring camera footage showing how one couple responded to the Eaton Fire encroaching on their neighborhood. We have that clip.
Plus, a local haven for 3 decades is lending a helping hand to those who might need it the most right now. Amanda will explain how you can support their cause.
and we're taking a look at the Altadena area. This is going to be the Eaton Fire, and this is the first time I personally have seen any of the destruction out here, and I have to start out with where we are, and then let's talk about what's going on. This is actually going to be Lincoln Avenue. I'm going to bring up the map real quick so you guys can follow along. Now, Lincoln Avenue is going to be on the west side of the Eaton Fire as far as devastation goes. So on the left side of the screen, you see neighborhoods still standing, good shape. There's probably maybe one or two homes that might have been damaged from the fire. But if you go off to the east, neighborhood after neighborhood, it's all Altadena, but all of those blocks, those homes are pretty much leveled. Now, when we saw the Palisades Fire for the first time, I was in awe by the number of homes that were destroyed, and I don't have access to those numbers up here. But if you start looking at the Eaton Fire, so this is, again, you got to remember, this is the first time I physically have seen this. The devastation just goes and goes and goes. It's kind of the same description we were using for the Palisades Fire, but in this case, this is all neighborhoods. We saw a couple of neighborhoods out there in Palisades, and then you saw sporadic areas where homes were destroyed, but this is just block after block after block, and this devastation, for me personally, I have never seen in Southern California. One or two homes are clearly always standing whenever we show this type of picture, but every now and then when I was panning along here when we first arrived, I actually saw burnt out vehicles in roadways, and I was kind of wondering, maybe those were people trying to escape, but the firestorm was too strong, or perhaps the vehicles just rolled out of the driveways after the fire or when they were on fire. The one thing I do see out here that is different than in the Palisades area is I do see a lot of utility trucks out there. I'm not sure about who the utility is, but there are a lot of utility workers already in the neighborhood, probably securing utilities, making sure water isn't flowing, gases are shut off, and of course electricity might start being able to be turned back on. But as we take a look from 10,000 feet above the Altadena area, the Eaton Fire, it does definitely take my breath away to see this type of destruction. And again, I have to say, I'm sorry, because I really did not realize how bad the damage was to homes and families out here in the Eaton area. As I pan up a little bit, you can clearly see that's going to be up to the north. That's going to be the mountains that take you up to the Mount Wilson area. And clearly the fire starting in that location and then blowing down into that Altadena neighborhood. It is definitely breathtaking, and again, same type of deal. Words do not describe it, but as far as movement goes, I can say I see a lot of utility workers already out here, fire trucks still on scene, and of course, thank goodness, no hotspots. Sending it back to you all.
Yeah, Stu, thank you. That gives us a vast overlook at the lives impacted by all this, and then every single person, of course, when you zoom into each of those destroyed homes, has a story to tell. In fact, right here, new video giving us a documented timeline of what one family went through on that night that the Eaton Fire started.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What? Holy.
So video from the family's Ring camera shows them realizing there was a fire on the hill behind them near power lines. Less than 20 minutes later, they were trying to spray water on their roof. When they realized how quickly the wind was driving that fire, they evacuated just 10 minutes later. We did speak with family over the weekend, and they say they went back to their home last Wednesday, and it was actually still standing. Wow. But they haven't been able to go back since then.
The video really shows the fire like a freight train coming right to their home. And it's amazing that their home is still standing, given the conditions of, look at all that ember flying and right directly in their home.
And how quickly things happened.
Yes.
You know, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and all of a sudden they're out of there. But that's a great way of describing it, Sandra. A freight train, that really makes you feel what they went through. Look at that sky.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Just horrific. Horrific. I have a friend who lost her home in Altadena and her child's school, all within the same week. So having to tell her child, you know, you don't have our home anymore and you don't have your school anymore, it's just heartbreaking. This just came into my inbox. Gap is working with the American Red Cross, the LA region, Baby to Baby, and the Good Plus Foundation to facilitate product donations to those in need at locations all throughout the city. I'm going to give you a list. There's got to be a location near you. If you really need some supplies, check out. We've got the Athleta,
in El Segundo, the Banana Republic at the Grove, the Banana Republic in Pasadena. If you need supplies right now, if your family was affected by these fires, please go pick it up. They also have the N95 masks as well for those who need it as well. 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. are the times. You can also go to the Gap on Wilshire Boulevard and the Gap outlet right there in Burbank. Again, the time 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. today. Some are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. So just check within the store near you what hours they are doing it as well. Okay, so you have take a screenshot or take a photo of those locations. There's even one in Whittier.
This is great because this is really good information for people needing these essentials.
Yes.
A lot of these lists we've been giving out is for people wanting to donate, which a lot of those donation centers have become full. But this is great for people who really need some items to get them through this.
And hopefully there's a location near them where they can go real quick and pick those up. You know, ladies, for 3 decades, the Dream Center has been a place where people can go for help or to help when it's needed most. And during this time, they are hands-on with donations and volunteers this past weekend and all week long.
LA has responded. They're getting the diapers ready. They're getting the food ready. These people have literally nothing. And so we have to sit here right on this campus and we have to help them rebuild their life.
We're the feel-good station. It's kind of hard to feel good, but I think now is the time to start pivoting some of that, you know, that nervous energy, that anxious energy that we've all been feeling looking at these images. And we're here at the Dream Center to do just that and give. Now is the time.
Now is the time. So if you are looking to donate or if you're looking to help sort the donations, you can go all week long to the Dream Center from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. I was told by the Director of Disaster Relief that they are pretty good on clothing right now, and the things that they're looking for the most are personal hygiene items, diapers. You can also make a monetary donation to the Dream Center if you can't get down there to donate in person. And if you have a donation site near you, you can send me an email to amanda.salas@fox.com. I want to spread the word on all of your community efforts. Send me pictures, send me video. If you have something coming up this week, I would love to promote it and get the word out.
Perfect. Right, Amanda, thank you. Coming up, businesses among the thousands of structures burned to the ground, as we know. How owners, though, can get the crucial aid they need. We'll have that coming up next. back, the IRS and the state of California are taking steps to support those hit by the wildfires. Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is now offering tax relief. The sales and use tax filing deadline for LA County has been extended from January 31st to April 30th. Businesses also have until October 15th to file state income tax returns for 2024. Additional relief, including waived penalties and flexible payment plans, is available if you request them. The state says it's committed to helping rebuild and recover through these devastating times.
9:26 coming up. LA County and city officials update the public on their emergency response. We'll tell you what you need to know this morning. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:30. Welcome. My name is Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Enda. Thanks for joining us. Strong winds do return this week, presenting what could be a potential setback for firefighters. Another wind event is expected to blow in today and last until Wednesday. The Palisades Fire is 14% contained after burning more than 23,000 acres.
The Eaton Fire is 14,000 acres or so burned, 33% contained at this point. Sadly, 24 people have died in these fires. 29 people have been arrested for looting. And of course, the big thing we are watching is the winds, because really anticipating things to change in the next few hours.
That's right. Beginning today into tomorrow, lasting to potentially Wednesday. We've got some gusty winds already starting to kick up out there. We saw Cocoa out in Malibu, some of the coastal communities through parts of LA County, Ventura County, seeing some of those stronger winds. wind gusts, which, by the way, the peak of this event coming up, we could see those wind gusts closer to 50, 60, even 70 miles an hour. Now, a little different from what we saw last week when we were talking about those peak wind gusts closer to 80, 95 miles an hour, even some isolated areas getting a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we're not near that. However, that being said, this is very strong in and of itself. So we do have some severe conditions expected. Red flag warnings will continue for critical fire weather conditions through the period through at least Wednesday. And then as we look ahead beyond that, we will be looking at a significant change. So hopefully we'll get a longer period of time where we can experience back to an onshore flow. We've got the clouds in there, and there is a chance, slight, but there's a chance we could see some very light showers as we move into this coming Friday into Saturday and Sunday. I've got the wrong button here. I'm going to grab that really quickly so I can fast forward and advance to this one. But here are the areas that are shaded in pink for the particularly dangerous areas here with some very strong wind gusts through the usual wind-prone areas. This is, again, through Wednesday. Wind warnings elsewhere at the moment. The rest of the forecasted areas, especially through parts of Orange County, I would imagine that will turn into high wind warnings momentarily, or at least later today. Here are the future gusts. You can see 30 to 40 miles per hour, but I did just check some wind gauges below the San Gabriel Mountains out towards Ventura. It's closer to 57-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so there are some pockets where we're getting some stronger ones. As we get to this afternoon, notice the numbers go up. So that is the pattern as we get the remainder of today into tomorrow and Wednesday. So you got to stay on alert, everybody. I'll show you the extended outlook in just a few moments. Back to you.
Stay on alert. Good advice. Maria, thank you. And a short time ago, officials for LA City and County gave an update on the wildfires and the windstorm.
Gigi live right now at LA City Hall with more on what they had to say. Good morning, Gigi.
A lot of important information coming out from this press conference. Most important, according to Los Angeles County Fire Chief Bob Maroney, there's a lot of misinformation out there. It is primarily on social media. It is spreading. People are sharing it. The most shocking thing is that people are posting that the Palisades Fire is out. The chief assuring me it is far from out. They only have 14% containment, and that basically means they've cut a fire break around only 14% of this fire. That basically means that the rest of it is there is no fire break, and they are extremely concerned. So even though you are not seeing smoke, you are not seeing visible flames, the chief telling me personally this fire is not out, and people need to be very careful on what they're reading and what they're sharing. Trust reliable sources only. Another figure that we got today that was a little bit shocking was how many people are still missing. A total of 29 people, additional people, have now been reported missing. They are actively being investigated. Sheriff Robert Luna saying he expects the death toll to continue to rise. It now stands at 24. Many of those have not yet been positively identified. Just yesterday, human remains were found at 2 locations in Altadena. Let's talk about those breaking the law. 48 people have now been arrested on everything from looting to shoplifting to curfew violation, drugs, guns, even one impersonating a firefighter. A very visible, our new Los Angeles District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. He was visibly angry. He said he is also evacuated, and he called these suspects despicable and disgraceful, and he assured Los Angeles County that he will prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. Let's talk about that, when you will be able to get back in your home. Unfortunately, not anytime soon. Many evacuation orders have now been changed to evacuation warnings, so that is a good thing. Under a warning, you can go back to your house, but if your neighborhood is still under an evacuation order, order you cannot return. What to do if your pet, going on almost 7 days now, is still inside your house. Assistant LAPD Chief Dominic Choi and Supervisor Catherine Barger assuring us today that you will be able to go to officers or deputies, tell them the situation, and they will go in. Pasadena Humane is also doing rescues, and we're going to have later on information on our website about private rescuers that are being approved by the County of Los Angeles to go in and rescue your pet. The wind event, I mean, it is no laughing matter. The County of Los Angeles says that our alert system, the one that went off so many times by mistake, is now working. And if you get an alert to evacuate, they're asking you to please do that right away. We spoke to Chief Maroney, and he told us how concerned he is.
We're also concerned with this wind event, 70-mile-an-hour winds, that the Eaton Fire or the Palisades Fire can have embers come out. They can cross the fire line and start a new brush fire that's going to put people at risk.
Yes, it was also. And what LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley said is, if you're under an evacuation warning, you can leave. Start packing up. Get your things ready, especially if you have pets, if you have senior citizens, if you have someone maybe who is in a wheelchair or disabled, non-ambulatory. Start the process sooner than later. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Yeah, it was really important listening to them saying, do not dismiss that warning that you might get on your phone. It is so important to remember to heed those warnings. Thank you so much.
So many people were frustrated and disabled those alerts. So if you did that, go back and change that.
Make sure to activate those warnings. You definitely need them. So on Friday, our Alex Michelson asked Governor Gavin Newsom how he was going to cut government red tape in rebuilding from these fires, and the governor is signing a series of executive orders, including suspending environmental reviews for the area known as CEQA. Another order aims to curb price gouging on building material and other construction services. The governor's working with legislative leaders on laws to potentially help fire victims as well.
Governor Newsom also announcing that an additional 1,000 National Guard personnel have been called up. That's put the number of Cal Guard service members on the ground in LA County to the total of about 2,500. And we've seen them all over the streets if you've been out and about where we've been reporting. Newsom says that they will continue to help with things that are logistical and ensure that public safety of communities is intact.
So residents in some fire-ravaged areas are getting help, staying powered up and connected to the internet.
Coco live for us in Malibu with more on this, as a growing number of international crews are also coming in to help. Coco.
Good morning. We are at the incident command post for the Palisades Fire, and we have seen a lot of those reinforcements coming back in. I want to show you some video so we can show you exactly who's stepping up to help. Elon Musk says he's positioning Cybertrucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. 2 Tesla Cybertrucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders at the Palisades Fire incident command post here last night. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. I spoke with Laura Velasquez Alzua, who is the coordinator for the CINEPROC, the team from Mexico helping with the fires. She says they are honored to be here to help. She says, I think it is an important opportunity to send help from Mexico to demonstrate the solidarity between Mexico and the United States. We come with love and a commitment to help support with the fires. And their help is crucial, too. She tells me they are well trained and equipped to deal with the terrain here in L.A. The team comes from Mexico's National Forestry Commission and Ministry of Defense. And I apologize if it's difficult to hear me. The winds have already started out here in Malibu, so that's why it has been really important to get more reinforcements out here to help the firefighters as they continue to battle these fires. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you so much. Again, getting windier by the hour.
The sound of that does not sound good.
I know. All right, coming up, all these videos, of course, and these images circulating online and TV can be hard for your kids to see.
A clinical psychologist is joining us after the break on tips on how to have some of these tough conversations with your kids.
And we're still looking at that Altadena area. Skyfox, me personally, this is one of the first times we've actually been able to get up and look at the devastation from the Eaton Fire. This neighborhood right here, I bring up the map, but it's acting up a little bit. We're at 10,000 feet looking almost straight down. That's the Altadena area. This is going to be very close to the intersection of Palm and Raymond. Now, the devastation equals, if not equals, the same that we see out in the Palisades area. The difference is out here in the Altadena area is we're starting to see a lot of trucks out here. These are going to be DWP or some sort of workers out here for the utilities. These guys over here actually removing trees that have fallen across the roadway. You got some other trucks nearby, and they're all working to restore power, probably making sure that the power is safe to turn back on, and also looking for possible gas leaks, water leaks, anything like that. But these neighborhoods, block after block, same type of devastation. Homes destroyed, lives have been been disrupted in unimaginable ways. And as you just kind of pan through, you every now and then something will catch your eye. It's like with me personally, I'm a car person, and every now and then you'll see some sort of classic vehicle like that red one right there. Hopefully it will continue to see a life, but you can see the damage out there. And again, these are personal effects. And then sometimes you'll say, well, things can be replaced. Sometimes things can be replaced, but they're not the same things that you hold close to your heart. But take a look at this. This neighborhood just devastated. And it's almost the same thing like in the Palisades area. It just goes and goes and goes.
Like a bomb went off, unfortunately. All right, Stu, thank you.
Images from LA County's historic fires, as you're seeing right there. Unlike anything we've seen in its history, between threats of evacuation, stories about families losing pretty much everything, it's really tough to process all of this.
And especially for kids, it can be definitely very difficult. So joining us now is clinical psychologist Dr. Regine Mouradian. Regine, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know it's hard enough for adults to grasp what's going on, right? I hope you and your family, your loved ones are okay, first of all. But please explain, how should we start talking to our children about this and helping them cope as well?
Yeah, so thank you for having me today. I think kids have a lot of questions over what has occurred, and really just a sample conversation starter for parents is, acknowledging, like, I know this fire was really scary. It's okay to feel upset or have questions. And also asking them, what was the scariest part for you? I want you to know also that we're safe now, and I'll do everything to keep us safe in the future. And I think kids really need to hear that, because they do have a lot of questions that they may not be asking.
That's interesting to hear you say to actually directly ask them what was the scariest part for you, because your inclination might be not to touch on that and to make it all go away. So that's an interesting point you make. Also, kids process things obviously so differently, and I think it's important to validate and not dismiss their own sense of loss and perspective. A story that I shared and our Susan Harris-Sooner reported on was with this little boy, and I think a lot of people were really touched by him when he talked about how, hey, that's the chimney, and that's where Santa would come down and give us presents, and we don't have that anymore. It's such an innocent thing to say, but it really tells you children are looking at how this impacted them directly.
Yes, and I saw that video, and it was so touching because he was actually looking at all the parts. He was kind of recognizing the parts of his house, and so that really shows you how in tune they are with this loss. And you're right, we feel like, oh, we shouldn't talk about it, but I think it is important to talk about it, because they're going to hear it from school right now. They're going to hear it on the media. Some who haven't lost their homes, like, for example, my kids are hearing it from their friends who've lost their homes, and we do need to talk about it, even though if they're silent. So being like a calm presence, even though it's so hard to do right now, I can just imagine for adults and how hard it is. But children are very in tune to our emotional state. So right now they want to feel a sense of security and safety, and that everything is going to be okay. And just like you saw in that video, look how resilient he was, and just almost like it felt like this sense of positivity. But I think right now it's really important for them to feel that they're safe, that we can validate their feelings. Again, letting them know it's okay to feel scared, to feel worried, to feel confused, because everyone reacts differently to trauma. And one thing that I think is so important as parents, that we pay attention, not just with kids, this is really all ages, even adult children in their 20s, is looking for behaviors like trouble sleeping and clinginess or withdrawal, and being okay to start those conversations.
And the impact is really wide-ranging for all of this, because even in communities that weren't directly hit by the fires, now you're having a lot of these children who were impacted in the zone now go to these schools where they're brand new students with all different children. How can kids help each other and help them through these tough times? What should kids be doing for each other?
So I think, again, is really creating support. So I've been talking a lot about this week, just even with my clients, where it's, what can you do to help and support? I am just so impressed at how LA, the whole entire LA community has come together from donations. I've been even saying to people, just give me a call if you need anything. Just don't hesitate. Just ask, and I'm here. So I think with kids, it's also letting your kids know, and I've told my kids too, is encourage questions, right? Like, we don't want to force them to necessarily talk, but letting them know that I'm here, and, even if it's creating a sleepover or any help. And then parents also addressing specific fears, right? A lot of kids, even though they're not talking about it, they may be thinking about the future. Just like you mentioned, school. Some kids are not able yet to relocate or go back to school or go into a different school. So that's also can be disconcerting for them. So reassuring them that, we are taking the steps that we need and we are going to be okay. And physical comfort. I go back to that too, is my go-to thing is with kids, especially any age, is what is something that is comfortable. I saw a video where this lady had found in the Pacific Palisades, she had found her jewelry. That's an example of comfort. She was able to find items. People are actually going on the scene to find things that felt comforting for them. So imagine for kids, that could be anything from a favorite blanket, a stuffed animal, or something calming. You can also create a calming routine. And we've seen the sites where there's so many donations. So as a parent, you can think about finding, see what's comforting to you. What do you like? Because kids are very attuned to touch and sensory.
Absolutely, yeah. Keeping that routine and making time for them is of the utmost importance right now. Thank you so much, Regine. Great to see you, and we're so glad you and your family are safe.
Thank you, you too.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
9:54. Some good news on the Hurst Fire front in the Sylmar area. It is now 95% contained. It has burned nearly 800 acres. Evacuation orders were lifted Saturday. The cause under investigation still. However, several agencies are said to be investigating whether downed utility equipment might have started that fire.
And let's talk about power for a moment. Southern California Edison announces it has restored the majority of its outages. That's more than 500,000 households. As of early this morning, more than 34,000 customers were still without power. However, Edison officials warn that severe equipment damage and access restrictions could increase the time for restoration by days and possibly weeks. As for LADWP, the power company's latest report shows 18,500 customers are without power. The majority of the impacted households are in the Pacific Palisades and Brentwood areas. Other areas, though, still experiencing outages include Venice, Encino, and Sunland. So far, 360,000 LADWP customers have had their power restored. So to better support the community, Metro leaders will continue making rides on its trains and buses free.
Metro had previously announced that fare suspensions would only last through the weekend. Well, given the devastation brought by the wildfire situation across the region, that has now been extended to an undetermined date. So long as the fires pose a threat, LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says Metro will ensure that, quote, residents can travel safely to reunite with loved ones, reach shelters, or deliver essential donations to those who are in need.
On the topic of emergency facilities, Metro has developed an interactive map that shows how its bus and rail routes connect to fire-related resources. You can see open shelters like the Stoner and Westwood, recreation centers along the Metro E line, and you can find this map at metro.net.
All right, the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County and La Brea Tar Pits and Museums is extending its free admissions this week. Museum officials say that people can actually go for free through this Friday. They hope the museum can be a place for people to go to get some comfort and, of course, distraction from everything that's happening. In addition to the museums, they are working with LA County Parks and Rec to bring mobile museums to community parks that are providing emergency youth camps this week. This all goes into the topic we were just having an interview with the psychologist, where it's important for kids to have some time so that they can have a little bit of an escape.
That's right.
All right, coming up at 10, fire coverage continues with a look at the conditions near the Palisades Fire. Good morning and welcome to 10 a.m. on this Monday morning. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Enda. Thanks for joining us. We're staying on top of the wildfires burning across our region, so let's take a look at the latest numbers right now. Another wind event is expected to blow in today and last until Wednesday. The Palisades Fire is 14% contained after burning more than 23,000 acres.
And then the Eaton Fire has burned more than 14,000 acres. It is 33% contained. 24 people have died in the fires. That number, though, unfortunately, may go up. And 48 people have been arrested for looting. The winds, of course, the big concern still. The Santa Ana is about to pick up again.
Wildfire survivors are left wondering when the relief will come, and the fire's relentless impact is weighing heavily on communities already stretched thin. Mario is live to bring us the latest on the Palisades Fire. Good morning, Mario.
Hi, Sandra, Roxia. We can tell you that part of the reason why police escorts up into these neighborhoods have been suspended is because crews will start making their way back into these neighborhoods with cadaver dogs to search for human remains. We're at 26 and San Vicente here. You can see some residents trying to gain access. The California National Guard members are stationed here and several other areas in place to keep these fire zones secure as the Palisade Fire continues to burn after taking out thousands of structures. So take a look. We're talking about firefighters from across several states, thousands of them continuing to battle the stubborn flames with a break in the gusty Santa Ana winds until they pick up again. Now, we did learn this morning evacuation orders and warnings for some parts of Santa Monica and Brentwood have been downgraded, but residents and officials are still on edge with another strong wind event moving in this week, bringing hurricane-force winds affecting West LA and much of Ventura County. Yesterday, the LAPD announced police escorts were suspended due to the fire activity, the overwhelming request, and public safety concerns surrounding these areas. Now we're hearing this update on police escorts.
Officers that are patrolling the area can get a list of locations at the checkpoint. Officers can patrol these areas and go check themselves. I'm not saying that's exactly going to happen, but there are options where we don't have to leave a pet in there if we're made aware of that. So you can go to the checkpoints and talk to officers, but I urge you not to go there just to wait to go in to see your house, which is largely what a lot of these individuals are doing. They're waiting to be escorted to see their property, which we can't do.
Now, county officials say Kaiser Permanente doctors are assisting residents with medications at evacuation centers, and Walgreens has also announced that it is refilling medications without a prescription during the Southern California wildfires. And as we heard in that press conference earlier this morning, there is no clear timeline on when they'll be able to resume those police escorts accessing some of these residents back up into their homes. If they are still standing, it could possibly be later this week after that wind event moves through. For now, live here in Brentwood, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Now, Santa Anita Park is the site of a remarkable outpouring of help and support for those most impacted by these wildfires.
Christy Fajardo is there live for us right now. When you see the amount of items brought in, it just takes your breath away.
Not only does it take my breath away, it really fills my heart. One of the things that I have learned throughout all of this is that even in a place as big as the greater Los Angeles, metropolitan area, we're still very much a community, and people wanted to help. And I want to just show you what is around us. There's baby food, there's water, there's people coming in, bringing in warm food and books and just basically everything you can think of. And this actually started with 3 guys who, like many of you at home, were watching helplessly and wanted to do something. So they took to TikTok and they put out the word, and they were at the Rose Bowl initially and then came here, and it turned into this. There have been people coming by, donating, and also volunteering their time, including Deadpool here, who
Good morning.
Good morning. Who has been bringing a smile and a chuckle to the people who need it most. And why did you decide you wanted to come out?
Today's my day off, so I decided to get back to the kids because a lot of these kids don't know what's happening. So I want to be the distraction today and provide them with toys.
A lot of them, they do look shell-shocked, but they see you and they want to come and take their picture with you.
Right. And like I say, I'm just here to be the distraction and provide as many toys as I can and uplift the community right now, like everyone else is trying to do.
And I've seen some wide eyes look when they see these toys.
Oh, yeah. There's some good toys here. You got the Lilo and Stitch and Hello Kitty and all that type of stuff. So, got some boys stuff. We got some science stuff over there for the kids as well. But like I said, I'm here. I just came back from a 48-state tour, and I'm here to uplift the community.
You know, and I'm seeing your message here. It says encouraging, giving, love, and compassion. And it also says in loving memory of Linda C. Hubbard. So was this all sparked by your own loss?
Yeah, my mom was a probation officer here in Los Angeles. She gave back to the community, and I'm just trying to take the torch and continue where she left off.
What a beautiful way to honor her memory. And thank you so much for doing this. But this is just one of many stories that we're hearing. People just, like I said, they want to help. They want their neighbors to know that they care. And this is how they're expressing that. And it is truly, truly remarkable to see. We're still trying to track down the organizers, but it is my understanding as of earlier, they still needed diapers in larger sizes like size 6 and up. And they also needed things like maybe bottles of Tylenol that are unopened, those sorts of things. But they say they have plenty of clothes. So let's send it back to you.
That is a message we keep hearing now, that please refrain from sending more clothes.
Right.
At this point, we need very different types of supplies.
That's right.
Medicine being one of them.
All right, Maria, let's check in with you for the look of the forecast and the winds picking up.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about those winds because they are starting to pick up. You're noticing it more through parts of LA County, Ventura County, here near Ventura at the pier. 25-mile-per-hour winds, 28 in Oxnard, a little stronger in Camarillo. You can see the brightly colored areas where some of those stronger wind gusts are. Malibu Hills looking at some pretty strong winds right now, nearing 35 miles an hour. These are sustained winds, so the wind gusts are actually stronger than that, closer to 50, even 60 miles an hour. Not as gusty through parts of the Inland Empire, but definitely breezy through Ontario, Corona, that drive through the Cohen Pass heading up on the 15. It's going to get a little bit gusty as well. Notice the arrows. We're still getting that offshore flow, and it will get stronger as far as those wind gusts with the peak winds today into tomorrow, and then a little bit less Wednesday, and then much better conditions as we get to Thursday, Friday, and this upcoming weekend. Yes, those peak wind gusts could gust up to 60, even 70 miles an hour in those usual wind-prone areas, and there's greater concern today for parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, out towards the Inland Empire and Orange County. So keep that in mind, please. Red flag warnings will continue with critical fire weather conditions widespread from Ventura into the high desert, into the low desert as well. There is a slight chance for some light showers as we get to the weekend, so that's some good news, at least some hope. At this point, it's about a 10 to 20% chance, so it's kind of on the lighter side, but there will be a change, and we should get back to more of an onshore flow at least, and maybe get a little bit of that marine layer and cloud cover to add more moisture in the atmosphere. In the meantime, it has warmed up a little bit, 61 in downtown LA after this morning's upper 30s and low 40s. 60 degrees in Pasadena with that sunshine. It feels a little bit warmer than that. 59 in Santa Ana. Out towards Santa Monica, 60 degrees. Similar conditions in Ventura and Camarillo. Big Bear, very cold, 28 degrees there, 61 in Palm Springs. High temperatures today will range anywhere from the mid-60s at the coast to about 69 for downtown. That is close to the average of 68. We've got the wildfire smoke. We showed you some of the images from outside, our cameras looking out towards downtown. It's really all of LA with that very harmful, unhealthy air quality. So you really want to limit your exposure to that and being outdoors. You want to stay inside, and if you are in your car, make sure you put it on that recirculation. 63 in the valleys with those gustier winds picking up, 35 in the mountains, and eventually 52 in the high desert to that 65 in Palm Springs. I'll show you the computer models. Will outline hour by hour what we're expecting with the winds as we get through today, tomorrow, and into Wednesday in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So what's the plan for kids with no school to go to and new safety measures for those who do?
Up next, we will speak with the superintendent of schools for LA County.
And we do have some traffic to talk about. Good Day LA Traffic, sponsored by the law offices of Larry H. Parker. Let's take a look at a wide map here. Our real-time traffic map. Not too many incidents at this hour, which is good news. I do want to show you what's going on here, the closures that are still in place. The Palisades Fire closures. Remember, it is closed on that PCH both directions from Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel. Topanga Canyon Boulevard also still closed between the Mulholland Drive to PCH. PCH. So stay out of everyone's ways, please, and don't try to attempt to get on that PCH or Topanga. Here's one of our live cameras right now. The camera's actually not shaking too badly here, so the winds are not as bad. This is on the 210 eastbound at Macy Street here, or State Street, and it looks like both sides are moving nicely if you're headed out towards the San Bernardino area. Here are our real-time traffic drive times in and out of downtown LA. It is so much more improved right now. 22 minutes on that westbound 10 between the 5 to the 405. Northbound 110 between the 405 to the 10, just 15 minutes. That's really quick. And the westbound 60 between the 57 to the 5, just 28 minutes. Now here's a look at some of their other traffic hotspots.
For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
The Eaton Fire. Skyfox looking down at the Altadena, the downtown Altadena. You can see right there one of the fire stations. Now that is probably a hub for any of the first responders out there. They had a generator, but look at all the activity you see from all the utilities out here. You got a lot of people out here checking power lines, bringing power lines back on, and making sure they're safe to bring back on. As you pan through some of the destruction over here, we can make our way over to what I believe is St. Mark's School. This one, it's tough to look at. You've got firefighters still over there. They're making their way, just kind of walking all the perimeters out here, and you can see the devastation. That school, gone. There's a small building out in the back that looks like it's still intact, but of course, any of the students that are out here, they would definitely know better than us about when they would be resuming schools out here. Taking a look at some more of those utility workers. There's a couple of trucks, but they're actually making their way into underground vaults right there. You can see those doors open. So they are definitely working to bring the infrastructure back out here in the Altadena area. Again, this is all devastation from the Eaton Fire. A lot of these streets are not accessible for the public. And also, we've been talking to Air Attack, who said that you might be seeing some of those big fixed-wing aircraft out here this later on this afternoon dropping Phos-Check. Now, there isn't a lot of active fire out here right now. I'm going to get a wider shot for you guys, show you those hillsides. But what is going to be happening is they need to get those containment numbers up, so they're going to start dropping Phos-Check. So if you see those planes out there, I'm sure they're going to be a welcome sight, but don't fear that there is a hot spot popping out. Right now, though, you can see it. Nothing burning, no smoke. The sky is clear. But like Maria's been saying, I can confirm it. The winds are definitely starting to pick up. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to y'all in the studio.
Stu, thank you. And with the fire still burning, more dangerous high winds expected, as we've been mentioning, lots of parents wondering how this will impact their school-age children, right? Like, what's the next step here?
That's right. Well, we hope to give you some answers. We're here with Dr. Deborah Eduardo from the LA County Superintendent of Schools with some of those answers for us, hopefully. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So what is the current status right now of school operations? I know some in the zone are closed. And what are some of the emergency protocols taking place?
So initially we had 25 districts that closed due to the fire, poor air quality, power outages, and, wind and debris and trees that were down. Right now, we have only Pasadena Unified that is still closed, and some areas in the Malibu, Santa Monica district, and La Cañada. For the most part, most of our districts are open. The top priority is making sure that our children and our staff are safe. So districts have taken precautions. They've gone in, they've checked out their facilities, they've ordered additional N95 masks, they're keeping students indoors, and they're checking on their mental health. They're checking in. A lot of students and families and staff have been impacted, have had to be evacuated, or have had a total loss of their home. So we're making sure that everybody is emotionally stable, physically stable, and that our schools have the resources that they need to stay open.
If you can expand a little bit more about the air quality monitoring for those students who are able to go back to school and the indoor safety measures that are being taken right now.
Yeah, so all districts are in close contact with a website that tells them exactly what the air quality is in their specific area. And right now, like I said, all of our districts are open except for Pasadena and La Cañada and a few schools in Malibu in the Palisades area of LAUSD. And they have gone through and checked. They're making sure they have their air filtration systems in place, that they've removed any possible damage, that they're limiting the physical activity of students and keeping them indoors and away from the poor air quality. So schools are safe, and teachers have been given resources and information on how to talk to their students after they've experienced a crisis or an emergency. We're also recommending for parents that they manage their own emotions around their students, that they're not having children exposed to news stories constantly, which can be very traumatic for students and very terrifying when they see their city on fire. So just making sure that everybody feels like they know what they need to do as students bring up issues, and that they have resources about temporary housing, about keeping safe, about the recovery process. So all of really LA County, our county departments, parks and recreation, libraries, our supervisors, everybody has come together to make sure we're gathering resources and getting that information out to our school community.
It's good to know those resources are out there and there's support services available for families who have been impacted. But where are these kids going? Because we're talking about thousands, sometimes now having no place to go, no school to turn to. I heard of one school going online, but that makes it very difficult for families when you have students at home on Zoom once again.
Yeah, we've learned from the pandemic that Zoom is not the best option. We want children physically in person in schools. So districts are identifying temporary relocations within their districts and with nearby while they come up with longer term plans. But if you are in one of those areas, and that would be only the schools that were affected, that were closed, are in Pasadena, Malibu, or La Cañada, is to look directly to your district, look at their websites. They'll tell you exactly what the plan is and where your students should temporarily attend school.
Okay, and how do schools plan to make sure that kids don't fall behind the curriculum? Obviously, we're talking days, perhaps weeks. How do things not get delayed or canceled at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the top priority, is making sure that our students don't fall further behind. So districts have supplemental programs, some online programs, some are using artificial intelligence to actually identify the unique instructional need of specific students, coming up with different lesson plans, again, incorporating what's happening with the fires so that children understand what's going on. And everybody right now is still in crisis and assessing the damage that's taken place and making sure their students have food, that they are safe, that they are learning, and that their emotional health is taken care of as well.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Deborah Dorado, LA County Superintendent of Schools. We appreciate all this information.
Thank you so much.
All right, 10:21 still to come. How are the fires impacting the entertainment industry?
Amanda will join us next to talk about that right after this break.
Welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. We are looking at a live picture here. This is from our Mount Wilson camera, which was in jeopardy a few days ago, if you remember, with those fires, but it's okay now. We're taking a look in the valley there, and it looks okay. Definitely seeing that haze and that air quality, I can't stress enough, is not really very healthy, especially if you are downwind of these fires, the fires inland as well as the Palisades fires. I know that we've said some are experiencing good to moderate air quality, but it's the stuff that you can't see, that fine particulate matter, that's really a problem for our lungs. So just to be on the safe side, just limit your exposure to all of that and being outside. In the meantime, we've got this particularly dangerous situation that the National Weather Service has issued for the red flag warnings. All the areas here shaded in the pink color, and that's truly my concern right now, is the areas that are not on fire. The critical fire weather conditions will continue, so you have to stay alert. Under these weather conditions, the smallest spark can start a fire and can spread rapidly, so you want to be mindful of those fire ignition sources. Officials say just don't do it. Don't do it at all because of the danger. High wind warnings are in effect for all the areas shaded in this mustard color here. So some of the heavier winds right now, those wind gusts, are concentrated in this area. I did check some wind gauges, and it is true. Out towards Malibu, the coast, seeing some of those stronger wind gusts closer to 40, 45 miles an hour. Just below the San Gabriel Mountains, I'm seeing some wind gusts nearing 57 miles an hour. There's that air quality alert. Notice that it's concentrated here in LA County, but I just would not take any chances. Even I was in Orange County yesterday, and I know we couldn't see it, but I felt it in my throat. So just limit your exposure, as I mentioned. Just a quick look at our future gusts here. Notice the numbers going up as we get to the afternoon hours, and it's the usual wind-prone areas, of course, and that high fire danger as a result of these strong winds. This is going to consistently go on tomorrow and into Wednesday, and it looks like we're going to consistently see these numbers until Thursday, when we get more of an onshore flow. Look at this. This is a good sign. This means more moisture in the atmosphere, and then better yet, as we get into Friday and the weekend, really a bit of a stronger northwest wind and perhaps a chance for some showers. I'll show you that in the 7-day in just a few moments. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so I have an update on some of the shows that are filming right now in our city. Jimmy Kimmel Live will actually resume tapings starting today. The late night show suspended tapings last Wednesday due to the ongoing wildfires. However, After Midnight will not resume today or tomorrow, and The Price is Right has not resumed taping as of today. So we'll have the update on that. You know, Price is Right has a huge studio audience. Jimmy Kimmel Live has a studio audience as well. So it'll be interesting to see his monologue tonight. I'm sure he's going to mention what's going on right here in Los Angeles. And yesterday, I had the pleasure of visiting LAFD Station 88. It's a fire station that is near and dear to my heart, and I saw firsthand how the community is taking the time to give back to our brave firefighters and a four-legged hero as well.
Molly's one of our search dogs. Our search dog team has been assigned now to the Palisades Fire. As you can see, the members in the background, they're loading up, getting ready to go. They will now be assisting the fire, I believe, 4 of our search teams. Because of our urban search and rescue capabilities also, they are sending them out. Molly's been all over the United States, as well as she went to Hawaii for the Lahaina tragedy as well.
Molly was a hit on Instagram, as I'll say that, working long days, but very loved. A lot of people reached out to me, and they wanted to make sure Molly wasn't worked too hard or overworked. I met her handler, who takes her home, and Molly's with him 24 hours a day, and he takes, from what I saw, he takes very, very good care of Molly. So absolutely. She is in good hands, and we are in good hands with Molly and so many of our firefighters. You know, being at the station yesterday, I found out from one of the captains that 5 of our own firefighters lost their homes within these fires, and another 10 have been displaced.
In that station particularly, right? Or in total?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the LAFD, 5 firefighters, I was told.
I thought, when I saw your interview, and I guess I was distracted when I was listening. I was like, oh my gosh, just that station, that would have been devastating.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is devastating.
Of course.
But, you have to think about the fact that these firefighters lost their homes, and at the same time, they still have a job to do. They don't even have time to process it.
That's right.
It's awful.
They're fighting the fires and also trying to figure out what they're going to do and where they're going to stay as well. So if you want to help those firefighters, you can go to lafra.org, lafra.org, and for more information. Also, I'm putting my email on the screen because so many of you have sent me pictures and videos from your church, from your local nonprofit organization. I've gotten even a car wash in Highland Park. Shout out Sunday Car Wash, which is giving 100% of the proceeds from the car wash to the victims of the fire right now. And I want to keep sharing all of your stories and how you're giving back. So send me an email and I can share that.
All right, very good, Amanda. Thank you. Up next, the latest on a new round of high winds expected to hit later on today.
And coming up after the break, we're going to share the concern that the fire chiefs have and important information they want you to know.
Welcome back. We continue our fire coverage with Gigi Graciette.
She's in downtown LA right now, where city and county officials gave an update on the wind events and wildfires and answered some questions this morning. Hi there, Gigi.
Roxanne, Sandra, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, rather. You've been going over the numbers, the latest containment numbers. One of the most important things Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney stressed today is that the fires are not out, even though we are not seeing those huge plumes of dark smoke and the active fire. The fire is not out. The fires are not out. The Palisades Fire only 14% contained, and what that means is that there is a fire break around only 14% of the fire, so far from out, and they are extremely concerned about that wind event and that those embers could go flying and start new fires once again. Today we learned that there are now a total of 29 people that have been reported missing and have not been found. Those cases being investigated by both the LAPD and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. The death toll now stands at 24. Many of those people have not yet been identified, and sadly the sheriff said he expects that number to go up. 48 people have now been arrested on charges of anything from looting to shoplifting to curfew violations to impersonating a firefighter. A very visibly angry district attorney, Nathan Hochman, who himself has been evacuated, called those suspects despicable and disgraceful and said he intends to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. When can you return home? Some evacuation orders are now warnings, so you'll need to check. You may be allowed to return home, but about 92,000 people still remain under an evacuation order, and those orders are not going to be lifted anytime soon, and that is because of the wind event that we are expecting. What about those alerts, the alerts that we almost all got on our phones in error? Well, according to the Los Angeles County Emergency Management, the glitch has been fixed, and the fire chiefs are begging you to please not turn off that emergency alert, and if you get it, you should go.
And please do not silence the emergency alerts on your telephone. If we send out an alert at 3 a.m. on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, when you're sleeping, we want you to wake up.
Our professional advice to anybody out there is to make sure you're ready, to make sure you have a plan. We talk about the pets, we talk about the medications. Put your plan together, be ready, and you do not have to wait.
Chief Crowley stressing that if you get an evacuation warning, which means you should be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice, but you have extenuating circumstances. Maybe you have someone in your home with special needs that would need extra time. You heard about the pets, then you should maybe consider evacuating right away. Coming up on Good Day LA, of course, we're going to have much more on both the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you for all of that information. And again, I think the most important information coming out of there this morning was if you did turn off those alerts, please turn them back on, because I know so many people were frustrated at the time that we were getting those false alerts. But at this time, when we're expecting those winds to pick up, it is incredibly important that people are able to be warned before they're in danger. All right, we're going to move on to talk about residents in these areas who had a really tough time getting connected, right? This was a big issue and still is. And so now they're getting a little bit of help.
Coco McAvoy is live in Malibu with more on that, as well as the growing number of international firefighters arriving to LA. Coco?
Good morning. We are at the incident command post for the Palisades Fire, and we can tell you that more reinforcements are here to help battle these fires, which is very important. Take a look at this video. We want to start by talking about the Cybertrucks from Elon Musk. Elon Musk says he's positioning Cybertrucks with Starlink and free Wi-Fi in a grid pattern in the LA and Malibu areas that are in need. A couple of Cybertrucks were already seen deployed and utilized by first responders. And that's not the only resource. Teams from across the world have also stepped in to help. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. I spoke with Laura Velasquez Alsua, who is the coordinator for Cineproc, the team from Mexico helping with the fires. She says they are honored to be here to help. She says, I think it is an important opportunity to send help from Mexico to demonstrate the solidarity between Mexico and the United States. We come with love and a commitment to help support with the fires. And their help is crucial, too. She tells me they are well-trained and equipped to deal with the terrain here in L.A. The team comes from Mexico's National Forestry Commission and Ministry of Defense. I'll send it back to you.
Coco, thank you. Amid all the heartbreaking news, we are seeing more stories of people coming together to support one another in the community.
That's right. Up next, we'll talk with a couple doing what they can in the Topanga area. That's after the break.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Quaban. We've been watching what is happening here from space. This is our view, our satellite radar pictures. And the dynamics are here in terms of we've got an area of high pressure. We've got a trough of lower pressure here over us and one just offshore. Basically, I'm looking at similar dynamics as last week, but not the same. Not the same kind of catastrophic and ferocious winds that we saw last week, that's for sure. But that being said, we're still going to get a strong wind coming out of the northeast. It's starting to build as we speak right now, and they're going to get gustier as we get through the day today, tonight, with the peak winds really today into tomorrow, and then winds starting to weaken on Wednesday. That is the very latest from the National Weather Service. Here is our future cast as we take a look at what we can expect in the next few days. High pressure, you can tell, is the dominant feature here. Mostly fair skies. That's what happens when we get the offshore flow. Notice the circulation here, an area of low pressure. That trough that I was talking about. No rain in sight, which we desperately need. Change on Friday, significant change as we get more of an onshore flow, and then we get a bit of the cloud cover in the marine layer. And sadly, the chance for some showers are dwindling a little bit, but it's still there, maybe a 10 to 20% chance, and hopefully maybe even some drizzle will take that. But the bottom line is that we are going to see noticeable change as we get to the end of the week and the upcoming weekend. In the meantime, with the critical fire weather conditions, red flag warnings throughout, widespread, we're still looking at very high fire danger. Relative humidity value still very low in the teens and single digits even. We've got power outages that are possible. I got the alerts from Edison about the potential for shutting down power as a precautionary measure, but that is going to be happening across SoCal, parts in the mountains particularly, so be mindful of that. And then, of course, travel will be impacted because of those strong gusty winds. Here's our 7-day forecast as we look at the extended outlook here. Really, today and tomorrow will be the peak of the winds. Strong winds gusting near 50, 60, even 70 miles an hour in some of those really windy spots below the canyons and passes. I think we'll start to see the winds weaken a little bit on Wednesday and Thursday, but more so Friday. Friday's really going to be the day where we will notice a huge difference with the onshore flow. We've got the chances for some light showers there. We're holding out hope that that will come to fruition. In the meantime, 35 up to the mountains eventually this afternoon with red flag warnings there as well. 52 in the high desert with sunshine, 65 in the low desert. I know we've talked about the air quality, but please remember unhealthy air quality out there for a large part of Los Angeles and into even parts of Orange County. So stay safe out there, you guys, and stay alert, okay? Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Those fires often named for their geographic location, by the way. So in the case of the Palisades Fire, it's gotten so big, it's spread to the Palisades nearby communities as well.
That's right. And for residents in unincorporated Topanga area, well, they're rallying around one another to support victims and first responders to keep their homes safe. So let's bring in Ashley Scott and her husband, Forrest, for more on their efforts. Thanks for joining us this morning. I hope you and your loved ones are safe, and let us know how you're doing and the community of Topanga is doing.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having us, and thank you for covering this. It's devastating. I know all of us are sort of in the same position, clearly very sleepy and a little worn down. A little worn down at this point, yeah.
Yeah, of course, understandably so. Talk to us about your situation and your neighbors, where you were when this all began and how things are going.
Well, we live down kind of closer to we're close
the lower Fernwood area of Topanga.
Yeah, that was our backyard. That was climbing up, our old neighborhood. 2 days ago, we actually watered down our neighbor's house and got her. We were able to get her cat and take care of some things that she needed. She's an elderly woman that lives up there. Forrest, you can tell them about what the work you did with the fire department.
Well, we were able to evacuate the lower part of Topanga as the fire encroached and come inside, staying in Topanga with another family. We've all been working together and staying in the canyon so that we can access our neighborhood. We've been able to get to people's houses, get medicine. We've been able to water down houses as fires are encroaching. We were also able to work with some of the first responders, CAL FIRE and LA Fire Department, to give them access to back woodland areas behind our neighborhood. We were right on the state park, and we're able to guide unfamiliar fire crews into the areas that are most accessible where the fires were.
Wow, so the whole community really coming together, helping each other, and trying to stay safe in this situation. Is the Topanga area, though, getting the resources you need, do you feel?
I think yesterday or the day before, we really started seeing the FOSS drops, and we were seeing kind of a real strong response, which we're so grateful for. I mean, even the little library that we have in town, there was tons of resources there, and people were bringing food and, drinks. They're doing gas runs. We have locals doing gas runs for us. We're getting support, but we need continued support. Our little town is isolated, and we definitely need it to keep coming, but our community is strong, and we're all we're just still in it, and praying that the next, 24 hours is gentle.
There's so many stories that we're hearing from people in the middle of all of this action. Are there any you'd like to share with us with just what you saw happening or your own experience, in addition to what you did for your neighbor?
I think it was pretty incredible for us to really, for the first time, visit the community center that we call downtown Topanga near the library, where there's Wi-Fi. It's become a central hub for donations, and for the last week, it's been completely run by, Topanga residents that are in the canyon. And I just went up to the checkpoint to bring some diesel in, fill up the truck, because we've been running around. And I was met by 3 full truckloads of supplies being brought in by volunteers, people I know in my community. They were being led by the fire chief, who was shuttling supplies into the inside of Topanga. So as far as supplies for people, yes, they're being donated, brought in. It's a very tight checkpoint. So really only officials can get in with these supplies. And then there's the whole element of the fire crews that are on the ground, and the support is incredible. They're on every corner, every ridge, overhead. They saved our homes.
Yeah. And we just, today, I think the last few days, our nervous systems have just been, to the max. We're also taking care of our mother who has dementia, and, really focusing on mental health breaks, going for a walk in the neighborhood, trying to just sort of unplug. We've had power, so we were excited to have communication, but really trying to sort of take the time to just stay regulated and keep the oxygen mask on yourself also through this, so we can continue to help our community.
Yeah, it's certainly good news knowing that those supplies are getting to you and your community. That's always a big concern, right? So many people have poured in the donations, and you want to make sure that they get to the people in need. So I think a lot of people are happy to hear that, and that you have the full support of so many people who are thinking about you in the community of Topanga.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for covering this. We really appreciate it.
No, of course. And we're putting up a list here for resources for people who can, if they're interested and able to, certainly support Topanga, specifically some of the needs here. If you can do a screen grab, that's probably the easiest way to get all that information down.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ashley and Forrest, for all the work that you're doing, and we'll check back in with you in the days and weeks to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the firefighters and supporters.
Absolutely. All right, you stay safe out there, and on that note, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What? Holy.
New video is giving us a documented timeline of what one family went through on the night that the Eaton Fire erupted. Video from the family's Ring camera showing them realizing there was a fire on the hill behind them, near the power lines right there. Less than 20 minutes later, they were trying to spray water on their roof, but when they realized how quickly the wind was driving the fire towards them, they evacuated just 10 minutes later. We spoke with that family over the weekend, and they say they went back to the house last Wednesday and it was still standing, but they haven't been able to go back since.
As you know, the LA County officials held a news conference early this morning to talk about the wildfire crisis.
And one reporter did ask Mayor Karen Bass whether she feels she owes Angelenos an apology for reported budget cuts to the city's fire department. So here's her response. Take a listen.
My focus is on us being prepared as a city for tomorrow. As you began, we could face another very difficult situation for thousands of Angelenos. When we are past this period, there will be an evaluation of everything that went on. And at that point in time, we will see there is not agreement as to whether or not the budget was cut. All of those issues will be resolved when we are clear that Angelenos are safe and we are ready to rebuild our city. Thank you.
A Change.org petition is making the rounds demanding her resignation over her fire response. Over 100,000 people have signed it.
All right, let's talk power right now. Southern California Edison announces it has restored the majority of its outages, so that's more than 500,000 households. As of early this morning, more than 34,000 customers were still without power. However, Edison officials warned that severe equipment damage and access restrictions could increase the time for restoration by days and possibly weeks. As for LADWP, the power company's latest report shows 18,500 customers are without power. The majority of the impacted households are in the Pacific Palisades and Brentwood areas. Other areas still experiencing outages include Venice, Encino, and Sunland. So far, 360,000 LADWP customers have had their power restored.
Free admission to the Natural History Museum of LA County and La Brea Tar Pits and Museum have now been extended. Museum officials are saying that people can go there for free through Friday. They hope the museum can be a place for people to go, get some comfort, a bit of distraction from all of this. In addition to the free educational experience at the museums themselves, they are working with LA County Parks and Rec to bring mobile museums to community parks that are providing emergency youth camps this coming week.
Our live team coverage, of course, of the fires continues right after the break.
A new round of dangerous winds on the way. The fire danger is increasing. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with GDLA Plus. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Monday. It is 11 a.m. Welcome to GDLA Plus, and let's get right to it. The latest on the fires, continuing, of course, to be the big story. A short time ago, officials for LA City and County gave an update on the wildfires and the windstorm that we anticipate to really pick up in a few hours into the evening. Gigi, live for us right now at LA City Hall with more on the information we were given. Good morning to you, Gigi.
Good morning. A lot of important information about the fires today. The most important, Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney telling people that there is a lot of misinformation out there, and it is spreading on social media and being shared over and over again. One thing that was seen was that the fire is out, and it is not out. We're talking about the Palisades Fire. It is only 14% contained. The Eaton Fire, less than 40% contained, about 33% contained. So the fire chiefs were concerned that that misinformation gets out. Then people start trying to head back into the area, then they get frustrated, and on it goes. So that was important to note. There are now a total of 29 people that have been reported missing, those cases being actively investigated, and the death toll from the fires now stands at 24. Many of those people have not yet been positively identified by the medical examiner. A lot of folks trying to get into the evacuation areas that do not belong there. 48 people have now been arrested. They're facing charges on everything from looting to shoplifting to curfew violations, drugs, guns, and one guy was arrested for impersonating a firefighter. A very visibly angry district attorney, Nathan Hockman, who himself said he was evacuated with his family, calling these suspects despicable and disgraceful, and say they plan to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. When can you return home? Unfortunately, not anytime soon. Some orders have been lifted to warnings, or have been changed to warnings. Those folks can return home. But with this new wind event that is expected, well, the concern is that new fires could start and spread quickly, and that the Palisades and Eaton Fire could continue to spark more fires.
We're also concerned with this wind event, 70-mile-an-hour winds, that the Eaton Fire or the Palisades Fire can have embers come out. They can cross the fire line and start a new brush fire that's going to put people at risk.
Roxanne Sound, another thing the fire chiefs are extremely concerned about are those emergency alerts that went out in error. There was a representative here from the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management. He said that the glitch has been fixed. The chiefs begging people to please, if you turn the alerts off, turn them back on. The chief saying of LA County Fire saying, if we send you an alert at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's because we want you to get out or to get ready to get out. And Chief Kristen Crowley from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, she said if you have folks at home with special needs, if you have pets, if you might need a little extra time evacuating, she suggested you don't wait for the order. You take that warning as an order and start getting out of the area, because if you get an evacuation warning, that means you are in a danger zone. Roxanne, Sandra?
You know, Gigi, one of the things that you point out, the misinformation, because with social media, there's a ton of that going around, that's for sure. I've seen so many posts where people are accusing others of looting, where in fact they were actually trying to evacuate and help people. Or people trying to say, you know, the fire started because of this or because of that. We really have to be careful when it comes to this as far as sharing that misinformation.
A lot of folks, so Roxanne, Sandra, and I'm sure you know this, a lot of folks will see a link to an article with a headline, you know, a tantalizing headline, and they'll hit share without even reading the article and confirming the information that person is posting. We ask you to, you know, and fire chiefs and police chiefs today asked folks, follow reliable sources. All the public agencies are on social media. We're on social media, foxla.com. We're on all the web pages. We only pass along the information that we get confirmed. So be sure you're following the reliable sources that have the up-to-date information.
That's right. All right, Gigi, thank you so much. She's doing an amazing job covering this fire for sure. All right, we do have good news on the Hurst Fire front. In the Sylmar area, it's now 89% contained. It's burned nearly 800 acres, and evacuation orders were lifted on Saturday. The cause of that fire does remain under investigation. However, several agencies are set to be investigating whether downed utility equipment might have started that fire.
Residents in some fire-ravaged areas getting some help staying powered up and connected to the internet. Coco, live in Malibu with more on this, and also some information regarding the international help we're getting when it comes to fighting these fires. Firefighters from around the world.
Good morning. Yes, firefighters from around the world. We're at the incident command post for the Palisades Fire, and we can tell you that we've seen more reinforcements to come in to help battle these many fires in LA County. Take a look at this video. You can see that teams are coming from all over the world to really help us here. Canada has supplied support, and a crew of more than 70 firefighters and disaster relief workers from Mexico flew in to provide international support. They are joining the more than 14,000 firefighters already battling the Palisades and Eaton fires. Governor Newsom thanked Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for the support. I spoke with Laura Velasquez Alsua, who is the coordinator for CINEPROC, the team from Mexico helping with the fires. She says they are honored to be here. She says, I think it is an important opportunity to send help from Mexico to demonstrate the solidarity between Mexico and the United States. We come with love and a commitment to help support with the fires. Their help is crucial, too. She tells me they are well-trained and equipped to deal with the terrain here in L.A. The team comes from Mexico's National Forestry Commission and Ministry of Defense. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, thank you. It's good to see so many people coming together, of course, to help us in our time of need. And Santa Anita Park is the site of a remarkable outpouring of help and support for those most impacted by the wildfires. Christy Fajardo, they're live. Christy.
It's really humbling to see just how much and how many people want to help. There is a man here who didn't have anything else to offer, so he is playing music for the people that are coming here, and there's so many volunteers and also so much need. We just spoke to a woman who told us she did not lose her house, she did not have to evacuate, but her husband lost his job because he worked for a business that was burned to the ground. She doesn't know when there's going to be another paycheck, so she was here picking up supplies for her very adorable and very sweet little baby that she hopes will tide them over. And as I mentioned, people are donating what they can, and we want to come over here and talk to Rocio and Linda, and you are Liz, and they are, and Cynthia too, and they are donating mental health services. Tell us about what sort of services you're offering.
Well, we're important to the cause right now because we know that people are struggling, and we want people to access mental health, counseling. It's important for them to get help if they're having symptoms of, just anxiety, and it's normal to feel stressed and overwhelmed. There's so much loss and grief.
Because the longer studies show, the sooner that you get help after a traumatic incident, the better, the less likely you are of long-term, like PTSD, developing PTSD long-term.
And so if people are feeling anxious or they're feeling overwhelmed, they can come down here and...
Yeah, there's actually a center here for counseling, but we're also here. Currently, we're sorting out clothes because nobody is in need of us. But if you come to the Santa Anita racetrack and you need counseling, we're all here available. We're all licensed mental health workers. And so come. The sooner the better you get treatment, the better your mental health will be. This is important during any crisis or trauma.
Yeah, and obviously people are going to need services and help for more than just one day. So can you give them referrals? What sorts of...
I personally don't live in the community, but there's always like family resource centers. There's plenty of those where a lot of it is free therapy. 211, the 988 texting suicide line. So those are the resources that we can talk about for sure.
If you have insurance through your medical provider, please ask your medical insurance for counseling. We'll be here today until 1 o'clock. There's plenty of us, so you guys can talk and get your resources that you need. And but call your insurance, call 988 or 211.
There's a long list of providers right now that are providing pro bono services as well online.
So cost should not be a barrier to care.
No, definitely not. No, not right now.
Definitely not right now. So hopefully people will reach out, because there is a stigma around mental health, you know, especially when you've lost everything and people don't know where to go. So reach out. You know, we're here to help. We're here to support, and it's really great to see everybody coming together. I love it, right? Because this is what we need. When we have community, then it gives us hope, right? It gives us a feeling that we can do this, and so that's why we're here to support.
Well, thank you so much for what you're doing, and such an important message. I really appreciate it, and I know that those who need the help do as well. And I want to show you some of the other volunteers that we're seeing here and people coming by with supplies. And one of the things we're hearing is that they still need large diapers. So we're talking sizes 6 and up. They say they also need pull-ups. And just a short while ago, you pulled up. And what is your name?
My name's Margie Newman.
And you are an RN, and you came with baby supplies.
We came with diapers, wipes, blankets, clothes, baby food, tons of formula. We're also offering free pregnancy tests and free ultrasound if needed.
And why did you feel compelled to come out here?
Because there's moms. Oh, now I'm going to cry. There's moms that have babies and they need, you know, they left their homes. They need diapers and wipes and basics and water. There's so much water here.
Well, thank you so much for what you're doing. Yeah, so as you heard, yeah, and I told you I personally spoke to a woman who had not lost her home, but her husband had lost his job because of the fire, and so there's just a lot of need, and also even people who did not lose everything are still losing out on paychecks and so forth, so a lot of need out there. Let's send it back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Christy, thank you so much. Good information there. And of course, we want to welcome you and invite you to join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. So visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can scan the code right there on your screen.
An update here. Due to the continuing fires and the wind condition, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has again extended the Oscar nominations voting period. So it was scheduled to end tomorrow. It will now continue through Friday. The Oscar nominations announcements has been pushed back from January 19th to the 23rd. The nominees luncheon, which was set for February 10th, has been canceled. The scientific and technical awards that were planned for February 18th, those will be rescheduled for another date.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk about some lighter topics, including the rare view of the northern lights up from space. Stay with us. Welcome back to GDLA Plus. All right, a NASA astronaut captured footage of the northern lights from space. He was floating above eastern Canada last weekend when he orbited over the northern lights. The aurora borealis is a natural light display caused by the interaction of charged particles from the sun and the Earth's magnetic field. A minor geomagnetic storm is expected to be seen in parts of the U.S. tonight. Alaska gets the best view, of course, with a lower chance of viewing in Montana, North Dakota, and Minnesota. And that leads us to the poll question of the day. GDLA Plus viewers, we want to hear from you. If NASA offered you a free ride into space, would you go? Let's blast off or staying on terra firma. Log on to foxla.com/vote or scan the QR code to let us know.
It's nice to sprinkle in some other news.
Yeah, exactly.
In addition to our continuous coverage of the fires. We haven't done this for a while. All right, so we've also been throwing around the term cougar and cradle robber for years to describe when an older person is dating someone younger than they are. Well, now Gen Z is being called out for taking the aversion of age gaps to the extreme in this case. So some speculate that the reason Gen Z is so well versed in unbalanced power dynamics and consent is because they grew up alongside the Me Too movement. Kinsey Institute fellow tells HuffPost that it's not a matter of Gen Z being more prudish, it's that they feel more comfortable publicly and vocally disapproving of those types of relationships. They say both the young and old people used to get equal blame. Well, now Gen Z seems to cast the younger partners as victims who are being preyed upon or perhaps groomed. Definitely a change in generation and societal expectations.
Right. Gender roles.
All of it.
How they're achieved and at what age. So, yeah, it changes.
It changes with people.
Yep, that's
exactly.
right. And here's a change that we're talking about, too. A trans woman is gaining international fame for having 6 ribs removed so she can have a smaller waist.
I'm just doing it for vanity. I just want to look hot. I mean, I am hot now, but I just want to feel more hot.
Okay, so the surgery cost $17,000. And the story gets stranger, though, so listen to this. She kept the ribs, and now she plans to make them into a crown.
Oh.
So that's interesting. I don't know what that would look like.
Interesting is an interesting word to choose to describe that.
I've never heard of that before, and I've never seen a crown rib before.
Nor do I want to, quite frankly.
A human crown rib, yeah. That is a different choice.
Okay. Hey, the Fox 11 Los Angeles app, let's tell you about that. The Fox Local app available through Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Google Android TV. Fox Local is your free connected TV app where you can stream all your favorite Fox 11 newscasts and Good Day LA. Just download today. And with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Amanda.
Welcome back to GDLA Plus. It is Monday. What a weekend, huh?
Yeah.
If you need to get out and you just want to distract your mind for a little bit and don't want to pay anything, I have some ideas. The Natural History Museum of LA County and the La Brea Tar Pits and Museum is extending its free admission this week, so you can go with the family, make it an outing. Museum officials say that people can go for free through this Friday. They hope that the museums can be a place that people can go to get some comfort and distraction from the wildfires. In addition to the museums, they're working with LA County Parks and Recreation to bring mobile museums to community parks that are providing emergency youth camps this week. So That's good, yeah. It is a good distraction. Yeah, and you know to what? be able to do something. Exactly, to do something, and well, I always say you could also go to the movies too, but that costs a lot now these days. But the museums is important, and it kind of reminds me, I don't remember the last time I myself went to one of our beautiful local museums. And it's great because it's educational too, so it's kind of supplementing the kids who may not be in school right now because of the fires. You guys have probably gone a lot because you have kids to the museums, right? I want to go to LACMA. I want to make it like a date.
I like the idea that they're going to take they're going to try to do these mobile ones too, though, because some people might not have the ability to travel to the museums, right, logistically. So that's a good idea.
That is a good point. Moving to this, the Dream Center for 3 decades has been a place where people can go for help when it's needed most and or to help when they want to. And during this time, they're hands-on with donations and volunteers this past weekend and all week long.
LA has responded. They're getting the diapers ready. They're getting the food ready. These people have literally nothing. And so we have to sit here right on this campus and we have to help them rebuild their life.
We're the feel-good station. It's kind of hard to feel good, but I think now is the time to start pivoting some of that, you know, that nervous energy, that anxious energy that we've all been feeling looking at these images. And we're here at the Dream Center to do just that and give. Now is the time.
Now is the time. Ryan Mano is there because all week long, iHeartRadio has partnered with the Dream Center. So you're going to see a lot of your favorite radio personalities come out and lend a hand at the Dream Center where it's needed most. He was there yesterday. I know Ellen Kay was there on Friday. Our own Gina Grad that comes on here all the time. She's going to be out there, I believe, today from the Woody shows. So, you know, if you're wanting to help, they need some hands-on volunteers right now. And I was told by their director of disaster relief that they're pretty good on clothing right now. Yeah. What they could use, though, personal hygiene products, diapers, medicine, aspirin, you have Tylenol, you know, anything like that. Also, towels. Sheets. People are rebuilding their lives. Yeah, blankets. They need things like that. I will say, yeah, to make sure to check with the donation center that you're dropping off items to, because there was one that we went to that said it would open and take donations until 6 o'clock in the evening. I got there at 2 p.m. and they were already shut down because they had too much. So they didn't update, you know, their social media yet. And so before you go anywhere, just kind of double check.
That's true. Each donation center probably has a different need.
Absolutely. And honestly, some of the donation centers should also check in with each other too. Yeah. Because if somebody does come with stuff, you want to be able to tell them where they can bring it instead of just turning them away. And I can't believe I have to say this, but I did witness this weekend. Please don't just drop your children off to volunteer alone. Oh. They need to be with an adult.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a car that dropped their kids, that dropped their kids off and, you know, wanted them to go volunteer, and the kids walked up and they said, well, where are your parents? So you must, you know, I think it's lovely that we want to get our children involved, but the parent must be with the child. Normally to volunteer. it's over or 16. Guardian. 16 and over. Sure. And you have to register. Well, usually. I saw a lot of kids this weekend at the place that I went to. But they were with their parents or a guardian. Like, you know, you could bring a friend of your kids, but as long as an adult guardian is there. Right. It's not a babysitting service. That part, exactly. All right. Well, thank you, Amanda. And coming up, we're going to check in with Stu in Sky Fox. All right, welcome back to GDLA Plus, and we're looking at Sky Fox video. Let's check in with Stu. Stu, yes, you were pretty shocked to see some of the devastation from Altadena area. Yep. And now you're over Palisades.
I'm sorry. Elves, you know what? Sorry about that. I got people talking in my ear, the assignment desk and others. Sorry about all that. And also, sorry, we don't have an interior camera today. It wasn't really working. We made our way back over to the Palisades. Yes, we were over at the Eaton Fire just earlier this morning. That was devastating. I truly, I feel... I'm just as shocked because I did not have any idea that the devastation was just as bad. In the end, I'm really kind of curious about the numbers. Not that it is any kind of a competition, but the numbers of structures that were destroyed. Because over in the Eaton area, it's almost the same thing as the Palisades, but it seems to be more of homes and neighborhoods just leveled from that fire. Like I said, we're making our way back over here to the Palisades Fire, just showing you some more of those destructions up in the hills. I'm going to give a wide shot just real quick to let everybody know that, look at that. This is really what we want to see. There's no smoke, no hot spots, nothing going on those hillsides, even though they are void of any kind of vegetation. Sky Fox just made its way all the way up to the Acton area. We were looking at a brush fire that was reported to have broken out in the off of Soledad Canyon, and happy to say that that fire was out very quickly, but sad to say, Maria, you are correct. I'm not sad to say that Maria is correct, but I'm sad to say the winds are howling out there. Sky Fox fighting a 50-mile-an-hour headwind almost the entire ride up. Now, mind you, we were at altitude, but I was also looking down at the ground, and you could see the vegetation just blowing out there, and it was howling on the ground as well. Going to end my little yammering out here, showing you that devastation way out in the Malibu area. These are the homes some of the homes, this is only a small portion of the homes on the shoreline that were destroyed by the fire. Ladies?
You know, when you look at that, you think of what it once used to look like and what it is now, and how that coastline, I mean, that drive has completely changed.
Oh, yeah. That's an iconic drive.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's just unbelievable.
I don't know if you guys follow, I'm sure everybody follows Bobby, but if you haven't, check out his Instagram. He has a bunch of before and after shots that are very accurate and very spot on. And it just shows you, it gives you, like, these aren't neighborhoods, those are just buildings like offices and etc. But it just gives you just a taste of the devastation. And I heard this morning Melvin trying to put into words also, you know, life goes on everywhere else. And you know, I would venture to say everybody that watches this has some sort of tugging at them, because, you know, everybody owns a home, everybody has things, and just to have it all wiped out in just a matter of moments, and then also just multiply that by all the thousands of people that have been affected. It's just, you got no words. You just have no words at all.
Yeah, I think I'll speak for myself. It was very strange this weekend to kind of continue on with life. Yeah. And just to think 30 miles away from where I was, there was all of this devastation happening. You felt guilty at the same time, and you also felt like you had to remind yourself, is this real life really happening? Yeah. And yes, helpless, definitely helpless too.
And there's only, you know, there's only so much we can do. You know, on the weekends, you can go to a donation drive, you can help spread the word, but at the end of the day, you have to let the people take care of what they have to take care of, our firefighters, our first responders.
That's right. And we'll continue our coverage, and coming up, we'll talk with Extra's Billy Bush about his tour of the Pacific Palisades and the unfortunate task of breaking bad news to some of his famous neighbors.
standing right outside the home of what was the home of Miles Teller and his wife Kelly. There's a burnt-out old Land Rover Discovery, it looks like. But it was a new house, a beautiful new home that they built. They're first together as a married couple. And look at this. Just unbelievable.
So one of the residents of the evacuated area is our friend and our colleague, Billy Bush, with his press pass. He got the heartbreaking task of updating some of his friends on the status of their homes.
Billy joins us now to tell us more about this. And also, we want to check in with you. Hey, man, good morning. Thank you for coming on to offer some perspective. How are you doing? Because you were evacuated on Saturday.
Yeah, we're back in. I'm in the valley. So, you know, Friday night was spent watching Fox 11 and watching the brilliant work of the large aerial tankers and the helicopters, and it's just incredible work that they did. And they held the line on the Mulholland Fire Road on that ridge. So nothing in Encino, certainly where I live. And so we're back in now. But all friends who live in the Palisades, all throughout the weekend have just been like being able to drive up in there as long as you stay out of the way. And really, there's no work being done in the Palisades now. They're just, everything's simmering. But taking friends up there, took a great friend of mine yesterday. She got back from she was in Arizona, and then she got back, and, seeing her house for the first time up on Via de la Paz in Palisades was just heartbreaking. So I think I know 60 people at least who lost their homes. I mean,
oh my goodness, it's unrecognizable when, especially looking at those aerial shots of what once was the Palisades and the community shops there. It is wild, man.
And Billy, it's one thing to see it on screen, but being out there and seeing the destruction in person has got to be a different feeling.
Well, you try to put together, like, we're getting hit with so much information, our phones, our televisions, we're getting constantly bombarded, social media messages, we're trying to stay up on information, we're trying to communicate with friends and all this stuff. I don't know what the cost is at the end, right? There's some kind of mental health break that needs to be, I keep trying to tell myself, put down your phone, you don't need it right now. And this terrible addiction, I just pick it right back up, I'm back in. I'm on the Watch Duty app like crazy. I'm watching you guys when I'm, when I'm in the house. So there's that we gotta reconcile with, and I think we're getting to a place where we can maybe take a little time to put it down. I'd encourage that with people, because I feel like there's a little bit of a cost coming in here, don't you?
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. But I think, to your point, people just can't get enough of what's been going on, because all the stations have been on wall-to-wall coverage. There's been no regular programming. And even if you haven't been directly impacted or know someone, you're just like hooked on this. It's the biggest story right now.
And then I think about people in the country, like, remember how we felt watching Asheville, North Carolina, or watching Florida? We're like, oh, wow, geez, that must be really horrible. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. And then you're on to the next thing, right? They're watching us, and it's like, oh wow, LA's burning. That's like really weird. Like, because we get so much information, so much oversensitizing, and they have no idea. We're like, no. If you saw this, if you knew that we have wildlands abutting urban areas, Los Angeles is like no other city in that way. You can't explain it to people. They really, if they saw it firsthand, they would, and having seen it, for 5 days in a row, it's just mind-bending.
And Billy, I don't care how much money you have. When you're talking about your home burning down, it is an erasure of your individual history, of your history as a family, the memories that you've made in one house together, how much money that and generations that have been in some of these homes 40, 50 years.
I got a friend who snuck up into the Palisades with a pickaxe to try to get at this where his wife's jewelry was, and the rings he gave her and all the things, and she's saying, get up there, and he's like, I can't. He's trying to find his way up there because and yesterday the friend I took up into the Palisades, almost like she had lost her mind for a second. I said, what are you looking for in particular? She goes, well, it's just one little jacket that I've had. I was like,
yeah, right.
You think a jacket is going to be there? This place is incinerated. I can tell you a jacket is not going to be what made it. Maybe something metal or brick, but they're frantically looking for things.
Yeah.
We want to ask you too, Billy, to tell us about, and the people at home, about some of the what you saw when you did go inside on this tour that you took through the area.
Yeah, so this friend of mine lived about 5 houses away. I walked through Miles Teller's house. The actor Miles Teller and his wife Kelly. He lives right up there in the Palisades. That you're looking at, that was it a second ago. You're looking at, that's right there, a street called Beirut, spelled exactly as Beirut in Lebanon. And, that's what the whole city looked like in 1982. But anyway, Miles Teller's house was just, he bought this new house. This is brand new first home for his young marriage with Kelly, and it's just completely gone. He's got his couple old cars he had, and they're just hollowed out. So, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's a wasteland everywhere you go. But it doesn't matter if you're a big movie star from Top Gun or you're,
That's right.
Or you're
not. You're living paycheck to paycheck in one of the mobile homes that was also incinerated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's where my heart especially is. And Miles, I spoke to him. He's house hunting today, but there's plenty of people who are not house hunting, and that is where our hearts, our prayers, and our money goes. So let's figure where to donate there. I'm looking for the right place to make an uncomfortable donation. We should.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate you coming on this morning.
Thank you for your insight.
Guys, I love you. You're doing a wonderful job. Everyone across the station is doing a great job.
We love you right back.
Welcome back to GDLA Plus. Yesterday I had the honor of visiting one of our local firehouses, LAFD 88 in Sherman Oaks, and I saw firsthand, I went into the rooms where they were receiving all the food donations and water donations.
toiletries. So many people were giving. In fact, I was there, and so many people rang the doorbell to drop off breakfast burritos. Somebody saw us on the news, and they said, I had all these water bottles from Costco, and they came to deliver. Angel, if you're watching, you are an angel. Speaking of an angel, I saw a four-legged hero, and I got to meet her, and her name is Molly, and she is out there doing the work.
Molly's one of our search dogs. Our search dog team has been assigned now to the Palisades Fire. As you can see, the members in the background, they're loading up, getting ready to go. They will now be assisting the fire, I believe, 4 of our search teams. Because of our urban search and rescue capabilities also, they are sending them out. Molly's been all over the United States, as well as she went to Hawaii for the Lahaina tragedy as well.
Molly is so loved. A lot of people fell in love with Molly yesterday after we introduced her to our viewers. Many saying, "Go Molly," or "She's the goodest girl." And also people telling us, "Don't overwork Molly." Trust me, I met Molly's handler, and she is in very good hands, and she's doing a lot of important work, especially in the Palisades right now.
But at the same time, how sad is it that they're putting rescue dogs out there, cadaver dogs, right? So you know what's on the other side of that is the real story. So, or you know, just how devastating it is, because what they're doing is really searching for, you know, the ultimate. So as much as we love Molly, we're hoping Molly doesn't get her reward, because these dogs are trained as a game, right? That's how they're trained to find those scents. So we're hoping she doesn't pick up any scents.
We're hoping she doesn't pick up any scents, yes. But, and if she does, hoping it brings anyone peace, knowing that, you know, anything that they were looking for was discovered. I want to talk about this. Jimmy Kimmel Live will resume tapings today. The late night show actually suspended taping last Wednesday due to the ongoing wildfires. However, After Midnight will not resume today or tomorrow, and The Price is Right has not resumed taping as of today. As you know, a lot of these shows have live audiences, and you know, LA is a big city, but because how far these fires have gone, I mean, truly almost anywhere you live in LA, you're smelling it, you're seeing ash out on your front porch. And so you have a lot of these studios that are kind of like in the middle of LA.
That's right.
In Hollywood, you have Jimmy Kimmel Live, you know, the CBS lot over there near Mid-City. I mean, these are kind of in the middle of what's going on right now.
And not to mention the staff, the crew that's probably impacted from all of this, their own personal battles that they're dealing with. Perhaps they lost everything and now they're having to figure out what to do next. You know, we have our own staff members who have really suffered personal losses too.
Been evacuated.
Evacuated,
so
absolutely.
You got to think about that too. That's why maybe they can't resume taping in a lot of cases.
Yeah, the producers, the directors that are involved with these shows, the hosts themselves having to deal with it.
We talked a little bit about this a little bit earlier with Stu, but I was just saying it's a strange feeling, I think, for all of us, where you look around and yes, life does go on, and it does, because you still have deadlines. The kids who are fortunate enough to go to school still have to go to school. For those who are not directly impacted, you know, you're still in this cycle of things, but then you stop and you're like, wait a minute. Just across on the other side, there's this devastation, and it's happening, and it could get worse tonight as we watch those winds pick up. So it's a very strange feeling of, but you're right, one word to describe it would be feeling a bit helpless, and also guilty.
Yeah, I mean, we had a viewer email me today. His name was Miguel, and he says, you guys talk about everybody else, and he wanted to check in and see how we were doing as well, because when somebody asks, have you been affected by the fires? All of us have been affected by the fires in one way or another. Some obviously, and sadly more extreme. But we've all been affected, lost sleep.
The emotional toll, you know, and just thinking about the people that you know and who you love that have gone through things. Just last week when we're in the thick of coverage, you know, going around the clock, covering these devastating images that people have been looking at, you know, my daughter lost a tooth. And she was worried about the tooth fairy. And that was the last place my mind was going towards. And then you think about all those families who had to evacuate, who lost their homes, and then their child, you know, probably had those moments. Maybe one was losing a tooth that night, you know, or one was waiting for, you know, maybe their test score to come back, or whatever, to share a birthday, you know. There was a very vivid image of a woman who was giving birth, looking at the fire coming towards goodness. The window, and I saw that come across my feed, and I just can't imagine, you know, how life was going on and continues to go on.
Literally.
In the middle of all of this and what they're going through now. So it's really hard to hear.
It's a lot, too, to keep being around such images, especially, you know, for us working in this. I had to kind of step away yesterday. I said I needed a mental cleanse because it starts to impact your mood, right?
But she's both supportive and stepped away because she did watch a live shot and text, but then she stepped away.
And I was active on Saturday on social media,
you were.
which, as you know, I don't do on the weekends. But people are waiting for updates and information, so they're relying on us. So I made an exception, but definitely our mental health's impacted in all of this as well.
And you know, as a recent bride, I saw Miles Teller's wife say if she could go back in time, she wishes she could have grabbed her wedding dress.
Oh gosh,
because it burnt. And I know it's little things like little posts like that you see, that you just, your heart goes out to everyone.
Puts everything into perspective. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. One family looking to rebuild after the Eaton Fire is sharing how they narrowly escaped the flames. The Casu family, hopefully I didn't butcher your name, lost everything last week when the fire engulfed their Altadena home. Look at the images right there. We spoke to them, and they're still wearing, see that, the same clothes that they had on when they scrambled to leave. On top of that, they actually had to carry their 92-year-old wheelchair-reliant grandmother out of the home. The family made it out safely, thankfully, but they're still haunted, of course, by the memories from that night.
Oh my gosh. We left at 3 a.m. with whatever we could fit in the car, and my mother and her hospital bed.
The winds were ferocious. If you could open your eyes from all the dust flying around, you would see the mountains on fire, and the fire was climbing up the mountain and also going down the mountain.
Listening to them speak and watching them, I can just feel their exhaustion, right? Yeah. You can just see it in their faces and hear it in their voice. The family's staying with relatives right now. They're, of course, looking to rebuild. Thankfully, they got out okay, but wow, it's tough.
I want to know where there's resources for these families. Like, why aren't there mobile washing machines? You know, let's go all out for these families. You know, why aren't there?
Too.
What?
The ramps as well.
Right.
You know, a lot of people were faced having to carry loved ones.
Right.
But now all these evacuees needing the services, needing resources, it seems like it's just kind of piecemealed together of all of the people who are out there wanting to do something to donate, these volunteers driving these supplies around. But like, where is the concerted effort? You know, who's taking charge? So I'd love to see more of that.
To better support the community, one thing that is being done, Metro leaders are going to continue to offer those rides, trains and buses, all for free still. Metro had previously announced that the fare suspension would only last through the weekend, but given the devastation brought on by the wildfires across the region, they have made the decision to extend the free fares until an undetermined date, so long as the fires do pose a threat. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the Metro will ensure that, quote, residents can travel safely to reunite with loved ones, reach shelters, or deliver essential donations to those in need.
Good call. That was a good call.
And on the topic of emergency facilities, Metro has developed an interactive map that actually shows how its bus and rail routes connect to the fire-related resources. You can check that out. The shelters like the Stoner and Westwood Recreation Center, along with Metro E-Line. You can find all of this and that map at metro.net.
And if you're wondering what you should do if you lost your home to the wildfires, there is one business helping to house people. So the El Monte RV, they're offering a 20% discount to people who have been displaced by these wildfires. If you want to buy or rent an RV, they're going to work with you, with your insurance companies, and with the campgrounds to make it easy for people who are displaced.
Where we fit here for the community is emergency temporary accommodation. We know people want to get back into their houses at some point or get into some settled accommodation. But here, these RVs, you can pull them in, park them up, get the generator going, and you're cozy and you're comfortable and you're safe right from the get-go.
You can find a link to their website at foxla.com/links. And dozens of animal shelters, local ones, are getting a new lease on life in Seattle, and it's all due to the ongoing wildfires. So nearly 40 dogs and 18 cats touched down in a private plane yesterday. These animals were flown to Seattle to make space at shelters here in LA that are overcrowded with pets waiting to be reunited with their owners. Almost immediately upon landing, a mobile conveyor belt was attached to one side of the plane to help offload the furry passengers, and volunteers say it was hard work, but well worth it.
I'm really grateful they have the assembly line and the conveyor belt. We're taking dogs anywhere from 15 pounds all the way up to 90. And so it is hard work, and it is like a team effort.
After health checks, these animals could be ready for adoption as soon as tomorrow. What great news.
Also, Pasadena Humane Society is doing amazing work right now, and they could really use foster applicants. So if you have room and you could take in a dog, please reach out to them.
That's great, because even some of these shelters were saying that, hey, if you want to foster just for a few hours, half a day, we're willing to take that help.
I was surprised to hear that.
Yes.
So you can just do like a few-hour foster?
Well, okay, I gotta see, because right now Pasadena Humane Society is saying for at least a week. Can you take the dog for at least a week?
It depends, which organization you're working with. But yeah, my kids, of course, were trying to get us to volunteer.
So you're gonna test run.
Yep.
I'm gonna show you a picture of one.
We donated a lot of blankets and towels.
They need that.
And stuff for pets in need. So
they do need that. Pasadena Humane Society, and one more for you guys, because there's 2 golden retriever brothers right now that need a home. If you contact Mayday Rescue, MAEDAY Rescue, Mayday Rescue. Their Instagram has a picture of the 2 brothers.
They have to go together?
Yeah, they're bonded.
State and local partners to respond to this disaster. As we enter the final days of the current administration, let me turn now to Secretary Austin's schedule this week. Later today, Secretary Austin will attend President Biden's foreign policy address at the State Department. Later in the week, on Thursday, Secretary Austin will host the Armed Forces Farewell Tribute in honor of President Biden, in which the Secretary will join senior department leaders, colleagues from across the administration, and other dignitaries in saluting President Biden for his distinguished public service career and tenure as our commander.
So we're listening there to Major General Pat Ryder. Earlier today, you just heard a brief remarks regarding the wildfires that are currently burning across Los Angeles County, in which 92,000 people are still under evacuation orders. And now the White House press secretary as well, Karine Jean-Pierre, making short remarks before taking questions at the White House press briefing regarding that firefight. Let's listen into that next.
Their fire suppression and containment efforts across Los Angeles. They are making progress, but to be clear, the situation remains extremely active, especially as winds pick up again. These firefighters and other emergency personnel are heroes. Many have lost their own homes and belongings and are working day and night to protect communities that remain at risk. At the President's direction, hundreds of federal personnel, including aerial and ground support, are in California to assist with firefighting efforts and to help communities. Hundreds of firefighters from neighboring states, including Arizona, Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, New Mexico, and Texas, have also traveled to Los Angeles to help. Amidst the devastation, we are also seeing bright pockets of hope and community as neighbors help neighbors by donating food, clothes, coffee, hygiene products, diapers, formula, and much more. Volunteers are working around the clock to organize donations, old and new, and Americans across the country are coming together to help those in need. The best of America shines through, even in the darkest moments. Later this afternoon, the President and the Vice President will be briefed by key federal officials. Our administration remains laser-focused on helping those impacted, and we will continue to use every tool available to support the firefighting efforts. And finally, before I turn it over to our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, I just want to acknowledge April Ryan, who has been covering the White House for 28 years as of today. Thank you for your service and congratulations on this milestone as one of the longest-serving Black White House correspondents. I always appreciate your... Okay, yes, ma'am.
So listening there to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre discussing a little bit on that federal response to helping to fight the wildfires continuing to burn in California. A live now look here at the White House over in Washington, D.C. As KJP just mentioned, the President Biden, is set to convene with senior White House and administration officials today for a briefing on that federal response for those wildfires that are across Los Angeles County. So at last check, we know that 92,000 people are still under mandatory evacuation orders. So this briefing featuring the President is supposed to get started at 5:15 Eastern time. Not exactly too sure what it's going to look like, if we're going to get a live feed, or we might get what we call a playback here, where they have that closed door meeting and then they feed out the feed. But no matter what, whether we get that picture or not, we will bring you all of the updates that come from that meeting later on today. But I do want to continue to talk about this federal response because it is top of mind for so many people that are not just evacuated and trying to stay safe, but also thinking about the future and what needs to be done, what kind of assistance they're going to have as they continue to rebuild their lives. Let's get to a report from Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor on that.
The Los Angeles wildfires have ignited a political firestorm in Washington, with many Republicans throwing blame at the state's Democratic leaders. Governor Gavin Newsom is under fire for the lack of available water to fight the flames. And LA Mayor Karen Bass is taking heat for making cuts to the fire department's budget.
It's absolutely pathetic what has happened there, and I think we're going to have real accountability.
Over the last several days, Donald Trump has also thrown numerous jabs at Newsom over his handling of the fires, even suggesting he resign. In response, Newsom has invited the president-elect to visit California to see the devastation firsthand.
We're here not just in the immediacy of the crisis, but we're here after the crisis, as opposed to creating a crisis in the middle of this by trying to divide people and play political, take cheap political shots.
Last week, President Biden promised the federal government will pay for 100% of the costs for responding to the wildfires for the next 180 days. Immediate aid is not an issue after Congress approved $100 billion for FEMA disaster assistance in December. But some estimate the cost of this disaster alone will be over $150 billion.
FEMA is committed to helping everybody, and we're very grateful for the bipartisan support of the supplemental, which gave us the funding we need to continue to support everybody that's been impacted.
Congress will likely need to approve more emergency funding for California, but some GOP lawmakers have already suggested they'll hold up aid until the state changes some of its fire management policies. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor for that report. Speaking on some of these policies and what California's Governor Gavin Newsom is trying to do to help all of the residents that have been impacted, I want to bring up the latest regarding his administration and how they're working to provide support. So California is now set to provide tax relief to businesses that have been impacted. Here, the governor says, quote, California is taking greater action to continue supporting businesses that have been devastated by the Southern California wildfires. We are strong because of the diversity of our businesses, and we stand by them, providing relief to aid them through this difficult time. So this will also continue to offer some relief and extensions to those impacted beyond Los Angeles County based upon request. In addition to extra time to file, the state can provide relief from interest and penalties and create flexible payment plans for businesses. So that is just the latest regarding all of these steps that California's governor is trying to take, as we know that this story is going to continue to have an impact. This entire situation will be impacting people for months and maybe even years to come. Let's head back out live to this picture that we have, some aerial footage, a Skyfox up there in the air as we continue to get a better sense day by day as to just the devastating impact that we have seen through so many of these neighborhoods. Now, the camera's zoomed out a bit here, but I can only presume that we are taking a look at some of the neighborhoods that were impacted the greatest by these wildfires that first broke out almost a week ago. It was last week on Tuesday that we got word that the Palisades Fire first sparked there in Los Angeles County, causing much devastation to so many of these areas. Many people having to flee their homes, leaving everything behind. And I do want to bring up some more of the numbers that we are getting here. Kind of a refresher. This is information courtesy from Cal Fire. So what we do know so far is that 24 deaths have been confirmed, 34 arrests have been made near sites where these fires first broke out. About 12,300 more than that. Those structures have been destroyed. More than 40,000 acres burned, 92,000 people under evacuation orders. And here I can see that the camera has zoomed in closer to these communities where you can see maybe 1 or 2 homes standing at the most. We're stepping away for our first commercial break of this hour here at Live Now from Fox. We continue to track the latest when it comes to the wildfires in California, but also bring you all of your top stories when we come back. Welcome back, and thanks for continuing to join us here at Live Now from Fox on this Monday as we work to bring you all of your top headlines of the day and showcase some of these live pictures and live events from around the world. We did a little bit of a sidestep when we showcased President Biden delivering his final foreign policy speech in Washington, D.C. Important to note, once again, this is his final week as President of the United States. Coming up this Monday, January 20th, we will be welcoming in a new administration when President-elect Donald Trump steps into the Oval Office. But now I want to go back to the biggest story of the day, because we have been promising you this continuing coverage of the wildfires that are currently burning across Los Angeles County, and bring you back out to these really compelling images that we continue to get from a skyfall over there in LA. Just take a look at that. It's really an unbelievable picture to see that in just a short time, all of these neighborhoods have been completely reduced to rubble. And very concerning updates that we continue to get, as we know that the LA County Sheriff, Robert Luna, is saying that they continue to find human remains in a lot of these structures that have been burned down. And that's why they have stopped all of these escorts for people that are trying to go back into their homes. They're trying to see if there's anything left. But really, the situation is concerning. And I believe he said, quote, very grim earlier today during the briefing we had in the early morning hours. We know that firefighters moving into the Los Angeles area all throughout this day, as more powerful winds are expected to start new wildfires that could affect the recent progress made in containing blazes that have killed at least 24 people. We've also seen that crews and equipment have arrived from across the U.S. and from places as far as Canada and Mexico. And equipment including water trucks, planes that are dropping firefighting chemicals. The National Weather Service is predicting that fire conditions will last through Wednesday, with wind gusts in the mountains reaching upwards of 65 miles an hour. Coming up at around 3:45 or so Eastern Time, 12:45 Pacific, I do have a meteorologist expected to join me live from the National Weather Service to give us a bit more of a breakdown of what we can see throughout this evening and also within the next couple of days. But we know that strong Santa Ana winds have been largely blamed for turning the wildfires sparked last week into fires that have destroyed neighborhoods, as you can see from this live image that we're getting at the moment. In less than a week, 4 fires around Los Angeles have ignited over 62 square miles. Most of the destruction has been from the Eaton Fire near Pasadena and the Palisades Fire. I want to bring up this post from LA Mayor Karen Bass, where she gives more of a breakdown of the latest that we learned, again, from that briefing earlier this morning. Now, here she says, fire update. Here are the latest updates on wildfires in the city of Los Angeles. So the Kenneth Fire here, 100% contained. The Sunset Fire, also 100% contained. The Hurst Fire, 95% containment. And the Palisades Fire at 14% containment. We have a list of our own here that we have been updating throughout the course of the day, really every day, as we continue to get these updates. So I'm going to bring it back up to you once again. Information from CAL FIRE does say that 24 deaths have been confirmed, 34 arrests have been made near some of these areas where the fires first sparked, 12,300 plus structures destroyed, 40,588 acres burned, and 92 people are still under mandatory evacuation orders in Los Angeles. So besides these longer form briefings that we have been getting from city and county officials, we've also gotten these short briefings from members of NOAA, NWS. They just post these to YouTube, and we got a couple of them today that we haven't been able to showcase. So while I bring back up this live picture, and I do want to keep this on your screen, I want to showcase a briefing that we had at around noon Eastern time, I believe. So a bit earlier on today, but this is in regards to the Eaton Fire, which many of the deaths have been attributed to that fire. So let's listen into this. Again, a brief update from earlier today.
Eaton Fire. As an incident meteorologist, my job is to look at all the weather models, weather information, and to be able to create very localized weather forecasts to both ensure firefighter and public safety, but also to help with planning for any kind of operations on the incident. The reason I'm talking to you today is because you heard operations mention that they're preparing for some winds, and that's because we are in the midst of a Santa Ana wind pattern, and we're expecting the peak of that pattern to occur starting today through into early Tuesday. So, as part of that, what we're expecting to see is we've had gusty winds at high elevations, that being above 3,000 feet or so on the north side of the fire for the past several days. Those are mostly strongest at night. We've seen some gusts up there, 50 to 60 miles an hour or so. Those winds aren't going to get a whole lot stronger, but our main concern over the next 24 hours or so is that the conditions for those winds to move to lower elevations is increasing. And so right now, every once in a while, we get these little waves that come over the mountain. You get a little burst of gust of wind, and it's very short-lived. And that hasn't created very many problems for the fire so far. But there's potential over the next 24 hours that those winds become more consistent. So, we could start seeing some winds in the lower elevations here in the south end of the fire, maybe some of those more gusts 30 miles an hour. Unfortunately, there's not very much consistency in the weather models of when exactly those could occur, but the greatest risk is during the early afternoon today, and then again late tonight into early tomorrow morning. That's our main period of concern, is after midnight tonight and then early tomorrow morning. Those winds gusts will finally then probably continue a little bit through the morning and then slowly decrease tomorrow. But we remain in this Santa Ana wind pattern at least through early Wednesday in general, so the risk will be there. And you may have seen in the media or at large that the Weather Service in Oxnard has put out a red flag warning. And we are in that red flag warning through Wednesday. So that means that there's a higher risk for dangerous fire weather conditions, and that's what we're preparing for here. Another thing I want to clarify is you may have heard that the Oxnard has issued what's called a particularly dangerous situation red flag. That's a kind of red flag warning that they issue for situations that they say are high-end or extra critical. Now, this fire is not within that area, right? They delineated very specific areas where that is, and that is not where the fire is. We are not within that dangerous area, but it is nearby. The PDS area covers areas that are just to our north and west, and so that's an extra reason why caution is being taken with this event. The last thing I really want to mention is this event is nowhere near the magnitude of what happened on January 7th. The winds that were observed when this fire really started and expanded were incredibly unusual and very strong. Usually we don't get winds mixing down. For some perspective, there were gusts 80, 90 plus easily observed along all the mid-slopes of the fire. That is not expected at all with this event. We're still talking gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour, things that bring concern, but nowhere near the magnitude of where this fire started, and that's good news. The great news is after we move beyond these next couple days, we're going to get a break this weekend. There's high confidence of high RHs, calm winds. So make it through the next couple days, and there's a nice break in our future.
So that was the brief update that we had earlier today. Forecasters there on the ground discussing the Eaton Fire. You have a live picture here on your screen over in Malibu, but I want to touch on a couple more details with the Eaton Fire. This is courtesy of our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, where they say that the Eaton Fire is now considered one of the deadliest fires in California history, with 16 deaths reported so far. And just a reminder that firefighters, they're bracing for some more challenging conditions in the firefight this week due to another round of those powerful Santa Ana winds. Meanwhile, turning our attention now to the massive Palisades Fire burning about 40 miles west, which accounted for an additional 8 deaths. And then going back to this live image that we have on your screen over in Malibu. So this is along the Pacific Coast Highway, where we have seen just incredible devastation. You know, for anyone that has driven down this highway, it really is one of the most beautiful, most picturesque drive that you could ever take. And we have been in touch with several of the reporters that are down there on the ground as they bring these live images in. And it's really just, it's massive when you talk about the amount of devastation that you're seeing there. Entire homes completely just reduced to rubble there along the coast. And I want to stick with the Palisades Fire because just like with the Eaton Fire brief that we showcased a little moment ago, we did get a short brief on the Palisades Fire. Let's play that out for you next.
Chief for the Palisades incident. We're going to give you a current situational update and work progress that's been done since yesterday. So currently the acreage of the fire is 23,713 acres. Containment is at 14%, and we just have over 5,000 personnel assigned to this incident. So as we start talking about the map, and you're going to see some of the progression, we talk about those 5,000 personnel. We received resources from International Mexico yesterday. We got the command and general staff out of British Columbia to come in and assist work on this fire. So as you'll see today, our aircraft lineup, we have over 40 helicopters assigned to the incident, along with our fixed wing that'll be helping work. So coming up here in the top of the fire in the Mulholland Drive area, crews were able to get some depth and containment on there, working in mopping up around this down to 200 to 300 feet in on the fire line. The Mandeville Drive over here on the east end of the fire, fire made it all the way down to the back of the houses. We've been able to get in there and get our hand line and the fire hose lays constructed all the way on the back side of that, really securing that. And today we're going to focus on mopping up and gaining some interior depth on there. Down here in the Palisades and working in the Temesco area, crews continued to work around the structures and mopping up and identifying any hot spots that can lead to any other new starts or ignitions into a structure. So we're really happy with the progress that's been done in there. You know, the challenges, we do have winds over this next few days, and the concerns with that, we brought in some extra resources to really bolster that up. Kind of the same thing, we've added a little more containment on the map. We're going to start seeing this black line start to move around, and that's telling you we've kind of finished up some of those areas and starting to get more depth and mop up in around there. A lot of the fire, we've had our utility crews out here really working and trying to get all the infrastructure back up. So as you've noticed, driving around some of these roads, the power poles have been cleaned up. They're working on the gas lines and really trying to make it safe when the residents are able to get back in. So our crews are working really hard out here, trying to make sure that we can eliminate all the threat and try to get the residents back into their homes. So one of the last little pieces that we got to finish up cutting some hand line is really working right up here in the division Yankee, and we'll continue that last little piece hopefully the next 2 days. Really rocky, rugged terrain for our crews to get in there. We utilized our aerial feed live footage IR last night and was pinpointing some of those hot spots for us. So we're looking for a really good work day today and should be successful. Thank you.
That was just about 3 minutes of a briefing that we had around noon Eastern time today, so earlier on, like a few hours ago. But back out live to this image that we have over in Malibu, as I want to break down some more details from this Palisades fire, courtesy of our partners at Fox 11. And we know that the Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley is saying during this briefing that we had earlier today that they have made a significant number of engines dedicated to the Palisades fire. She said crews from up and down the California coast and from out of state were mopping up flare-ups and hot shots. Adding crews made significant progress in the Mandeville Canyon area. Fire officials say that just over 5,300 structures have been destroyed, a number that includes automobiles, and at least 426 homes have also been destroyed due to the Palisades fire. Authorities said that we heard earlier today is still about 92,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders across Los Angeles County. And then also, along with the Pacific Palisades, evacuation orders and warnings have been extended to Malibu, Calabasas, Santa Monica, and Brentwood. Let's get a full recap of everything that we know so far from several of these fires, because it's not just 2 of them that we're monitoring at this moment. But we'll have a report here coming up next from Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen. He has the latest.
Nearly a week after several wildfires started to tear through the Los Angeles area, firefighters are seeing some progress, but officials are warning this fight is far from over.
This is what's left. Everything is decimated. The town is decimated.
People in the Pacific Palisades area returning to salvage whatever they can after flames leveled their neighborhood. Some say they barely had time to escape before the fire reached their homes.
We didn't bring any clothes for ourselves. We're still just trying to pick up the pieces.
After a long battle, officials say there's now minimal activity in the Palisades Fire, but the danger is not over yet, with wind gusts as high as 70 miles per hour expected through Wednesday. Officials across Southern California are pre-deploying firefighters and engines to high-risk areas in case of potential flare-ups.
30-mile-an-hour winds with 50-mile-an-hour gusts are devastating. They're not 80-mile-an-hour winds and 100. That they're somewhat more manageable, but this is a concern for us.
Meanwhile, utility crews are on the ground restoring power to tens of thousands of customers. But officials say if winds get worse, there could be more preemptive power shutoffs.
The necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster.
At least 24 people have now died in these wildfires, and officials unfortunately are expecting that number to go up. They're going through some of these homes with cadaver dogs searching for anyone who might have been left behind. In Los Angeles County, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you to Connor Hansen in Los Angeles County for that report. Back out live to this picture that we have courtesy of Skyfox, just hovering and flying over, giving us a better picture of just the terrain in this area as firefighters we know are still working to battle some of these fires that are still burning across the county, especially given the strong winds that are forecast for this week. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of this wildfire coverage when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Corel Lahada, and we want to continue our coverage when it comes to these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County. Take a look at this. You may have seen images similar to this the past few days as really impressive, just the different tactics that are being used to combat and really contain a lot of these flames. Joining us next on our program, we're going to have Jeff Emery. He is the president of Global Fire Safety at Perimeter Solutions. And Perimeter Solutions is the makers of Phos-Check fire retardant, which is being dropped day and night to protect communities from fires, similar to what you're seeing here on your screen. So Jeff, good to see you, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Carell.
So I want you to break down the basics for us, right? Because I don't think anybody really, or maybe a lot of people don't know exactly what this chemical is. Can you tell us what it's made of exactly and how and why it's so effective when we're talking about fighting fires?
Absolutely. So the red stuff that everybody has been seeing on TV this week, falling from the planes, is actually called Phos-Chek. And specifically in California, the product that's being used is Phos-Chek MVP. Essentially, the main ingredient of Phos-Chek is ammonium phosphate. It's a product that is very unique in the industry. And the unique part about it, as compared to waters or foams or gels, is that it actually creates a chemical reaction with the wood on the ground, the cellulose material. When Phos-Chek coats that material and then it's exposed to fire and heat, it actually creates a carbon char around that wood to prevent it from burning. The value that it provides here is immense in these types of situations. And what it does is twofold, right? One, it slows down and minimizes the intensity of that fire. And two, it gives the firefighters on the ground the chance to do their critical job, which is to put that fire out. And so we're really proud of the work that our team has done this week in stepping right into action, being available right away Tuesday and throughout the week, 24 hours a day, to be ready to support the pilots doing the work.
So Jeff, I'd like you to go into a little bit more details as to how your team has really been helping, kind of the tactics used, and also how your team decides, along with state and local officials, where to draw this perimeter, which is best to kind of throw this chemical on.
Yeah, of course. So the unique thing about this fire, of course, is the time of the year. In prior years, the bases that have been flying most of the aerial firefighting activity out of, Fox and San Bernardino, would typically be closed. And I give a lot of kudos to the Forest Service and CAL FIRE and their predictive services. They saw the risk all the way back in December, extended those bases. So we were already staffed. We already had inventory. We were already ready to deliver, and there were planes on the ground ready to go before this fire ever hit. And very quickly, once the fire started last Tuesday, we immediately pre-deployed a whole bunch of equipment. We have mobile ground retardant systems that can be put in a little bit closer to the fire to support helicopter operations. We worked with the agencies to open 2 additional bases in Channel Islands and Santa Maria, and it gave the full power of the aerial firefighting capability to the scene as quickly as the winds and the environmental conditions would allow. In terms of where they decide to do it, typically in a situation like that, you have air attack. Air attack is going to be flying above the scene. They're going to be monitoring the situation. They're going to be looking at where the biggest need is, and they're going to be directing those pilots on where to put the lines. You see the red color of this. The reason for that is so you can get a continuous line around that perimeter, leave no breaks where that fire could escape through. And as you see in a lot of the pictures, these pilots have done just an amazing job in windy conditions in many cases of creating those lines and creating the necessary fire breaks to help to get these fires under control.
Speaking on these windy conditions, it's just one of the challenges when you're working to kind of curb these fires, make sure people stay safe, and you can really draw that perimeter with this chemical. What other challenges have you seen your team face during this specific firefight?
Yeah, it's a chaotic situation when you have multiple fires happening at the same time, the level of destruction and the high intensity of the winds. I think for our team, and I could probably speak for the pilots there, the biggest challenge they faced is this team, just like the firefighters on the ground, they want to make an impact. They want to save communities. They want to save lives every moment they have. And that first day or day and a half, they were being told they couldn't fly. And we had to sort of stand down and wait till the wind conditions were allowed by Wednesday. And there were pockets during the day, and every available pocket, they got those aircraft up in the air. And I think that was one of the bigger challenges for us. This is kind of what we do each season, and I think it's been on full display this week. In a normal season, we're going to be supporting over 60 air bases across the country, and any given day, you don't know when those will be active and when those big fires will break out. And so we're trained to do this. The pilots are trained to do this, and the agencies are trained. And I think the teams have done a fantastic job coordinating efforts, working as quickly as conditions would allow, not only during the day, but also throughout the night, in being able to manage those operations at the night and attack the fires, and with both direct attack and indirect, every opportunity we've had.
So I'm glad you brought that point up because it segues me to my next question. We're taking a live image right now out of Skyfox over Los Angeles County, but this is during the day. Operations like this are critical at night as well. And I understand that it's a particularly unique situation to Southern California. Can you talk to me about some of those suppression efforts that occur overnight?
Yeah, of course. And you're right, it is incredibly unique. In fact, the counties of Ventura County, Orange County, and LA County have a combined program called the Quick Reaction Force. It is the only program in the world where there are nighttime retardant dropping operations that are available, and it's enabled by a couple of Chinook helicopters with some really great technology that allows the pilots to operate safely in those night conditions. There's also a CAL FIRE program, and you've seen it in full display, to be able to drop water and do that direct attack at night. And all of those challenges of firefighting there during the day exist, but you have the added challenges of visibility. You're flying low around a lot of obstacles down near the ground, and it's only due to some really great technologies that's emerged in the past few years that's enabled this type of operation. And it's a lifesaver. It can keep a small fire from becoming a big fire, and we saw that throughout the 2024 fire season this year with a really active program, and with that QRF, that Quick Reaction Force program that was put into place.
I want to go back to the actual chemical that's used during these operations. It's that red stuff that we're seeing being spewed from these planes. I'm going to put up the video up one more time here for our viewers, just to give them a sense of this. So I'm seeing that a lot of this is spread kind of away from homes. But is this ever spread like maybe close to neighborhoods? And what happens if this does land on your home? Is this toxic? How do you clean this up? How does that work?
Yeah, it's actually a very benign product. It's very similar, as I mentioned earlier, to a fertilizer product, just in a very, very diluted form. You will oftentimes see the fire laid partially inside, partially outside the fire. And in a case like this week, where there's structures immediately threatened, you will see the line go right through backyards, and sometimes it will land around or close to or on a house. The product is not dangerous for pets. It's not dangerous for the people. There is no long-term effects of being around it after the fact. And in fact, that red color, once it's exposed to UV rays, goes away. But the life safety measures that have to be taken in those cases demand that the pilots sometimes put it relatively close to a community. We do have, and there have been many of our own teams and our partners have been out providing local response and protection of communities using retardant on the ground as well. It's not just through the air that retardant is used. And those ground-based systems are really critical. You see a situation this week where water is in short supply, and the demands of water have just been enormous this week, as you guys have reported many times. Using retardant in those areas allows you to lay that, have a level of protection ahead of the fire coming, and minimize the amount of water required for some of that protection. And so we think it's a great tool, and it's been used across the LA area in many cases over the course of the last week.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to double down on the safety of this product. I'm sure, people are frazzled at this moment. Everything happens so quickly. So I think it's important just to emphasize that it is safe, and really the life-saving factor of this is just, it's, very important, to say the least, during this time.
We're really proud of our team on the ground. We're proud of the people that have been up there fighting from the air, and we feel for the communities that have been impacted, and just know that those teams have been doing everything in their power to try to protect every bit of land and every bit of property we can.
It is really great to see through all this devastation, all of the support that has poured in from so many different agencies and programs, partnerships, just as what you have provided as well here. But Jeff, before I let you go, is there anything else you feel like you would like to add about this firefight, or maybe just another comment to any of the viewers watching that have been really impacted by this situation?
Our hearts go out to the people that are impacted. We're also standing side by side with the firefighters. You now have a tired group out there that's been fighting this just unprecedented fire for the course of the past week, working night and day, eliminating their breaks and jumping right back out on the line to make sure that they can do everything they can. And this is one of those events with the combination of winds and conditions on the ground that was virtually unstoppable in those early days. But we've seen so many examples of the heroic actions of the firefighters on the ground. And our mission as a company is really to protect those firefighters and allow them to do their job safely. And we just couldn't be, can't say enough about the work that they've done to protect the communities and try to do everything in their power through this tough week.
Well, Jeff Emery, president of Global Fire Safety at Perimeter Solutions, we do appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing during this time, very uncertain for a lot of people, but life-saving measures taken from so many different groups. So we appreciate it, and I hope to check in soon. Take care.
All right. Thanks again, Corral.
Of course. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. Hope you enjoyed that conversation as we continue to try to tackle all different angles of this firefight all across Los Angeles County. I do have a picture still out of Malibu, one of the areas that was affected really harshly by the Palisades Fire. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover the devastating fires that are still burning in parts of Los Angeles County. A couple of live images that we do have. This one that I want to bring you, very compelling still, as we're getting kind of a drive-by picture. Not sure exactly which neighborhood this is, so I'll work to figure that out here with my producers. But you can see, I mean, just from this image that we're getting, all of these neighborhoods that are just reduced to rubble. You see some fences standing, but beyond that, I mean, there's no homes to speak of. You're seeing entire vehicles just burnt up to a crisp, essentially. And the situation could be getting more dangerous as the week moves on. So this is in Altadena, California. Thank you to my producer for finding this out. But we continue to get different pictures like this on the ground as we're driving through neighborhoods, also up in the sky, as we've been showing sky fox in the air at some of the areas. You're seeing here, it looks like utilities workers there. There's a lot of areas where also there's still no power either. These fires have impacted a lot of these communication systems, a lot of these power lines. And just a reminder that because the communication is down in many of these areas. Sometimes within these live images that we get, you're gonna see things happen like this, where it kind of freezes or it's kind of buffering in a sense. While I wait for this image to, looks like it might be getting better a little bit here. Still kind of hazy. All right, I'll keep it here on your screen though, because I think it offers the best perspective as to what some people are seeing when they go back to their neighborhoods to find that there's really nothing left there. And we know that residents and first responders in Los Angeles County, I mean, they're bracing for another round of ferocious Santa Ana winds this week, as the Palisades Fire, which is now considered the most destructive wildfire in LA's history, continues to burn and pose a threat to more homes on the western and coastal edge of the area. I did want to check in with a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in just a moment. First, I'm going to put up a post on X from NWS in which they kind of detail some of these warnings that they're trying to issue with this situation that they're calling particularly dangerous situation, or PDS, where they're saying here that an extreme risk and to take immediate action, and this is pretty much set for Tuesday, 4 in the morning up until noon Wednesday. And here, just some critical points to note. NWS saying, do not do anything that could spark a fire, have multiple ways to receive evacuation information, and of course, develop a wildfire action plan. But next, I would like to bring into the conversation now, we're going to have Dr. Ariel Cohen. Now, he is a meteorologist with the National Weather Service over there in Los Angeles. So, Dr. Cohen, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So, I mean, let's kind of cut to the chase, right? When we talk about what we're going to be seeing later on into this evening, into tomorrow, into Wednesday, what are the most important things that people need to keep in mind?
Everyone needs to be at a very high state of readiness as we head into the next few days. We're dealing with another episode of the rare designation of particularly dangerous situation, or PDS, red flag warnings, for a large portion of central and southern Ventura County, as well as into Los Angeles County. And what this means is that we're looking at the potential for damaging wind gusts to combine with very dry conditions for explosive fire growth and the development of very large fires. You know, it's been incredibly saddening to see all of the impacts. And on behalf of the National Weather Service, our hearts go out to everyone who's been impacted by the fires up to this point. You know, with the potential for additional explosive fire growth and any new fires to develop and become very large, everyone needs to be at a high state of readiness, especially if you're in the PDS or particularly dangerous situation areas, as we could be looking at another episode of extremely critical conditions.
When we first saw these fires spark last week, I mean, everything seemed to happen so quickly. I mean, the fires sparked, and then before you know it, I mean, entire neighborhoods are just completely destroyed. How does what we're going to see this week compare to what we saw last week?
The peak wind gusts from this next system are not expected to be as strong, or rather as extreme, as what we had previously. Previously, we had wind gusts topping 80 to 100 miles per hour from that recent catastrophic event. Now, we're going to be seeing winds getting quite strong and even damaging, upwards of 70 miles per hour, especially over the mountains, such as the western San Gabriel's, the San Altadena Mountains, and parts of the western Santa Monica's. But we're not looking for quite the same caliber of extreme, you know, as we described it earlier ahead of time for the recent event, you know, the life-threatening destructive windstorm. We're not seeing something quite at the level, but still very dangerous, still what we're calling a particularly dangerous situation, which means that explosive fire growth is going to be a definitive possibility with any fires forming, especially from 4 a.m. on Tuesday through noon on Wednesday.
I want to put up a map here that was also posted on X by the National Weather Service. I think you can see this also, Ariel. So it shows extreme fire danger. Can you just break this map down for us? Sometimes what we're seeing is that when we see this high risk of fire danger and stuff, people don't necessarily feel that they have to evacuate. Of course, always pay attention to your local officials. But based on this map and what we're seeing here, even if they haven't been issued an evacuation order yet, knowing what we know about these dangerous wind conditions, who really here has to pay attention and be ready to go at a moment's notice?
Well, the red flag warning areas are all shown in the red shading, and that means that we have favorable conditions with strong winds and low relative humidity or dry conditions, favorable fuels for fires to spread rapidly and become large. The areas outlined in purple in this case indicate the particularly dangerous situation areas, or those areas where extremely strong damaging wind gusts are expected to combine with those dry conditions to create explosive fire growth. Now, everyone needs to be at a high state of readiness if you're in the red and especially the purple areas. Now is the time to be planning. What would you do if there were to be an evacuation warning or order issued? Make sure that you have multiple ways to receive life-saving information from law enforcement and emergency management officials. And when those evacuation orders come, evacuate immediately. Do not wait. Your life will depend on it. So right now is the time to be getting ready, getting prepared, having an emergency supply kit, a go kit on hand, so that when those orders come, seconds matter. Your life will depend on it. You have to follow them.
Now, Ariel, I feel like you have listed some very pointed points here when it comes to being prepared, making sure you stay safe, especially heading into this week. But before I let you go, is there anything else you feel that you have to add, maybe something we didn't discuss that you think it's important for people to know at this point?
This has been a very catastrophic situation. As I've indicated, on behalf of the National Weather Service, our hearts go out to everyone. These are our communities. This has been heartbreaking to see all of the destruction and loss that our people have incurred. And we just want to remind everyone that we're with them through these times. We are working side by side with emergency management personnel, the Emergency Operations Center in Los Angeles County and City as well, so that everyone involved in the public response and preparedness is having the latest weather information that they need in order to save life. And that's what we're here for. And I just, again, want to express our deepest sympathies, just encouraging everyone to stay at a very high state of readiness as we head into the next few days.
Dr. Ariel Cohen, meteorologist in charge at National Weather Service in Los Angeles. We do appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Please stay safe out there, and we hope to check in with you soon.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Of course. We're going to step away for another break here at Live Now from Fox. Before I do so, I'm just going to showcase one more time that post from NWS in Los Angeles with this map, Southwest California, and the current red flag warnings in effect. All areas in red have a high risk for rapid fire growth if a fire starts. Areas outlined in purple are of most concern and are in a particularly dangerous situation. Stay safe, neighbors. If you want a closer look at this map, just head to the NWS Los Angeles X account. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and thanks for joining us on this Monday, January 13th. I'm your host, Carl Lahara. We are quickly approaching the top of the next hour, 3:56 in the afternoon here on the East Coast, 12:56 over on the West Coast. And we're sticking to the West Coast for a lot of our programming throughout the remainder of today. Back out live to this picture that we have over in Altadena, California, as we work to bring you the latest regarding the wildfires burning across Los Angeles County. So as you can see, once again, this picture is frozen, but we have a couple of live images that we'd like to circle through. So taking a look at this one. This is over in Malibu, one of the areas that was really devastated by the Palisades Fire, still the largest wildfire burning in Los Angeles County. And then we also have a picture on top of Mount Wilson. Very different than what we saw last week. So kind of clear skies out there in the area, not too many large plumes of smoke, but we are still very concerned about these strong winds that are set to return early on Tuesday morning. A full breakdown of some of what we learned at a press conference from earlier today is detailed here on this post from LA Mayor Karen Bass, where she says, here are the latest updates on wildfires in the city of Los Angeles. So we have the Kenneth Fire that is 100% contained, the Sunset Fire also 100% contained. The Hurst Fire sits at 95% containment, and then the Palisades Fire is 14% contained at this moment. Bring you back out to this picture that we have. It seems that the image is clearing up a bit here. Again, this is driving through Altadena, California, where you can really get a sense of some of the devastation that people are experiencing, especially as they try to go back to their neighborhoods to see if they can recover anything. But from some of the aerial views that we've been getting throughout the last few days, we've seen that a lot of these neighborhoods have just been completely reduced to rubble and not much left. And it's not just these homes, but also cars that were left behind that have been completely charred because of some of these flames. We're also seeing a new statement here from House Speaker Mike Johnson regarding these California wildfires. So here on your screen, you can see Mike Johnson says this, quote, "It appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects." So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that aid. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. All of this in regards to some of the federal aid, some of the response efforts coming from the current administration to try to offer that support for California. I want to go ahead and play out this breakdown of some of this federal support. Once again, heading out to this, a report from Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor.
The Los Angeles wildfires have ignited a political firestorm in Washington, with many Republicans throwing blame at the state's Democratic leaders. Governor Gavin Newsom is under fire for the lack of available water to fight the flames. And LA Mayor Karen Bass is taking heat for making cuts to the fire department's budget.
It's absolutely pathetic what has happened there, and I think we're going to have real accountability.
Over the last several days, Donald Trump has also thrown numerous jabs at Newsom over his handling of the fires, even suggesting he resign. In response, Newsom has invited the president-elect to visit California to see the devastation firsthand.
We're here not just in the immediacy of the crisis, but we're here after the crisis, as opposed to creating a crisis in the middle of this by trying to divide people and play political, take cheap political shots.
Last week, President Biden promised the federal government will pay for 100% of the costs for responding to the wildfires for the next 180 days. Immediate aid is not an issue after Congress approved $100 billion for FEMA disaster assistance in December. But some estimate the cost of this disaster alone will be over $150 billion.
FEMA is committed to helping everybody, and we're very grateful for the bipartisan support of the supplemental, which gave us the funding we need to continue to support everybody that's been impacted.
Congress will likely need to approve more emergency funding for California. But some GOP lawmakers have already suggested they'll hold up aid until the state changes some of its fire management policies. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca for that report. A live now look at the White House there in Washington, D.C. As I want to bring back up this statement that we got from President Biden earlier today regarding the wildfires across Los Angeles. Here on your screen, you could see it says this: "Our hearts ache for the 24 innocent souls we have lost in the wildfires across Los Angeles. Jill and I pray for them and their loved ones. We are deeply saddened by the devastation caused by the unprecedented outgoing wildfires across Southern California. I am being frequently briefed on intensive efforts to suppress the wildfires across Los Angeles and have directed our team to respond promptly to any request for additional federal firefighting assistance. At my direction, hundreds of federal personnel and unique federal aerial and ground support has been sent to California to support the firefighting efforts and help communities in need." At the same time, we are seeing that many of these community members all across California and the world really, but specifically in California, they are also offering that support through donations and really other assistance to help these families that have lost everything because of these fires. I'd like to showcase this next report here that discusses how folks in San Diego are lending a helping hand.
Car after car.
Thank you.
One helping hand after another. San Diegans showing an outpouring of support all weekend across the county for those impacted by loss and devastation in Los Angeles County. The Rock Church seeing a turnout of hundreds delivering water, supplies, and food.
I've been through hard times, and there were people out there for me when I needed help. So it's just me giving right back to the community at the same time, too. So it's just from the heart.
The church planning to send truckloads of relief this upcoming week.
We're going to be here as long as the people have need. I can't even fathom what's going on out there, and I see the pictures and it's horrifying. So everything we can do, we're going to do for them.
Meanwhile, in Oceanside, Jackie Malouf is receiving emotional and physical support after being forced to evacuate her home near Altadena and stay in a local hotel.
We saw the Eaton Fire start from our back window, and we were out of power for about 24 hours, and we came down here on Wednesday.
This drop-off center, a collaboration between Main Street Oceanside and nonprofit King and Donna.
We're a larger community in Southern California, and we're helping each other, and I've got the arms of someone around me who I just met that's helping to regulate, my nervous system. It's a big deal.
In Vista, Freddy's Place, an animal hospital opening its doors, collecting pet supplies like crates and blankets. And in Imperial Beach, when volunteer Cassandra Gregory and her friend Jamie saw the fires erupt, they knew they wanted to help, and without hesitation, turned the American Legion Post 820 into a donation center.
My son lives in Hollywood, with maybe 3 blocks away on the hill, and so, those were the things that we were sharing, and we just started, it snowballed.
Boxes of pet supplies and toiletries are among the top items requested here and will go a long way for those that need it the most.
So as you can see, so many people lending that helping hand to everyone that has been affected by these wildfires. I did also want to put up this QR code here on your screen. You can just scan it with your phone on your camera, and this will take you to a donation page if you also feel compelled to offer some of that support to these families in need. You can make a donation to help people affected by the California wildfires. So again, just scanning that QR code, or you can also go to go.fox/Red Cross. It will take you to that same page so you can make that donation. Anything really helps. All of this money goes towards things like providing hot meals and also shelters and mental health support for everyone who needs it. Let's continue to discuss, though, some more of the assistance that not just residents of California are getting, but also some of the first responders and those crews as they work to battle these wildfires. So take a look at this. We have some images provided by Neptune Aviation. Really neat stuff here. And these are some of the planes that we have been seeing throughout the last several days as they're dropping some of these chemicals to work on those containment lines. And also, keep people safe, try to put out these fires and really offer that assistance to all the firefighters that are down there on the ground. So joining us next to discuss more on all of these efforts and all of this support that crews are getting in California is Jennifer Drone. So she is the president of Neptune Aviation, which, as you can see, has an air attack plane and 3 air tankers that are currently in California to battle those fires. Jennifer, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So your name is a little wrong in the box there. Don't worry, I'm going to fix it in just a second. But let's talk about some of this support. So we know how important it is to make these responses quick and to get crews up there in the air, really to offer that assistance. So can you tell me, how long does it take for you guys to get those crews up there in the air to work on this containment when you get that call of a crisis?
Absolutely. Yeah, rapid response and readiness in aerial firefighting means the difference between containment of a fire, lives and structures saved, and disasters that happen, like we can see when wildfires rage out of control, like what is happening down there. For example, the Palisades Fire went from 10 acres to 100 acres in 15 minutes. For Neptune Aviation, if we're pre-positioned and we get the call, we can be ready to go and up in the air in less than 15 minutes for initial attack.
I just want to bring up some more of this footage that, thank you so much, courtesy of you guys. Look at that, just really impressive pictures that we're getting. Very cool to see in real time. Jennifer, also tell us how these strategic coordination efforts between the air tanker operators, local, state, federal agencies, how all of that maximizes the firefighting impact. And there you are in that photo there.
Yes, coordination between agencies is essential for efficient and effective mobilization of air tankers quickly, like I said, to support initial attack and also extended attack. Ideally, if an air tanker can be pre-positioned, like I said, so when the call comes, they can be deployed immediately. You'll achieve the best outcome. We can slow the fire and allow the ground crews just to do their job and save lives and property. There's a minimal amount of aerial resources out there to cover the whole entire United States. So that coordination between the federal, state, and local agencies is critical to make sure the assets are available to protect lives and properties and get those ground fires to be able to do their jobs. They're the boots on the ground.
Can you tell me a little bit more about some of the challenges that some of these aerial efforts do have to face? Especially, we've been talking a lot about these strong winds that we're expecting to see this week. So how does that make it a challenge, and how do you work around all of that to make sure you offer the best assistance?
Absolutely. The winds are certainly a challenge. And again, that goes to the coordination with the state and local agencies. And they're actually giving the call to dispatch, and if it can be initial attack. So if the winds are blowing like these hurricane winds were blowing with the Palisades, you know, it's hard for our aerial firefighting resources to be deployed out there and be effective. First of all, it can be a bit dangerous. And second of all, laying the retardant line where it needs to go to be the most effective for those ground firefighters. If the winds are blowing, the retardant can't be laid down effectively where it needs to go. So that's a challenge. And so coordinating with those local and state agencies, they know when they can dispatch and they know when it's safe and effective. And when they do call us, then we're able to get up and go.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the partnerships that you have developed with these state and local agencies, and really kind of what they're needing, especially during this time? I can only imagine that it's pretty chaotic when some of these fires, they do first break out. So what are they needing, those boots on the ground at this moment?
Right. I mean, it's a huge effort, the planning, the logistical challenges, and the resource management. It's you know, we are the aerial firefighting, we're the air resources. So really the coordination starts when a fire erupts with the local agencies. You know, they have to evaluate it starts with risk assessment, lives, structures, the natural ecological factors, and then the mobilization of resources, which then it goes from local to the state agencies, to the federal agencies. And we partner with CAL FIRE, we partner with the United States Forest Service. And so when it gets to the federal level, that's the National Interagency Fire Coordination Center. And they call and dispatch us if we're not pre-positioned already in California. And so we would be dispatched from whatever location we're at throughout the United States in order to get to the location of the fire and be there to help suppress the fire.
Then Jennifer, I apologize if maybe you have answered this next question, but what kind of training do these pilots have that are flying some of these air tankers?
Yeah, that's a really good question. They have an enormous amount of training. It is a unique skill set that they have. They are They go through annual training, they go through simulator training, they go through actual in-air training, and low ground training. It's extensive, and it takes about 3 years to actually get the training necessary to be able to do the job that they do.
And then Jennifer, in terms of the future when it comes to fighting fires in the air, what kind of innovation are we seeing on the horizon?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we are at Neptune Aviation looking at our next platform. So you're seeing private companies that are looking at what's next for aerial firefighting. What can we bring to the table for state and local and federal agencies that will be the most efficient and effective to fight these disastrous wildfires that are becoming year-round? Really, the model needs to be a year-round firefighting model. And what kind of assets can we bring that'll bring more retardant that will help those ground firefighters? And, you know, what is the most innovative technology that we can bring to the table? So all of private industry is looking towards that.
Well, Jennifer, I do appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Is there anything you feel like you'd like to add before I let you go?
No, I just would like to say our hearts go out to all of the folks that are affected by this, and thank you to all the first responders and all the ground firefighters and everyone that's affected by this tragedy.
Of course, Jennifer Duran, president of Neptune Aviation. Like I said, we thank you for sitting down with us today and really discussing how you are also contributing to this firefight, as we've seen so many people really step in to help those in need. So you take care, and I hope we check in soon.
Thank you.
Of course. So we're going to segue to a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. I'm trying to see some of these images that we have here, some of these live pictures. A couple of them are frozen, but I'll bring you the best one that we have on deck at this moment. And this is a live look out of Mount Wilson there in California. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox, where we want to bring you all of the updates regarding the wildfires burning in California, but we also want to bring you some more of these live events. It is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. Before we pivot, though, I'm going to bring you back to this live picture that we have of a driver, photojournalist there on the ground. This is in Altadena, California, as we continue to get a better look at some of the devastation that these neighborhoods have faced after those fires first broke out almost a week ago. And we know that this week we are expecting another strong round of winds that may make it difficult as firefighters work to contain the remaining fires. But all of those updates we'll bring to you here at Live Now from Fox. And then a reminder that at 5 p.m. Eastern time, that's 2 p.m. Pacific, we are expecting a press conference featuring the newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman. He's going to be discussing some of the charges that have been brought forth, because some people, believe it or not, have been arrested and accused of looting and also trespassing and a number of different things during this difficult time. But we know that the DA in Los Angeles has been saying that he's going to be cracking down hard on people that are doing anything illegal, especially during this very sensitive time. So again, that's expected to happen less than 45 minutes from now, 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific, and we'll bring it to you as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, we're going to transition to this other live event coming out of Georgia, where we see here Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp. He is discussing some of the legislative priorities for this upcoming session and this new year for the state. Let's listen.
Rest assured that this is going to keep our kids and our teachers and our school system staff safe. Well, I would just say this from the APEX program. You know, I also campaigned on that, funded that. My first budget, that money's still in there. The problem is finding these professionals is very, very hard. That's something our state's been working on, is to continue to find more of these counselors and other people in our classrooms. So I'm open to all of the above. I mean, look, if you think about what we've done on mental health in this state, the General Assembly last year, in the budgets we propose, we're spending more money now on mental health than we ever have in the history of our state. And we'll continue to do that. I would rest assured with the budgets that I'll be proposing anyway. And I'm sure the legislature is very supportive of that as well. Well, listen, we'll work with the General Assembly on any issues that they have. I mean, look, nobody's come to me pre-session and talked about those kind of issues, but we stand ready to work with people. But our main issue right here is making sure that we're helping our schools with this additional funding of $50 million added to what we have in the base budget last year, can keep their schools safe. And I think we saw how well the system that Appalachia had worked, even though that was a tragic day. It could have been more tragic. If we had not had that funding for that school system, I dare to think what would have happened. All right, thank you all for being here. Looking forward to a great session.
So we're listening there to Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp speaking on some of the education priorities for 2025. But now we do want to pivot to another live event that we are getting, this time out of New York City. Taking a look here. This is a Bronx Youth Empowerment Program user. So let's go ahead and pump up the audio. Listen in.
Of our lives. He truly is a beacon to each and everyone who's met him. His smile, his brains, his demeanor, his personality was one that we all gravitated to. As any 13, 14-year-old, we are teenagers. But this one teen was one to be respected. This teen was one to be a leader. This teen was one to be loved. And he was loved by the testimony of so many other people who are joined today that say, Caleb, we love you. 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 Right now, I want to bring up one of his former classmates who's going to share her testimony of how great and her experience was to be in the presence of Caleb Jacob Rijos. And welcome to the microphone, Jalissa Goldstein of the Bronx Youth Empowerment Program.
Caleb's death was heartbreaking and unfair. He was smart, kind, and full of potential. With so much ahead of him, he brought light and happiness to everyone around him. It was devastating that his life was cut short because the system let a dangerous person go free. His family and friends are left mourning not only of the amazing person he was, but also the bright future he would never have. This should never have happened. Caleb deserved to be protected and live out his dreams. The justice system needs to do better by keeping dangerous people off the streets. Prioritizing safety and holding people accountable for the decisions that put lives at risk. Caleb's life mattered, and his story will inspire change so no other family has to endure a tragedy like this again.
Would you mind telling us your name before you walk away?
Jalissa Goldstein. Gelisa Golston.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up, we want to bring another one of his classmates he graduated with. A good young lady. I want to ask Camille Durton to come to the microphone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Camille Durton, and I'm going to give a few words on Caleb Rijos. Caleb Rijos was an amazing son, amazing student, an amazing friend. It was devastating when I had heard that he died. Like, I couldn't stop the tears from falling. He was someone that people wish they can be. He had a smile that can light up the whole world. Obviously, the New York system did a horrible job protecting the streets and having all these monsters lurk the streets, searching for new victims to find. Caleb did not deserve anything. He was a very innocent soul, and I don't even know, like, he was amazing person to be around.
Thank you. Next up, I want to bring up one of the second adults in his life. You know, when we grow up and you are around children in a youth program or an educator in the schools, you become the second father or the second mother to any child because you have a responsibility in the school buildings or in an after-school program to manage and help children develop. One of those people, and I want to bring them up, is Sister Latoya Reed Payne, to come up and bring greetings, bring words on behalf of.
Good afternoon, everyone. Caleb was a member of the Bronx Youth Empowerment Program. He had a smile that would light up the room, light up the world. Caleb was compassionate. He was kind. Caleb wanted everyone to be the change that you saw in the world. Caleb was a student that always wanted to exceed above expectations. Caleb will definitely be missed. We love him. We want justice to be served for Caleb, and we pray that the justice system seeks the maximum sentence for his killer. He didn't deserve this. His family doesn't deserve to bury him. A mother should not bury her child. So we ask that the justice system does right by Caleb. Long live Caleb.
Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. Long live Caleb. All right. Up next, I want to bring up three gentlemen, part of the Bronx Youth Empowerment Program, who were best friends And you know what that is when you're a 14-year-old, 13-year-old, your best friends, you do a lot of great things together. These three figured out how to play the game of football together and just have some fun and clean fun. And that's what we love with our children, having clean fun. In a world today where there's so much wickedness and stupidity that's perpetrated on our children or forced upon our children, you know, one of the things that happens in this school building here and in the Bronx Youth Empowerment Program is helping our young people build their minds, their bodies, and they're able to serve their community and build better communities for better tomorrow. So right now I want to bring up Tajay, Jeremiah, and Xavier. You're closer, man. It's okay.
Caleb was a very jolly individual. I remember days when we used to go to this park right here. We used to play football, all four of us. We used to enjoy times with each other, great laughters, and we had our times when we'd be mad at each other, when we would talk to each other, but at the end of the day, we know where we stand. So I'd just like to say, R.I.P. Caleb, we miss you.
Caleb was one of my greatest friends throughout middle school. You know, like, he had the best personality, and he'll just, like, bring a smile to your face every time you'll see him. He was smart. He'll always, like, excel people's expectations, and he'll always try hardest to be the best. New York judicial system failed Caleb. I feel like they should have done better with keeping the killer inside. You know, if they kept him inside of jail or wherever to where he could get help, then none of this would have happened. But with that being said, rest in peace, Caleb.
As the two gentlemen just said, Caleb was a really good friend to all three of us, and I believe that Caleb doesn't deserve this, especially the person that killed him. He should be locked up forever. That's my own personal feelings, and I know a lot of us here think the same thing. But I feel like Caleb was such a great individual, and I feel like no person across the Bronx, especially a child, should have to go through that. I think that the city should pay for the expenses of Caleb's funeral, because that would be one of the only ways to show accountability and compassion towards Caleb and his family. And I think that this action of the person was really wrong, and he should seek mental help or even try to get help from somebody, because this was just really unjust.
You heard from Caleb's best friends. You've heard from the adults who knew him well. And for a program who stands strong to help save lives, we're going to do all we can to tell the system that the killer of Caleb should never be set free. And they must put rules in place, identify the bail reform. If there's challenges in the bail reform, then they need to address it. We got to do something different. People cannot keep going in and out of the system and then coming out and committing the same and different crimes and hurting people in society and killing people. It's unacceptable for people to be killed. Kids being killed by crazy on the street. No more can we tolerate this. And if you're an elected official, shame on you for not standing up and doing something different. We can no longer let our children die at the senseless act of idiots on the street. We're begging everybody to do the right thing and protect our children. It's unacceptable. With that being said, I want to bring up somebody who's going to talk about recidivism and what can be done. The former president of COVID, I'm bringing up Brother Norman Seabrook.
Good afternoon. My name is Norman Seabrook. I'm the former president of the New York City Correction Officers Benevolent Association. When a wife loses her husband, she is called a widow. When a husband loses his wife, he is a widower. When a mother loses her child, she has nothing but dreams. Don't let his dream die. The recidivism rate is out of control. All of these elected officials that voted for this should be ashamed of themselves. and the blood is on your hands because you allowed this to happen. The governor that signed the bill, he allowed this to happen. This is not something that's going to go away just by us pulling down the shade and making believe it doesn't exist. It exists every single day in our communities throughout the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. Yet no one wants to do anything or say anything, and no one wants to take blame for it. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's your fault. If the Assembly passed it, it's your fault. If the Senate passed it, it's your fault. And if the governor signed it, it's your fault. Because no child should have to die at the hands of someone that does not get the help that they are required to have so that they can live a productive life. We continue to kick the can down the road. We're running out of road here, ladies and gentlemen. The road has come to an end. Something has to be done. And until we stand up and say no more, are we going to allow these people to continue to vote for them, put them in office, and every 4 years, every 2 years, they come to you and they say, vote for me. Well, take a look at our community. Why do we keep voting for you and you're not doing a damn thing for us? Why do we keep supporting you and all we get is lip service? You see this little man here? I don't want him dead. I don't want to have to knock on his mother's door and say, oh, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your baby. You know what? At the end of the day, do something, or it's time for you to go. The jails, I understand jails, worked in jails, been in jail, but at the end of the day, something's got to give because they deserve to be treated like humans. Stop warehousing these individuals, give them the help that they need, give them the help that is required so that they can try to become productive members of society as opposed to just becoming a number. Thank you. God bless you. Long live his dream. Long live his dream. Long live his dream.
So we're watching here a youth rally being held after a suspect was arrested, accused of killing a 14-year-old boy. I want to give some background to this entire story and showcase this post on X from Congressman Richie Torres, who does represent the Bronx in New York. So this is a photo of Caleb Rios, and Richie here says in the post, Caleb, an innocent young teenager from the Bronx, was stabbed to death in a random act of violence. Rios was simply standing alone in the sidewalk when Waldo Mejia ambushed him and savagely stabbed him twice in the chest before fleeing the scene. So according to police and reporting from our partners at Fox 5 in New York, the 14-year-old, again, was standing on a corner outside the Mitchell houses in Mott Haven on Friday morning when the attacker approached him and seemingly unprovoked stabbed him. The teen was found unconscious and taken to Lincoln Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. That suspect being a 29-year-old Waldo Mejia. He has been charged with second-degree murder, first-degree manslaughter, and criminal possession of a weapon in the 4th degree. We do want to step away for another commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. So we're going to continue to show you more of these live press conferences and events being held across the country and around the world, while also continuing to bring you updates regarding the deadly wildfires that are burning in parts of Los Angeles County. We do have this live picture there in Altadena, California, as we can see all of the devastation left behind. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox throughout this Monday, as I want to turn our attention once again to the wildfires in Los Angeles County. We are expecting some more strong winds to roll through the area starting tomorrow morning. That's Tuesday at 4 a.m., according to the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. We do have this live picture out of Altadena, California. As we know, 92,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders at this time. But that number, again, it could change as we see how these weather conditions play out over the next several hours. I want to circle back to that briefing that we had earlier on today featuring LA County and city officials, including the sheriff of LA County, also the police chief of LAPD, and LA's Mayor Karen Bass, as they brought us the latest regarding this response to the fires and what we can expect over the next several days. Let's watch.
So good morning. My name is Fire Chief Anthony Maroney of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Welcome to our One Voice press conference with LA City and LA County leadership. The Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 33% containment. We gained no acreage yesterday, which is a very good thing. We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,408 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 26% of our damage inspections for dwellings have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the preliminary maps have been posted and are being updated daily. If there is not a color icon on your address, it means the building has not yet been inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'll just start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn and civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades Fire, your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hurst Fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We are not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down. As we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
So we just heard there from LA County Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Before we get to this next picture, we have to step away for a commercial break. And before we do that, I want to bring you to this, a live picture that we have courtesy of our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. So we are expecting in about 15 minutes or so for the Los Angeles County DA Nathan Hochman to announce some charges that he has brought forth against an alleged arsonist and also looters, all connected with this situation of the wildfires burning across Los Angeles County. So we'll be back after this commercial break. We have a look out for all of these live events, and we'll continue with more updates next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I want to quickly play out some of the remarks made by LA County Sheriff Robert Luna earlier today at the briefing we had during the morning hours regarding some of the wildfires burning in Los Angeles.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more, and we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and will ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this. And Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriffs, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential of crime scenes. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton Fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton Fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have business in the evacuation areas, do not go there. Please, you're infringing upon the work that our first responders need to attend to. And I do want to say, when I talk about these arrests, I want to clarify not all of them are for burglary or looting or for curfew violations. But it is very important when I say stay out, we are arresting people who are not supposed to be there, who do not live there, who are in possession of narcotics. We've arrested several with guns. And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. If our deputies being very proactive in these areas, stopping people in a constitutional manner as always, making sure that they're supposed to be there, and you have narcotics on you and you have a gun on you, in police work we call that a clue. Something's wrong there. So that's why we're arresting people. Our search and rescue missions, through the 2 days, we have searched 1,874 properties. In regards to deaths, and again, I want to clarify, this is for the Los Angeles County area of responsibility. We have confirmed 21 deaths, 16 in the Eaton Fire area, and 5 in the Palisades area. And sadly, yes, unfortunately, I anticipate the number to go up. Missing persons, we are actively have 23 active missing persons reported, 17 in the Eaton Fire area, 6 in the Malibu area. All of them are adults. Thank God there's no juveniles. But if you believe you have somebody who's missing, make sure you report that to us as soon as possible.
We're listening here to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna speak at the briefing that we had early today. This was given around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 in the morning Pacific Time. Also on your screen, though, I do want to bring in this live image of a press conference set to get underway shortly here, featuring the Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman. He is going to be discussing and announcing some charges that he's brought forth against an alleged arsonist and also alleged looters. And interesting, you did hear Sheriff Robert Luna discuss some of the arrests that have been made so far. 34 arrests made near the sites of these fires. We're stepping away for our final commercial break of this hour here at Live Now from Fox. We continue with more of these updates next. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you updates regarding the wildfires burning in Los Angeles County. Taking you out to this live picture that I showcased just before the break, but the Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman set to hold a press conference. Now, this is going to get started very soon here in about 3 minutes or so, as it was scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. While we wait for this to get started, I don't want to move away from this shot because I think it's going to get underway really soon. I'm going to bring you some of the background as to what you can expect to hear from this press conference. This is courtesy of some reporting from our partners at Fox 11 in LA, who we have been relying on extensively as we work to bring you all of these updates and just keep you informed on what you need to know heading into this week, in which we are expecting some strong winds to make it difficult for firefighters that are currently on the ground working to contain and put out the fires that are already burning. But in regards to this press conference, so according to Fox 11, charges will soon be announced against a man accused of arson in Azusa and a, quote, group of people in connection with a looting incident in Pacific Palisades. That's according to something that was told to us by Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman back on Sunday. And you see here that they're doing the final mic checks, so it should get started soon. So this press conference, as I had just mentioned, is set to be held today at 2 p.m. West Coast time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific time. In this, we're going to hear from LADA Nathan Hochman, also several law enforcement officials, including LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, who we just heard from in the replay that I showcased of the morning briefing from today. And we're also going to be hearing from the LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonnell. Officials with the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives will also be present. Further details on the exact charges had not been released just yet, but last week, we know that Hochman doubled down on the prosecution of anyone who violates the mandatory curfew orders or any other criminal activity relating to the fires. Saying this, quote, these criminals need to hear an unmistakably clear message that if you want to loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to commit grand theft, you will be arrested. You will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. These acts are despicable. An overnight curfew order was also recently enacted, barring anyone without authorization from entering mandatory evacuation zones in the perimeters of the Palisades and Eaton fires. The curfew is in effect nightly from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. This comes after news last week that 20 people were arrested for allegedly looting homes and businesses in the fire evacuation zones. The following day, 18 additional arrests were made for violations such as drug possession, burglary, and possession of burglary tools. I'm looking here at this live picture, seeing if I see any of the speakers slated, but nope, not yet. So I'll keep going with some more of this background information. Sheriff Robert Luna, who we are expecting to hear at this press conference, also saying during another press conference, quote, you cannot be in these affected areas, of course, concerning the curfew that has been enacted. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing this to protect the structures, houses people have left because we ordered them to leave. Now, hundreds of law enforcement personnel are patrolling fire areas. Additionally, members of the California National Guard were also deployed to crack down on crimes committed in fire zones. According to the governor's office, the Guard members will be stationed at traffic control points to ensure the safety of the surrounding community. In addition, their support helps build a capacity of local law enforcement to support their respective areas. And that was just a brief article that I read courtesy of Fox 11 in LA as they tried to preview this press conference that we're going to be seeing here. We are seeing here on the screen, hosted and speaking there first should be the newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman. So the charges that he's going to be announced, just to recap for everybody, is against an alleged arsonist and also looters that have been arrested in the area where these fires first sparked just last week. Tomorrow will make a week exactly since we've been reporting heavily on these fires. And we have been dipping in and out of the coverage courtesy of our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as they do have several reporters stationed across a lot of these devastated areas. They've also had exclusive one-on-one interviews with people such as the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. They also have had interviews with Sheriff Robert Luna, also the fire chief there, Kristen Crowley. And this all comes ahead of these strong winds that we're expecting to start tomorrow at 4 in the morning. You know, you may have missed it, but earlier today, I did have a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Los Angeles, and he was really stressing the importance of people being aware of where in their area it's going to be most at risk for all of these fire dangers, and to be ready to evacuate if you need to. We have seen the devastation firsthand. Some of these neighborhoods completely reduced to rubble in several of these areas. And so the latest stats with these wildfires that we know that 24 deaths have been confirmed, 34 arrests have been made, just over 12,000 structures have been destroyed. That includes homes and also vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. And more than 40,000 acres have burned. And at last check, 92,000 people are still under evacuation orders. At the same time, CAL FIRE has been posting to their social media account, to their X account, discussing the critical fire weather alert, saying that Southern California is facing critical fire weather through Wednesday, and much of Southern California from San Luis to San Diego is at significant risk of rapid fire spread due to life-threatening winds and dangerously low humidity. And that was just featured on the last post, again from CAL FIRE. I don't think later on today we're going to be getting an update. Oh, actually we are. So later on at 7:30 p.m. West Coast time, we will have an update on the Palisades Fire. But here on your screen, you see Los Angeles County.
Breaking into your regular programming for a special update on our wildfire coverage. I'm Sandra Endo.
And I'm Roxy Carpathian. You're about to hear from LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman as he makes an announcement on the wildfire looting charges along with arson charges. Let's listen in. Okay, they're getting ready, obviously, set up to go regarding the charges which he is set to announce. There are a number of things we expect to hear. We've heard that 40+ arrests have been made in relation to looting in the Pacific Palisades, and there has been an arson arrest in Azusa. All right, let's listen in now.
So, as we've said before, with the firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save people's lives, their homes and their properties and their businesses, with law enforcement working 24 hours to keep us safe and secure during these tragic times, with over 200,000 Angelenos cooperating with evacuation orders in order to make sure that they get out of harm's way, but allow firefighters and first responders and law enforcement to do their business. There have been certain people that we have given a warning to because we anticipated that this was going to happen, and these are the criminals. These are the people who are seeking to exploit this tragedy for their own benefit. These are people who have engaged in looting, arson. We've also investigated price gouging. We'll be investigating internet scams and the like. Today we're here to announce that the promise that we made when we started this, that these criminals would be arrested, they would be prosecuted, and they will be maximally punished, is a promise we are keeping. As we announced today, the charges being filed on 10 different individuals, 9 of them for looting in both the Palisades and the Eaton fires, and 1 for arson. And arson, by the way, not connected with the origination of the major fires, but an arson that occurred in Azusa. These felony charges are the result of a multi-agency collaboration that has been nothing short of incredibly impressive to be able to bring these charges this quickly. This collaboration includes the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Arson Unit, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, and all our related cities that you'll hear about that have done incredible work under enormously stressful times in order to bring these culprits to justice. I'll go through the various charges that have been filed to date. The first set of charges are against three individuals, Martrell Peoples, Damari Bell, and Travin Coleman. What two of these individuals did is on the night of both January 8th and the early morning hours of January 9th, they went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon. They have been charged with first-degree residential burglary. They've been charged with looting. They've been charged with grand theft. They stole over $200,000, as been alleged by the charging documents. And by the way, with respect to the charges I'm going to announce, please know this. The charges themselves are not evidence. Every one that I'm going to describe today is presumed guilty until and unless they are proven their guilt is proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt.
Presumed innocent.
I'm sorry?
Presumed innocent.
Excuse me. Presumed innocent. Thank you for the change. Presumed innocent until and unless their guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So back with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. They went ahead and committed these crimes. And when they committed these crimes, as you're going to see on this TV screen right here to my left, it was caught on a Ring camera. If you can play that as we're speaking. And the LAPD, through, again, such impressive investigation, worked with various leads and tracked Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell to an apartment in Koreatown. Surveillance was then conducted. When they attempted to leave, they were then apprehended, and a number of these stolen items from that residence was found with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. Mr. Peoples is he has committed 2 prior violent or serious felonies. This is his third. As a potential 3-strike person, he is looking at life in prison. And Mr. Bell, as a second strike individual, will be looking at 22 years and 8 months in prison if convicted. Mr. Coleman accompanied Mr. Bell and Mr. Peoples out of that apartment building in Koreatown, went into a second car. And when Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell were stopped, that second car, driven by Mr. Coleman, kept going. It went through a light. It crashed into another vehicle. That innocent person in the other vehicle suffered a concussion. So Mr. Coleman has been charged with 1-count felony hit and run causing great bodily injury. As also a potential 3rd strike case, he is looking at a maximum sentence of life in prison. The second case that we'll talk about involves Rudy Salazar and Lucia Hilrara Perez. They have been charged with 2 counts each of first-degree residential burglary in connection with an Altadena looting incident. On the night of, again, January 8th, they went ahead and entered 2 different houses in the Altadena area, stealing property in each of the houses, and they were apprehended by the police. And they are looking at 6 years maximum on each one of the residential burglary counts. The third set of charges is against Roy Sims, Ryan Sims, Naquan Dewey Reddix, and Pierre O'Bannon. They are each charged with 1 count of first-degree residential burglary in connection with their crimes, where they went into a house in Altadena in the early morning hours and stole a variety of different personal property from the owners of that house. If we can show some of that property and the burglary tools that were seized.
No.
We do not have that. Among the property that you'll see that was stolen in that particular incident was actually the Emmy Award of the resident who lived there. That was, the police worked incredibly quickly in that situation, stopped these individuals, and were able to apprehend them and recover most of the stolen property. The fourth incident is an arson incident in which Jose Gerardo Escobar has been charged. Do we have that ready? This is an incident that occurred in Azusa, where Mr. Escobar has been charged with 3 different arson charges. He is looking at 9 years in state prison. This is arson that occurred at Pioneer Park in the city of Azusa. It was investigated by the Azusa Police Department, who acted very effectively and very efficiently in apprehending Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, as well, has been not only has been charged, but he is set for arraignment today. So again, with respect to all these charges, as I said before, these charges are not evidence, and they are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But this shows the effectiveness of law enforcement. So when I said, and I have been saying over the past couple days, the question is not if, but when you will be caught if you engage in these crimes. The 10 charges, or 10 different individuals that have been charged today, are evidence of that fact. And the warning shot remains. Do not go ahead and engage in looting, engage in internet scams, engage in price gouging. Do not violate evacuation orders. And do not commit any of these crimes in which people are trying to profit from the tragedy of the people who have suffered from these various fires. What I'd like to now do is introduce both Los Angeles Police Department Assistant Chief Blake Chow and Los Angeles Police Department Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton to provide further words.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blake Chow. It's BLAKECHOW. You know, I just want to say on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, if you've followed this whole incident, all week we've been standing together as a regional team. The sheriff, district attorney, thank you, Mr. Hockman, city attorney, supervisors, city council members, because the only way we're going to have an impact and keep our community safe is if we stand together and we operate as a team. And I will tell you, in the Palisades area and the fires that we've experienced in Los Angeles, isn't it bad enough we have 40,000 people potentially that have been evacuated from an area, and then we get a handful of people that want to come up with activity to go victimize them. It's not enough that they have to worry about their properties and rebuilding and things like that, but now they would have to worry about criminals coming up there and taking advantage of them. So I want to really applaud our district attorney. And I also, for the charges that were filed, those are really important to send the message to the people out there that are not only thinking about going up there and victimizing the properties, but the stuff that may come after this in the form of scams. You're not going to get away with it. And this team is not going to let you get away with it. And for the residents of Los Angeles, on behalf of our police chief, I just wanted to tell the residents of Los Angeles, this team has your back. We have patrols up in the hills right now while the evacuation orders are in place to make sure that your properties are safe. And as you can see with the investigation, when we get evidence of a crime, we leave no stone unturned, and we find people, and we will bring them to justice and hand them over to the district attorney. So again, on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, thank you for this team. This is really the one way that we're going to ensure that this region is safe, and the people that live in our region are going to be able to come back to some sort of semblance of their normal lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives, Los Angeles Police Department. I want to first acknowledge the dangerous and difficult work that's been done by our brothers and sisters in the fire service, especially our Los Angeles Fire Department employees, and our Los Angeles Police Department officers and employees, both sworn and civilian, who stood shoulder to shoulder with our firefighters from all over the United States and the world, really, to help fight this fire and bring justice to these individuals who are being victimized again. A couple of things on the investigative side. So for the individuals that were involved in the burglary up in the canyon, Our investigation started immediately upon report, and we were quickly developing investigative leads on that case. I want to acknowledge the hard work of our Metropolitan Division Crime Impact Team, who dropped another case that they were working on and immediately went up on this case, utilizing multiple investigative techniques to identify these individuals, surveil them, make sure that a crime had actually occurred, verify that items were taken, and then effectively conducted surveillance and took them into custody in a safe manner and identified them as the individuals that were involved. Moving forward, there will be additional investigative information that will be developed as this case progresses, and we'll be able to release more information to the public. But at this time, we're going to be limited in terms of what we can release. In addition, I think most people are aware there was an incident where various individuals were attempting to identify themselves as firefighters. We continue to make progress on that case, and I anticipate that that is going to result in a successful filing as well. We've been able to develop information through our investigation that shows that there were conspiratorial acts that were involved in their activity, and I anticipate in the very near future we'll be filing additional charges against those individuals, as well as the misdemeanor charges of impersonating a public official. So I'm gonna close my remarks with this. We are aware that there are other crimes that have occurred, and my message to the public is this. Number one, we are aware of some of the individuals that are involved. The Los Angeles Police Department is going to continue those investigations and take them wherever they lead to. And I anticipate that we will be announcing additional arrests in the very near future for individuals that have been involved in activity within these closed areas. And there will be more to follow on that. The other thing I want to do is assure the community that at times you will see us out there in uniform and in black and white patrolling the area along with our National Guard partners. There are other times that you will not see us. We will be working undercover. We will be on social media. We will be conducting other investigations to bring every single one of these individuals that are involved in this criminal activity in the city of Los Angeles to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. What you see up here, and you're hearing pieces of it, is probably somebody who is out here looking to burglarize, loot, or commit other crimes here in the county of Los Angeles or the city of Los Angeles' worst nightmare. And I say that because standing around me, and you'll hear from a lot of people from the get-go, when I was communicating with Chief Jim McDonald, I was getting calls from the district attorney, Nathan Hockman, who says, hey, if there's anybody committing crimes, I want to know. I want the cases as quickly as possible. Getting cases from Martin Estrada, or I'm not getting cases, Martin Estrada saying, hey, give me the cases. Everybody around me is hungry, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, all of our law enforcement partners. And why is that? Because we've seen hour and hour of people in our community suffering, losing their homes, losing their property. And just like everybody else, people are saying, hey, this is the reason I don't want to evacuate. I don't want to be victimized again. This is a strong message from all of us that we are here. And when we catch people, we mean business. We're going to arrest in the field. We're going to investigate. And then we're going to turn it over to our partners. And depending if it's a state case and or a federal case, we got it covered here. So whether we are talking about burglary, looting, we're talking about scams, we're talking about the misuse of drones, whatever it is, we're going to get you. Do not make this worse than it already is. We're in the middle of this. We have a lot of work to do. You've heard me over and over announce arrests that we are making. When we're making arrests, the 34 that I had as of this morning, not all of them are looting and burglary. But please note, and this is a strong message to everybody, because we still have an active curfew that is in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you do not have any legitimate business in these areas, stay out, because our deputies are stopping people in a constitutional manner, I may add, and they are asking people questions. On many occasions, we are involved in these conversations were coming up with narcotics, were coming up with individuals who are carrying guns, and guess what? None of them live in this area. So what are they doing there? You got to think, hey, why would I, if I have narcotics and a gun on me, go to an area that has a curfew in it? Well, that's what we're dealing with. We're going to deal with that. We're going to continue to work. And I appreciate the work that all of these folks are doing to make sure that the people in our community do not get re-victimized. Stay out of the curfew area. Do not come here to do anything you shouldn't be doing. You're going to get caught. And as you heard from the DA, and then you'll hear from our federal partners, you're going to get hammered. Thank you. And by the way, on behalf of all of our community and the deputies that I'm talking to who are working their butts off out there away from their family on 12-hour shifts plus, thank you guys for the work that you've done and the work you're going to do, because our police officers and deputies want to know when they stop and arrest somebody that somebody's going to get prosecuted and there's going to be consequences. So thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Azusa Police Department Chief Rocky Wenwick.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd just like to say on behalf of the city and our department, pass along our prayers and thoughts and condolences to all those who have lost a loved one or lost property. To add to the previous speakers, for us, we're outside that fire zone, immediate fire zone area. What I'd like to commend is our community for paying attention, being observant, and seeing something and saying something. At that time, the park had lost a lot of trees that were down. The city had started its cleanup process, made big piles of lumber and bushes, and they're all piled up, which made something for somebody to come by and say, hey, look at that. It looked like it'd be a great place to light a fire or cause some damage. The park was just 100 yards from the base of the San Gabriel Mountains, so we got lucky that day. And I'd like to thank the community for keeping their eyes out and ask everybody to keep your eyes out. In times of this disaster that's going on, people might not go to those areas because, just like the sheriff said right now, there are curfews, but they also know that law enforcement from all over the county is there to assist those areas, to assist the LAPD, assist the National Guard, to assist the Sheriff's Department and these other smaller cities. So it leaves vulnerabilities elsewhere, or what they perceive as vulnerabilities. But the community, please be vigilant elsewhere, because it just takes another fire someplace else, and we have to split our resources. So please stay vigilant. And again, thank you to everybody from the federal, LAPD, and I'd like to thank the district attorney for his aggressive support of law enforcement and letting people know that there is accountability when you make a decision that is not the right one. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Hockman. I'm going to be short. I want to thank our incredible DA for focusing on an critically important issue. I've met hundreds of residents whose greatest fear, beyond the fact that they've lost their home, is that people are going to go in and steal whatever they have left. And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank you on behalf of the men and women, Sheriff's Department, but law enforcement as a whole, who are out there each and every day arresting. And when I find out that some of the arrests that were made, there were no charges filed on the exact same thing done, it's time for us to let the public know that accountability is alive and well in Los Angeles County. And as a supervisor whose communities are suffering right now, I want you to know we are going to work hand in hand with the district attorney, with the sheriff's department, with LAPD to make sure that not only is your property protected, but anybody that tries to take advantage of this situation will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I just really want to thank you, Sheriff Luna, to LAPD, to Chief McDonald, to you, District Attorney Hockman, Thank you for working together to recognize that we have to protect our communities. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Thank you so much for having me, District Attorney Hockman, and also for inviting all of us here today, and especially want to thank our Azusa PD Chief Rocky Wenrick and his staff, and also all our public safety officers, as well as our elected officials. I'm proud to represent the 1st District, but on this day, it saddens me to hear that we had 2 individuals, one that you just heard about in Azusa, which is in the 1st District, that was caught in conducting an arson. The second was also reported to me from the city of Irwindale. So what I want to say is that we don't have to necessarily be inside the sphere of where the fire is, but there are criminal activities that are going on throughout the county. And we have to be vigilant. And just as our PD chief from Azusa said, if you see something, por favor, say something and let us know what is happening. I want to say that even though there is a dark side to this, we have to say that there are also some good things that are happening. There are people who are being very resilient. Just yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit over in Pasadena and in Altadena in the 5th District, and to go by and to see along Lake Avenue and Los Robles all these organic pop-ups of people wanting to share their love for healing and safety was an outpouring that I've never seen demonstrated in that manner in LA County. And I see it happening repeatedly over and over again. So let's not let these incidents that I know of in my district, but the others that are happening, that we have to do something and let people know that this is not what we are about here in Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles. I also want to thank our sheriffs, but I especially want to thank the National Guard, because I do think that the Biden and Harris administration took note that we need additional boots on the ground. And boots on the ground make a difference. They may not be arresting anyone, but their presence certainly sends a message. And I'm happy that they are now housed over in Azusa, the National Guard Armory, and that we can also utilize their services to assist us and bring calm to the public that right now is so very nervous and also very upset. Brevemente en español, solamente quiero decir que en este reporte hoy día dos cosas que pasaron eran en el distrito número 1, en Irwindale y Azusa. Y gracias a los personas que nos están defendiendo, la policía, los sheriffs, que están haciendo lo más posible para proteger a toda la comunidad.
All right, there you have officials giving a briefing on the charges that have been leveled against 9 looting suspects as well as 1 arson suspect. You heard from the newly elected LA District Attorney Nathan Hockman, and he is once again at the microphone.
Good afternoon. Thank you to District Attorney Hockman, Sheriff Luna, and our law enforcement partners. Many of our communities, neighbors, friends, and loved ones are enduring the most horrific experiences of their lives. Multiple reports of people taking advantage in mandatory evacuation areas. This behavior is unacceptable. In the Palisades, someone allegedly impersonating a firefighter, wearing a fire jacket and a helmet to attempt burglary. This behavior is despicable. We cannot tolerate it. And as we continue to help people heal through this suffering, we cannot allow people to prey on the devastation that has already happened, and we will have plenty of time to work to rebuild. No one should take advantage of residents who have been forced to flee for their safety. Taking advantage of this disaster and the suffering that our fellow Angelenos are feeling will not be tolerated. And I want to be clear, that goes not only for individuals who are preying on these locations, but also for the corporations and the businesses and the price gouging and the ways that they're taking advantage of people in this very difficult moment. And if you see this kind of behavior, you can call 800-593-8222 822. We want to hold businesses accountable as well. We cannot be taking advantage of people who are suffering in these moments. It is critical that everyone follows mandatory evacuation orders and allows our first responders to do their job. The most up-to-date information can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov, and I appreciate the accountability that is happening while we work to rebuild.
I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein-Soto.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a dual role in our city. I'm both a civil lawyer for the city, and I am the chief prosecutor for the city of Los Angeles, and I'm here in that capacity. As chief prosecutor, I'm responsible for misdemeanors committed by adults within the city limits. Let me start with everyone who's been affected by the fires that have devastated so many lives. I've spoken to many of you on the phone. I spent a lot of time on the phone with particularly the Pacific Palisades and Mandeville communities. I commit that my office, along with the district attorney, the U.S. attorney, our law enforcement partners, and our county and city elected officials, will be here working with you with all of the tools that we have. Today's press conference is about public safety and about the criminal side of what I do. I want to take 1 second to also assure you that we are laser focused in our civil side on legislation, on investigation, on disaster relief, on mortgage tax and insurance expenses, on cutting through red tape and bringing every single legislative, executive, civil, and law enforcement resource we have available to help all of you and all of us get through this disaster, recover, heal, and rebuild. That is what we as Angelenos have done for as long as I've lived in this city. I am really honored to join DA Hochman and this multi-agency coalition to talk about the steps that we are taking collectively at a city level, at a county level, at a state level, and with U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada at a federal level to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our communities in the wake of the fires and to hold accountable every single solitary criminal who seeks to prey upon people who've lost so much already. Whether it is looting, which usually falls to the district attorney, price gouging, which I think all of us have jurisdiction over, fraud, scam artists, trespass, which usually falls to me, or any other effort to take advantage of those who've been evacuated or otherwise affected by this crisis, let me add my voice to the chorus. My office will lean in to ensure that no individual gets away with illegal or predatory conduct. My office is prepared to hold everyone and anyone who engages in price gouging for housing, for shelter, for essential consumer goods, food, services, veterinary care, health care, accountable. Price gouging laws went into effect. For those of you who doubt it, they went into effect immediately upon the declaration of a state of emergency. No one, and I do mean no one, can increase pricing on any of these items: housing, shelter, food, water, clothing, pet care, health care, any other essential goods or services by more than 10% without violating the law. Violations are both criminal and civil. Violations of the price gouging statute are subject to criminal prosecution with up to 1 year's imprisonment and up to a $10,000 fine. Violations are also subject to civil enforcement, and my office has a public rights branch dedicated to civil enforcement. We have formed a price gouging task force within my public rights branch, and that is punishable by an injunction, by restitution, by up to $2,500 per violation. We are working with the mayor's office and city council on a dedicated intake system to address price gouging complaints in particular, and our lawyers and other legal personnel are already getting back to residents who have reported price gouging. If you are a victim of price gouging or aware that it is happening, if you see it happening because all of a sudden an apartment that was for rent for one amount doubles in price, please email my office to a dedicated email to this that is ATTTASK ATT, which stands for attorney, price gouging task force at lacity.org. att.pricegougingtaskforce at lacity.org, or call us at our dedicated price gouging line, 213-679-5035. As a result of this unprecedented emergency, so many of us face uncertainty about our futures, and it is the responsibility of everybody up here to ensure that those futures are bright, or as bright as they can be under the circumstances. I'm really deeply grateful to and humbled by the actions and the bravery of our city, our county, and our neighbors. To our firefighters, to our law enforcement, to our first responders and volunteers, my deepest gratitude for your heroism, strength, and unceasing commitment to saving lives and property across a vast area of our city and our county, an area much bigger than any of us thought possible. I thank our neighbors in California, in other states, and from across our northern and southern borders. I thank our federal government and our state for providing the National Guard and providing the resources, expertise, personnel, and equipment that they have. And I thank each of you, the press and the public, for helping us get out the message, for staying vigilant, for notifying us when something goes awry, for letting us know when you suspect arson, and for your resilience and commitment to our city, and your many, many acts of kindness and compassion in helping all of the families, friends, and neighbors in need. I am so proud to stand with our district attorney and our law enforcement partners. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce United States Attorney Martín Estrada.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Martín Estrada. I'm the United States Attorney. This past week has been devastating for our community. Our family, our friends, our colleagues have suffered immeasurable losses. Our hearts go out to all the victims of the terrible fires that have occurred in our area. But I will say, one thing I've seen time and time again is the resilience of this community. When the times get tough, we come together. That is no different with regard to law enforcement. The level of cooperation and collaboration with our law enforcement partners, federal, state, and local in this area in Southern California is top in the country. We come together, whether it be violent crime, human trafficking, you name it, we come together. This time will be no different. We will collaborate and work together and bring the same approach to holding accountable all those who engage in crimes related to this disaster. Now, the first priority is stopping these fires, stopping the destruction. My deepest gratitude to the first responders, the ones who are out there on the lines fighting for us. God bless them. They deserve our prayers. But another priority is ensuring that there aren't people out there who victimize others, criminal opportunists who take advantage of this situation. This sort of behavior is completely unacceptable, and because of that, it is critical that we all work together to hold such individuals accountable. Let me talk about what we're doing as federal authorities. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the ATF is fully engaged in this crisis. We are addressing three main areas of criminality. First, arson. This investigation is at its early stages, but I will tell you the ATF National Response Team hit the ground this morning investigating to determine the origin cause of the fire. Now, this group is highly experienced, includes investigators from throughout the country. This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit. We are going to fully investigate the origins of these fires. We have powerful federal arson statutes to hold accountable with mandatory minimum sentences anyone who is found to have recklessly or intentionally caused these fires. Second, illegal drone activity. We have seen people flying drones over restricted areas. We need to ensure that our first responder personnel are able to do their jobs. We've already heard about drones flying over fires, hitting fire planes, disrupting them, taking them out of commission. That is unacceptable. It is illegal to fly drones over restricted areas. This basically means not flying over the areas where the fires are taking place. If you do so, you'll be arrested and you'll be prosecuted. And be warned, you may not be arrested right away, but our investigators will continue their work. We brought these illegal drone cases time and time again, including a case a few weeks ago involving Vandenberg Air Force Base. As we speak, we have investigators issuing legal process, investigating social media posts of drone footage in the fire areas, looking through that footage to determine the perpetrators in order to hold those people accountable. If you're thinking of flying a drone over an impacted area, over a fire, the message is simple: don't do it. Third, fraud. We are not going to allow victims to be re-victimized. Certainly, as the district attorney talked about, looters will be held accountable by his office. But we will take on some of those more sophisticated fraudsters who are out there using other means to steal. This is one of the largest disasters we've ever faced. We will see huge amounts of relief money coming into this area, including federal funds. If history is any guide, including through the pandemic that we all went through, the COVID-19 pandemic, there are people who will attempt to steal that money. Let's talk about two areas of fraud we are vigilantly monitoring. First is federal recovery funds. The Small Business Administration, FEMA, and other federal agencies are beginning their efforts to support homeowners, renters, business owners with relief funds. During the COVID-19 disaster, we saw people committing identity theft to steal that money. My office can use mandatory minimum sentences against anyone committing such conduct to hold them accountable. Second is charity fraud. People around the world are looking for ways to support the victims. This is a good thing. People are generous in times of need, but it also creates an opportunity for fraud. Charity fraud is a donation scam where people are tricked into donating money to a group or a fake group that essentially provides no services for the victims. We will investigate any group that illegally diverts funds from the victims. And let me say, as I mentioned, generosity is a good thing. But fraudsters will target victims and generous individuals who want to help. They'll do so through many means, including social media posts, including calls, including texts. Keep this in mind. True charities will not pressure you into giving funds. If you come across deceptive individuals who try to push you to donate money, that raises suspicions, and do not donate. Make sure your money goes to trusted organizations, and beware of websites that may try to mimic real organizations. There's a lot of fraud out there and people trying to perpetrate it. In conclusion, regardless of the type of crime we are talking about, we will hold people accountable. There is zero tolerance for any criminal activity arising from these fires. Together, we will recover from these fires. But the ongoing work, the recovery work, including protecting the victims and protecting those people who would like to help the victims and protecting relief funds, will be ongoing. We will be vigilant. Now, before I conclude, I want to give out a number from the ATF. If there is anyone out there who has any tips on the origins of the fires, any of the fires, please text 63975 with your tip. That is, again, the number 63975. That will go to the ATF National Response Team. Thank you very much. I will now introduce to the podium Special Agent in Charge of the FBI, Akil Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I want to state my condolences for those who have lost loved ones, property, and are currently suffering. We at the FBI also have employees that have lost everything that they own. It's a traumatic event for all of us, all Los Angelinos everywhere. I'd like to highlight just 2 lines of effort that your local FBI office is involved in. U.S. Attorney Estrada highlighted our drone efforts. FBI Los Angeles has created the nation's first counter-UAS task force. This task force has been deployed to the Rose Bowl, it's deployed to the Golden Globes, and it is deployed to all of these fires. We're out there every single day looking for drone pilots, looking for operators that are disrupting our most critical effort to contain these fires, and that is the airdrops. I'd like to foot stomp what our brothers and sisters at CAL FIRE said. If you fly, we can't. Meaning if you fly these drones, we're not able to use our most sophisticated technique to contain these fires and save lives. The second line of effort for the FBI, as U.S. Attorney Estrada stated, is significant fraud. As we have seen from COVID fraud, Hurricane Katrina fraud, we've seen earthquake fraud, all those monies that are pouring into our communities, fraudsters are sitting right now trying to figure out ways to steal that money. You heard Sheriff Luna reference the term being hungry. Our investigators, our task force officers, our deputies, our police officers, our investigators, we're hungry too. We're hungry to try to find the fraudsters that are stealing this money and preventing it from getting in the hands of the people that need it most. There are 2 ways you can reach the FBI. Please call 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any tips or you've been the victim of any of these frauds, or tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for your time today. I'll turn it over to DA Hochman.
So I'd also like to thank Jose Medina, Acting Special Agent in charge of the ATF's LA Field Division, Jessica Post, Battalion Chief in charge of the LA County Fire Department Arson Unit, LAPD Detective Wilson, LAPD Detective Carrillo, for their tremendous efforts, and all of the officers and investigators and detectives that worked to make this day possible to announce these charges so swiftly. Over 30 years ago, Los Angeles endured the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots, all in sequential order. And LA showed back then its grit, its resilience, to not only come back, but to build better. We're going to see that occur again. When we get these fires stabilized, we're going to show Los Angeles to the world that we have the grit and resilience to again build ourselves better than we were. And to the extent that these criminals want to get in our way, please let today be one example of the united front that they are going to face. Between the District Attorney's Office, the City Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we have well over 1,000 prosecutors ready to do justice on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County. And working with us, we literally have thousands of officers, detectives, and investigators that will bring these criminals to justice. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll take questions now.
Jay Hochman.
Yes, in the back.
Friend PR Martin Koski, do you have a number of reports of burglaries in these zones, the evacuation zones? I mean, not ones where you've charged people, but actually, you know, what's CompStat saying?
These are ongoing investigations. Every one that has not been charged is an ongoing investigation. So it's too preliminary to comment about those investigations today.
Do we have a total number, though, of arrests for looting?
Actually, Sheriff Luna would like to add.
Yeah, very good question. And before even coming here, I'm trying to inquire about how many burglaries there are, at least in LA County Sheriff's territory. It has been extremely difficult to do that. Let me try and paint a quick picture for you. We have many areas where residents have not been allowed to go back in since they left in a really quick hurry to save their lives. As we start repopulating some of these areas, we are going to get reports. I hope it's not too many, but I think we are going to get reports of burglaries and other crimes. So just a quick second to tell our community, as you do repopulate, and if you believe you were the victim of a burglary or any other crime, immediately report that. to your local police station, sheriff station, whatever that may be, because unfortunately, I think we're going to get those. But that's why we don't have all that information now. You talk about CompStat, it'll all start coming in as soon as we start going back in there.
So, Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. We talked about some people who were impersonating firemen, and it's been confirmed that they were in fact wearing the uniform and helmet. How did they get those? Were those stolen?
I can address that. So that's part of the investigation that feeds into some of the information. So we're not going to disclose those parts of the investigation at this time. As the prosecution moves forward, at whatever level it moves forward to, we will be releasing additional information, especially after we confirm which charges are going to be filed. At this time, we can't really discuss it.
Chief Hamilton, quick follow on that was the people impersonating. That was at the Palisades Fire scene?
That's correct.
Were they found, do you believe they had also been involved in looting or burglary, or were they found stolen property?
We believe that they were conspiring to conduct illegal activity, including looting and residential burglary in the area.
Just let me follow that up, because I would just want to tag on to something that Sheriff Luna said, that, this has been a very, very chaotic scene for everybody right now, and we have a lot of areas right now residents have not been able to go back. I know that LAPD has reported 14 arrests for fire-related things, many of which you have seen here, but I think, for example, what the individuals that are arrested with the fire uniforms, we're pleading with the public, if they have any information that they may have seen these individuals in other parts of the Palisades, we need that information, because as the Chief Hamilton had said, this investigation is not closed, it's still going, and as residents begin to repopulate and we get more information, ring videos and things like that, those are the things that we're going to need to really get a picture as to how many crimes may have occurred in that area.
Chief Cheryl?
Yes, right here.
Natasha Chen with CNN. I know that the investigations into the origins of the fires for Palisades and Eaton are still ongoing. As far as that task force activity is concerned, though, is there any indication that there's investigation into possible human involvement in the Palisades fire, whether that be accidental or intentional, and for the Eaton fire, a potential electrical transmission tower?
So we're not going to address at this point that part of the investigation. That'll be conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. More information will be forthcoming from that investigation in the future.
Will ATF have a news conference? Anyone?
So we are speaking on behalf of ATF. We are coordinating with ATF on the investigation and any potential prosecution. We are at the initial stages at this time, so we ask for patience as we go through this investigation. Everything is on the table in terms of the investigation and potential statutes that are in play. I gave you the number. I'll repeat it. If anyone has any tips, I encourage them to text the following number, 63975. But given that the investigation is at its early stages, we cannot provide further information.
How many of the cases qualify for federal charges, and what will be the maximum sentence if somebody is accused of arson?
Anyone who intentionally or recklessly causes a fire can be prosecuted federally for arson, carries a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and from there, depending on the facts, the sentence can be much longer, including decades in prison.
Mr. Estrada, can you just clarify, is this arson investigation just normal matter of course given the devastation, or are you acting off information that there may have been an intentional fire set, Palisades, Eaton, otherwise?
I can't get into details of the investigation. I will say this is by no means the normal course. We're dealing with the largest disasters in our area ever. It's for that reason we asked the ATF National Response Team to get involved. Highly experienced group has done this throughout the country, including in our area before, with success. Thank you.
How many cases are on your hands?
The investigation is at early stages.
Don't you have any number of investigations?
We are investigating all the fires for potential arson. We are looking at all the fires. We're focused on the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire this time.
Sheriff Luna, given the level of frustration and misery for so many people who are out of their homes, there's been some reports of vigilantism. Are you concerned about this, and how do you mitigate it if indeed it is happening?
Concerned, yes. I think we're always concerned. As the days wear on, people, our community, our residents who live there, they're getting angry and they're getting frustrated. We're going to try and do everything we can to enhance our communication. That's why every time we get up here, we talk about the reasons why we are not repopulating as quickly as we would like. There's still a lot of hazards out there, for example. As we're speaking now, I still have search and rescue teams that are out there trying to recover remains of individuals, correlating missing persons to addresses that used to be there. There's a lot of work there. So again, I plead with our communities, be as patient as possible. There is no conversation that we're having as a county family with our city partners that doesn't include evacuation orders and warnings without, okay, when are we going to repopulate? Because we're hearing our community loud and clear. All of us, I know our supervisors are going out personally and listening to our community and their frustrations. We know it. We're staying on top of it. None of us have been off one day. All of us are working 16, 18-hour days, and we're doing this because we want to get back to normal as quickly as possible. But I do remind everybody, I mean, I just read the weather report before coming in here. We're gonna experience some significant winds. I'm very concerned about the dangers that we still face, concerns that our community still faces. So we're still in the middle of this. But please communicate with us, and we'll continue to work on putting out as much public information as we possibly can. We don't want our community to go that direction. Now, if the vigilantes you're talking about are people who live somewhere else and are going to come and cause problems, this team I have around me, we're ready to deal with that.
I see the show of support here today, and it's massive and impressive. But to someone who feels desperate, how can you reassure them?
Somebody who lost their home, we will do everything we can to make sure that you are aware that we're here, we care, we're going to respond, we're going to investigate, and the reason we're here today united is because we are communicating. We have been communicating from the beginning. We're going to be something that the rest of this country looks at and says, how did you guys do this? That's where we're at. That's the assurance I want to give our entire community. We are here. We are here for you.
Right, we have time for one more question.
A question for the FBI.
Right here.
You have pieces of that drone that hit the Super Scooper. Have you made any progress in that investigation? Do you have any persons of interest that you're looking at or speaking with?
So that investigation is ongoing, and yes, you're right. We have collected pieces of that, and we're putting that together as we would through a normal course of investigation. There's lots of avenues to investigate regarding that. So that's all I'm going to say is as far as that goes.
And have you had any more incidents with drones and firefighting equipment?
So we are coming across probably 20 incursions a day. Now, our numbers vary a little different than what the fire department puts out, and that's just because of the focus on the area that the FBI is looking at. Our focus is a little bit more narrow than what the fire department's looking at. So, you know, the numbers we're putting out are probably between 20 and 30, and the fire department's is about double that. But the fire department is correct. There are that many drones in the air at any given time. And that's why we continue to stress to the public, stop flying your drones over these fires. Let us do our job. Let us save lives. Let the firefighters do what they do best, and that's put these fires out.
But no, can you confirm that 2 arrests
Not at this point.
have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you say that again?
Can you confirm that 2 arrests have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm going to leave that up to my state and local counterparts behind me. Thank you very much.
I can tell you from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, we've arrested 3 individuals for 2 drone usages.
All right, thank you all for coming today. If you want one-on-one interviews, you can do that at this point. I very much appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
All right, so you've been listening in there. The District Attorney, Nathan Hochman, holding a press conference announcing arrests that have been made. 10 in total thus far, 9 charged with looting, and 1 man charged with arson in Azusa.
And a lot of these investigations for other arrests and detainments they've made surrounding the situation going on as far as looting and drone use that's illegal. They say all of those investigations are still in process, so they haven't leveled charges yet, but this is a real show of force for local law enforcement officials as well as federal officials joining together to flex their legal muscle. Really, the message is that criminals will be prosecuted and held accountable. So that's what they're trying to send right here. A strong message and a stern warning to people out there. Do not go into the areas that are off guards right now to the public, especially for criminal use. And it's a real stern warning because they want to make sure these victims are not victimized again.
That's right. Heard from a number of speakers, including U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada, where they made 3 points that they're targeting arson. Of course, this is the early stages. This does take a while. They are working with the ATF. Drone usage is a big one. They just, you may have heard, 3 individuals have been arrested regarding 2 drone incidents. Do not fly your drones in these areas. You want to get these shots, you're interfering with rescue efforts. You're hampering their ability to do their job. And fraud. As Sandra said, they want to make sure victims are not re-victimized. That doesn't just mean looting. It means people who may take advantage of people with price gouging, schemes, scams. Those are things we'll see as time goes on.
And we are awaiting a press conference that's scheduled to start just any minute now, where federal officials, or fire officials rather, will be giving us the latest update on the Palisades fire. But in the meantime, as we wait for that, let's go to Star with a check of weather, because that's the big concern in these hours to come.
You know, that is one of the biggest concerns, and I've been having the question of people just concerned of our wind event that we are expecting over the course of this week to compare to what we did see unfold last week. And the answer is that this event is expected to be moderate to strong in some cases. What we saw last week, I want to remind you that we had winds that were pushing across the area, clocking in at 90 to 100 miles per hour at some instances. Not this time around. Again, we are expecting our winds to gust upwards of, I'd say, 45 miles per hour through about 70. We've already seen some of our winds across the area kick up. I myself stepped out a little bit earlier this afternoon across portions of the San Fernando Valley, and it is breezy and windy out there already. So just to put things in position there, we do continue with our red flag warning. It does go through the second half of our Wednesday. So the middle of our week is when we are expecting things to let up around here. And as of now, we are looking at a system that is just kind of meandering around portions of our coastline, and it is expected to bring in a chance of some wet and moist weather by the time we get to the ending of our week here. So we are still in this rare PDS red flag warning. The National Weather Service has not expired it. This event is, again, reserved for those most extreme events. The last time we saw one was back in December, but also in November, and of course the ones that we've had this month. And prior to what we've seen just over the last week or so, or I'd say the last 3 months, we have not seen one of these since the 2020 season. I want to remind you that these events are so rare that we usually see one in about a 5 to 10 year span there. So just to put things into perspective, we are seeing those winds kick up across the area. This morning we had a lot of single digits across the area, but if you take a look out towards portions of our high deserts, we have some sustained winds going as high as 22 miles per hour across the Palmdale area. Over and through portions of Ventura County, we have winds that are getting very close to about 25 miles per hour, still along the Santa Ana area as well. Now, we do have 2 areas that we are watching over the course of this event, and one of those is going to be the Santa Susana Mountains, but also portions of our San Gabriel Mountains we'll be keeping an eye on. So 2 bullseyes here where we're already seeing those gusts about 25 to, I'd say, close to 35 miles per hour across portions of our San Bernardino Mountains or the Inland Empire, but also up the I-5 corridor here. So over towards portions of the San Fernando Valley, pushing through Ventura County up towards Camarillo, we have our winds going at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Now, our red flag warning, we are already in the thick of it, and it is expected to kick through Wednesday. But this PDS, the particularly dangerous situation that we're expecting, it is still in place for tomorrow morning at around 4 a.m., and it is expected to go through Wednesday at noon. You do see a big chunk of the area missing here, so this is not just going to be portions of Los Angeles County, but it's going to include portions of the South Bay and take us all the way down through portions of Orange County and some of our inland community as well. That's not included in this watch and warning. I do want to remind you that just because we do see all of this highlighted magenta area here, this does not mean that we are definitely going to see a fire through the region. areas. Just letting you know that we do, across this highlighted area, have the ingredients, which means the winds as well as the humidity values sitting so low that we could see things become very critical if a fire were to ignite out there. We have a wind advisory in place now through Wednesday at noon, with winds kicking out of the northeast. This is going to be with winds getting as high as 45 miles per hour. But I want you to take a look at one of those areas over to this side here. This is going to be the darker contoured area where that is that high wind warning. This is where we're expecting to see the higher of those winds kicking up across the area. So again, I want to remind you, the Santa Susana Mountains, portions of the San Gabriels as well, kicking through portions of Oxnard into Ventura County, through portions of Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Palmdale, Calabasas, to name just a few of the area. And this is for, again, winds going upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. The advisory does continue through portions of the Inland Empire and Orange County as well. So we've experienced the light end of our wind event getting through portions of today. And again, we will see that the contouring, wanting to point you towards these purple colors here. If you pay attention, I'm going to roll our map here. This is our future gust. You'll see that things really start to pick up as the time we get to tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. But then take a look at what happens. We do continue to see those numbers just getting bigger and bigger. So anywhere from about 25 to 45 is what our model is picking up here. And we are not expecting things to let down. Tomorrow around lunchtime, things will still be quite gusty and breezy out there. And this will be the case getting us through Tuesday afternoon, evening, rolling into Wednesday. Wednesday is when we're expecting to see things let up. And this is a look at Wednesday morning, where we do show some of our gusts moving as high as 51 miles per hour. Those are very breezy conditions. When we think in terms of our humidity, that's what's going to give us the problem. Santa Ana moving through here and really just drawing out all of our moisture. So we do, again, have our humidity values in single digits. We'll be back a little bit later this evening with more details on your forecast. But for now, back to you guys.
Star, thank you. Keeping an eye on things with the weather, of course. We will continue to do that throughout the day. Right now, though, we do want to take you out to another news conference. We are waiting to hear from officials there regarding the Palisades Fire. So let's listen in.
2025 at 3 p.m. My name is Thomas Schutz, public information for the Palisades Fire. I want to give some quick facts on this incident. We're at 23,713 acres. This fire is 14% contained. And as of today, we have over 5,000 personnel out here, 5,123 personnel working this incident. We're going to kick it off with an operational update.
Hello, I'm Battalion Chief Christian Litz with LA County Fire, partnered up with CAL FIRE Team 2 with the operations section. We're going to start over here on the top left part of the map where you see Montecito there. This is more of the brush side on the top half of the map. So we have resources in there still isolating and securing the edges, looking for the heat sources deeper inside as far as we can to limit any probability of escape. And we're doing that to protect the town of Montecito, coming around the top to Payuma Canyon, over to Saddle Peak Ridge, and coming around to Tuna Canyon into the Topanga area and around the neighborhood of Fernwood, doing the same thing along that whole top edge of the fire. We have resources still scouring the fire's edge, mopping up. That means getting rid of any kind of isolated heat sources that they're finding inside, and as deep as we can to isolate that problem and make sure that we don't have any issues as far as probability of escape. We're limiting as much as we can. Around where we have structures in Fernwood, we do have resources in there, getting behind those structures, again, mopping up any heat that they find, make sure that we don't have any adverse fire effects to those buildings right there to keep them safe. As we come up to Topanga Canyon along the fires again, we're securing that edge, putting in that hand line, and getting deeper in the mop up. Everything's looking a lot less heat in this area as far as everywhere else as well. Topanga, we're looking at Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park's up there, so we're going around the edge. We still got a lot of work to do in this area right here as far as constructing direct control line. Going direct means we're going right along that fire's edge, securing the edge, mopping it up, getting deeper as we go along that to secure it. Coming up the side, we had a little bit of activity here a couple days ago, what we are calling Division Zulu, as we come back up to Dirt Mulholland. It is good. We got retardant painted thick along that edge, nice big line constructed with the hand crews that did a lot of work. So they're just finding, again, those isolated heat sources to make sure we have very low probability of any escape of this fire. Coming around the top, the Dirt Mulholland. Coming around to the corner and coming back down into Mandeville Canyon, same story. Resources are still scouring that edge to secure it, and getting behind those structures in Mandeville Canyon, make sure there's nothing that can roll out or do any damage that we don't want done to any structures. And they're working really hard to get as depth as they can in there. Overall, that's the more brush area of the fire, is the top half of the fire. Find very little activity in there. We do still have helicopters up there dropping on those heat sources to help the ground crews out. Now coming down into the Riviera area, West Ridge, Riviera, bordering Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades, all along the bottom half of the fire that we see here, going into Topanga Canyon, Temescal Canyon, Las Flores area, and also coming back over to Malibu, same story. Resources are lined up and going all along the PCH, interior to all the structures, up the different roads, all around those structures. They're really concentrating on the structures that are still standing, getting ready any heat sources around it, anything that can cause any damage or get inside those structures and have any unwanted damage that we're thinking about. And then coming around, finishing up back to where you see the black line, that's where the fire butted up against the Franklin Fire here on the far left of the map, and it's looking really good. We still have eyes on it. We still have resources in the area. We also have resources in the structure groups, which means they're around the structures building plans. We always plan to keep the fire as small as possible, but we always prepare for something different, especially with the winds coming on. We could have change of the environment for us, so we're preparing to respond to anything new. We have resources identified that could respond quickly and keep new starts small. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service assigned to the Palisades incident. Last week when this fire ignited, the area was experiencing one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've had in recent memory. And those historic Santa Ana winds brought extremely critical fire weather conditions to this area, allowing the fire those first couple of days to grow rapidly and explosively. Since those first couple of days, the fire has still been under the influence of Santa Ana winds, and that influence is going to continue for the next couple of days. In fact, from today through Wednesday, we're expecting moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds across the fire, and with that, it's going to bring continued critical fire weather conditions to the area. Along with the critically dry brush, because we haven't had any rain here since last April, it's going to bring those critical fire weather conditions to the area, and therefore we have red flag warning that's in effect. That red flag warning is still in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. So we have expectations of those moderate to strong Santa Ana winds, critical fire weather conditions. That red flag warning is in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday. Fortunately, by Thursday and continuing into the weekend, things are going to moderate quite dramatically, and we get back to actually kind of nice oceanic sea breezes, cooler temperatures, higher humidities. Hopefully we'll get at least a couple days of respite from these Santa Ana winds. But again, the big thing is red flag warning is still in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite all of our speakers and guests up to the stage, please.
Does this work? Is this on?
Yes. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Everett. I'm the Assistant Chief for Operations West Bureau from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, covering the area of the impacted zone. It troubles me to see these things happen to my neighbors. This is an area that I live, work, and play. All that being said, I have to put my emotions behind me because it's time for me to roll up my sleeves along with this incredible team I have behind me to really help with those business continuity and resiliency plans and try to get this place back up on their feet at the best of our abilities. I proudly stand with a number of partners in the area, but primarily my fire partners, Los Angeles County, who we share the border with, of course myself, Los Angeles City, and then we have our force multiplier CAL FIRE incident management team to help us, along with a number of law enforcement partners. We have a good team to help you the best of our abilities. Within the city of Los Angeles, we're still actively working in there. We do have some active structure fires left over from the original impact, and we're also bracing for some severe weather that you just heard from our weather specialist. So I just want to tell the city Angelinos that we are not out of this yet. We have a significant storm coming tonight, so listen to all the warnings that you've heard, and please, believe me when I tell you that we're in this together. But I really want you to be safe until we get out of this next storm, and then we can take the next step.
CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 Incident Commander.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Hudson with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and Unified Incident Commander for the Palisades incident. Over the last 36 hours, we have seen very little fire growth on this incident, which is a positive. However, it's important to remember, as was just stated, we are still under a red flag event, and we will continue to surge resources to the priorities around this fire. The priorities right now are extinguishing any flare-ups around structures, responding to any hotspots on the interior around structures, and primarily building line for community protection. Those have been our priorities the last throughout this incident, but we've been able to achieve those priorities. We have a large number of resources. We're over 5,000 people at this incident right now, spread across the entirety of this incident and the fire line as well as interior. We are also continuing to build contingency line. I mentioned yesterday that some of the flare-ups that we saw over the last 48 to 72 hours, they did remain within the contingency line. We're actively building contingency line to the north, south, east, and west around this fire. We're focusing around communities like Fernwood, and with the westerly flow that we're starting to, or the offshore flow we're starting to see, we're prepared for that. I know we've had a lot of questions about containment. Not a lot of smoke in the air today. Part of the reason that the winds are keeping the smoke down. And but also with the containment, when we call something contained or identify it as such, we want to have complete confidence that the fire will not cross that line. So we anticipate through Wednesday night this fire is going to be heavily wind tested. We do anticipate an increase in containment, and we'll report that as such as the time allows or the situation dictates. So thank you.
LA Fire Department Chief.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start with just giving you a quick brief. This morning, Mayor Bass and I conducted an aerial survey of this specific fire at Palisades. While we witnessed significant loss, we also saw many, many successes in the efforts to save lives and protect property. Containing the fires absolutely remains the top priority. When the time comes for recovery, we are committed to a unified effort across the agencies to support the affected communities. The Palisades Fire is still active, as we can see, and our mission continues. As I said this morning, I've staffed all available LAFD resources ahead of this wind event, and it's already underway. There are pre-positioned engines, strike teams, task forces across the city to make sure that we have the ability to rapidly respond. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau within the city to augment as fire patrols in the very high fire hazard severity zone. I tell you, as I take a step back, I'm so very grateful as I look around and I see all of our firefighters and first responders from all over California and our neighboring states. You think about that from the western region to Canada to even Mexico. We know absolutely we cannot fight this alone, and we're so very appreciative of our partners. Just a brief on the Palisades Fire. You've heard a couple of the numbers, but the LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that are assigned. The fire is 23,713 acres with 14% containment, 5,123 personnel that are assigned. As you can see, the firefighters are up and down. They are completely and diligently working through the night to increase the containment. and prevent further spread. As this wind event that we just heard about continues, we urge the public to stay diligent, to stay ready, as the danger has absolutely not passed. Please adhere to any evacuation warning and orders immediately, and prioritize your safety. Thank you, everyone.
LA County Sheriff Commander.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Commander Christine Coles. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I'm serving as the Unified Incident Commander from the Sheriff's Department Incident Management Team for the Palisades Fire response. I'd like to provide you just a few updates on the status of our operation. We currently have over 100 Sheriff Department personnel assisting with our operations, along with National Guard personnel. Currently, no new evacuations are being performed. We've made 5 arrests related to the Palisades Fire, involving charges such as unauthorized entry into an emergency area and additional charges for weapons and narcotics possession. A curfew has been established for all mandatory evacuation zones affected by the Palisades Fire and will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and until further notice. This curfew is strictly enforced to enhance public safety, protect property, and deter looting. We urge all individuals to comply with the curfew and avoid the affected areas unless you are authorized personnel. We regret to confirm that 5 deaths as of this afternoon have occurred within the LASD jurisdiction due to the Palisades Fire. In collaboration with the Los Angeles County Fire Urban Search and Rescue Team and multiple other agencies, search and rescue operations began this morning in designated areas which were affected by the fire. These searches are part of a phased approach and will occur during daylight hours. The goal of the searches is to ensure that areas are made safe prior to entry and to ensure every resident is accounted for. I can't begin to comprehend the anguish that some in the community are feeling, and I'm so sorry for all the losses that you have suffered. However, we ask that you understand that thorough searching must be conducted in these areas to render them safe and to provide conclusion for those that have been reported missing. We appreciate all the cooperation that you give us during this tragedy. Thank you.
LA County Fire Department Chief Harris.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Robert Harris, and I'm with Los Angeles County Fire Department. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders assigned to this incident. Your Los Angeles County Fire Department understands that the community is in need of information. To assist the community in understanding or knowing the status of their property, impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing the damage assessments. Please note that preliminary maps have been posted and are updated daily. If you look at the map and you do not see a color by your address, that means that that building has not been assessed as of yet. As stated by my colleagues, severe weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County Fire Department is prepared, and we are anticipating winds and low humidity and low moisture, which will be a threat to the Los Angeles County area, and it will be critical. We ask all Los Angeles County residents in fire-prone areas to understand that the public safety shutoffs are critical and necessary for the collective safety of the community and for preventing additional wildland fires. There are rumors out there that the Los Angeles County Fire Department turned down offers for mutual aid. We want you to be assured that these rumors are totally false. However, we would like to make it totally clear that repopulation will not occur until the area is safe for our residents to return home. We would like once again to thank Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for her unwavering leadership and continued support through this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to the residents of Los Angeles County affected by this catastrophe, please be assured that our firefighters continue to work toward containing these wildland fires from the land and the ground so that we can get you home relatively as soon as possible. We stand alongside of you during this terrible disaster, and we will be with you during the recovery effort. Thank you.
LAPD Chief.
Well, good afternoon. I want to assure you that the LAPD and all of our partners here remain fully committed to your safety and well-being as we move forward through this together. Just a bit on our deployment. LAPD officers are performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires. For a 24-hour period, we have deployed roughly 600 officers to these areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who has 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident, and we're very grateful for all of their support. On the missing persons front, certainly a concern for everyone. At this time, we have 26 people reported missing. 17 of those have been found safe. Of the 9 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased, but we have yet to be able to positively identify those individuals. 1 has likely been found safe at a shelter, but refused contact with the police, and 6 remain unaccounted for. Anybody who may have information on any of those 6, if you would, please let us know. In total, 3 fatalities were fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital but had not been previously reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made a total of 14 arrests. 3 of those were for failure to obey curfew. Impersonating an officer, 1, impersonating a firefighter, 1, unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area, 2 people, 1 for driving under the influence, 1 for vandalism, 1 for possession of ammo and burglary tools, 2 for burglary, and 2 for conspiracy to commit burglary. So in spite of what we say up here, there are people who are still going to take advantage of the situation, so please help us out with that. Animal services on that front, we're sensitive to the fact that in the rush to evacuate, many residents were forced to leave their pets behind. In order to help residents gain access to the pets that were left behind, Animal Services is accepting calls and creating a list for CAL FIRE to assist with facilitating reunification with their pets. That number is 888-452-7381, and Animal Services is deploying 2 animal regulation officers here to the Zuma command post to be able to assist in that and inspect undamaged properties for animals. Again, just a reminder on the curfew, my partner, Commander Coles, mentioned the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and unless you're public safety personnel or other disaster workers, you have no reason to be at these locations. If you are in those areas, as you've heard over and over again, you will be subject to arrest. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool to keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure and to keep looters out. This effort also helps to protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness in very difficult circumstances. As you heard previously, there's still a threat there from gas lines, electricity down power lines, not to mention the toxic environment that's been created. So unless you have a real official reason to be there, please stay out. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our department, that all of us standing be here with you today before you, are with you. We're here for you for the duration, not only to ensure your safety, but provide support and resources necessary to recover and ultimately rebuild. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly every day to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. Thank you for your understanding, your patience, and your resilience during this very, very difficult time for all. Thank you.
CAL FIRE Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tyler. I'm the Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE. Again, as I said yesterday, my heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with the community and our citizens who are affected by this devastation. And I have the utmost appreciation for our firefighters and our first responders, our law enforcement and military organizations who have come together to support the community. Over 15,000 responders are across Southern California right now, brought in from all over the state of California, the Western, Midwest, and Central United States, as well as our international partners from places like Canada and Mexico. It takes coming together with our local, state, federal, nonprofit, tribal, and international partners to make this all possible. And as we continue to mitigate the hazards that are occurring here at Palisades and mitigating the hazards that are occurring at the Eaton Fire, while we're continuing to do damage assessment with multiple damage assessment teams, being able to publish that information as you heard earlier, we recognize that these conditions will change and being able to look ahead. So the other portion of CAL FIRE is our natural resource protection responsibilities. And working together with the Department of Conservation's California Geological Survey and CAL FIRE with our foresters and hydrologists are working together to look at the burned soil severity, looking at the risk factors, and providing a plan that will be supported with our local and county leaders on how we are going to continue to recover and mitigate the next steps of this community. We continue to pre-position resources for this event that we've heard about going through Wednesday night. Throughout the Los Angeles County, greater Los Angeles area, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, San Diego, there are pre-positioned resources across the area. We have moved aircraft to various Southern California airports while we continue to support the Palisades and the Eaton, making sure that they are out of the wind-prone area and are able to get off the ground when needed. We set up a mobilization center. It's sitting in Beaumont, California at Noble Creek Park. For resources to be filled in that mobilization center is a staging area to be able to move them north, south, east, or west. As we continue through this event for the next 2 days through Wednesday evening, we need you to remain vigilant, ready to evacuate, heeding the caution of law enforcement, military, National Guardsmen, your firefighters. Heed their warnings so they can fight fire and not have to focus entirely on rescues. For additional information, as you heard and you will hear, you can go to a variety of links on websites to find out more information that's available. But from CAL FIRE's perspective specifically, fire.ca.gov, links to all of our local and county official websites. And to prepare yourself better, go to readyforwildfire.org. Thank you.
CHP Commissioner.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean DeRee. I'm the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. Currently, the CHP has over 700 officers that continue to be on tactical alert in the LA region. 248 of those during this 24-hour period are assigned to both the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton Fire. Their general role is general law enforcement support for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, looter suppression. Many of them are on traffic control. Just a message, I would ask you to have patience with the officers that are on traffic control. They are not the ones making the decision to deny entry, to not allow people to reoccupy. We're interacting with a lot of members of the community. Emotions are high, and that's being taken out on the officers. During briefing, we're asking our officers to have empathy, to show patience. We'll ask the community to have some tolerance for the officers as well. The CHP is in this for the long haul, along with all our other state partners, as we mitigate this tragedy. Thank you.
Next up, California State Senator Ben Allen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Ben Allen, representing the wonderful communities of Malibu, Palisades, Hollywood, that have been so impacted by this terrible fire. I just want to thank the incredible first responders who've come from all over the state, indeed all over the West and several of our neighbor countries, heeding the call and are working so hard, and it's because of them that we've made so much progress on defeating this fire. We've been able to roll back evacuation orders in Santa Monica and make incredible progress in Mandeville Canyon and up on the northern portions of the fire, and that's very much due to the selfless and tireless work that they've been engaged in. I've taken several trips into the fire zone. It's devastating. I understand why people are concerned about letting folks back in, given the amount of wires on the ground, asbestos risk, water, gas, a lot of utility work currently underway in the area where they're shutting off all the potential risks. It's going to be a long and arduous process. I brought one of the ranking member of the committee that oversees FEMA in the U.S. Congress there today. We talked about resources for the area, and I certainly hope and expect that our fellow Americans from around the country will step up and help us through federal assistance, just like we do every single time in other parts of the country as they've had storms and challenges with hurricanes and issues on the Gulf. Senator McGuire came, the leadership of the state Senate. We talked extensively about ways that the state is going to help. We talked also extensively about the rebuilding efforts in some other cities in the state, such as Santa Rosa, which burned down 6 years ago, and it's now been rebuilt. And I think that's a story of inspiration for us as we think about a path moving forward. We were also so happy that the president came to visit some of the fire site and offered a 100% reimbursement rate for the firefighting and first responder efforts. And the governor's now stepping up with a major infusion, $2.5 billion just proposed just now to assist with fire recovery efforts here in Los Angeles. He obviously came out with a big announcement on permitting reform yesterday. Our Attorney General and District Attorney are working hard on both looting issues but also price gouging and making sure that people don't take advantage of folks who are vulnerable. We've got there's a lot of work to go ahead now, including in the world of insurance. And part of what's so important about the efforts that were just announced was that insurers oftentimes require photographic evidence of the destruction of the properties in order to get to pay out their insurance reimbursements. And that's why this kind of work going through and documenting the destruction property by property is so important for folks. It's not just the sense of closure, which we know is incredibly important as well, but it's also going to assist people with insurance. The insurance commissioner is actually bringing 2 weekends full of workshops. First of all, this weekend, the 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, and then the following weekend at Pasadena City College to largely service the folks who've been impacted by the Eaton Fire. So we're hosting that workshop at SMC this coming weekend, and there are going to be people from private sector insurers, the FAIR Plan. It's going to be a one-stop shop for you to get all of your insurance questions answered in person, so you don't have to be stuck on hold on a line. You can make appointments. You can walk-ins are accepted, but we're certainly encouraging people to make appointments. 800-927-4357. That's 800-927-4357. Again, this has been a devastating few days for our community. I've lost so many of my friends have lost their homes. Just was at my synagogue, which is based in the Palisades, on Friday night as we had a service of healing, and over 1/3 of the congregants there have lost their homes, including both of the rabbis. It's just a very difficult moment for us, and we certainly appreciate all of the people who've stepped up to help the victims, both through offering places to stay, the incredible outpouring of donations of all kinds in those recovery centers and the shelters. It's really been a moment of what made me proud to be an Angelino and proud to be an American. So I just want to, again, send out my hope and expectation that our fellow Americans will help us in our time of need through FEMA assistance and other recovery assistance. I can't believe it will be anything other. And I want to just close by saying God bless our firefighters and our first responders who have been working so hard, who have thrown everything they have at this fire, and they're a big part of the reason why we're now on such a track towards success in ending this fire. Thank you, and God bless our firefighters.
Next up, United States Senator Adam Schiff.
Just want to start off by referring to the remarks of the incident commander, Jim Hudson, who I think said we have seen very little forward progress on the fires in the last 36 hours. That is some very good news that we have all been desperate to hear. If we can say the same about the next 36 hours, we will be indeed fortunate and maybe begin to move into a different phase of this. But the only reason we've made that progress in the last 36 hours is because of the folks that are standing behind me on the stage and literally thousands and thousands of others that are deployed throughout these fire areas. This command center right here, we have 5,000 people operating out of it. It's like a fire army operating from here. So I'm grateful for what the governor and his staff have done to help organize this response. I'm very grateful to CAL FIRE for your leadership in this, to my colleague Alex Padilla, to LA City Fire, LA County Fire, to the police department, the sheriff's office, to the weather service, to FEMA, to SBA, to everybody who's coming together. In the public sector and the private sector, it's been an extraordinary effort. I was at one of the shelters earlier today, seeing what Red Cross volunteers are doing and Salvation Army volunteers are doing. Many of these shelters are being inundated with offers of help from the community, which is just so heartwarming. And talking to some that have lost their homes and lost everything but their lives, it is inspiring to see how strong and resilient they are, how determined they are to rebuild and to bounce back from this. And so there's a lot to be inspired by in this time of trial. There's also a lot to be infuriated by, and I would just say to those of you out there who are looting, adding injury to injury for these people who have lost their homes, there is a special place in hell for you. And if the folks behind me have anything to say about it, there'll be a special place in jail for you too. And I would also add, for anyone, as we've seen in prior disasters, who are looking on this as an opportunity to defraud taxpayers and try to steal money meant for the relief effort, there's a special place in hell for you too, and we are going to go after you. But I'm so grateful for what everyone around here is doing. I want to urge any who are watching in the insurance industry to move with urgency when people are coming to you with their claims, because many can't proceed very far with FEMA until they determine what's covered or not covered. And so we need you to treat all of those affected like the members of your family. Some indeed are members of your family, but we need the insurance industry to move on this with urgency. And I also want to tell people who have applied to FEMA, you may have gotten a quick response that looks like you're not going to get any help from FEMA because you have insurance. You may not qualify for most of FEMA. If you have insurance, you may not qualify for everything, but there may be funds nevertheless that you do qualify for. So read carefully what response you get from FEMA. There are also, in addition to grants that FEMA has, there are low-interest loans that the SBA has to help you rebuild homes and businesses. So there are resources out there. We're going to be trying to bring more resources back. This is going to be an intensive recovery effort. Our first priority right now is to put down the flames, make sure people are safe. And then we need to move with speed to clean up the debris, which, as Senator Allen was pointing out, there are still fires in some of these residential burn areas. There are wires, there are poles down. There is just a huge amount of ash and debris that is unhealthful to be around and breathe for sustained periods. We're going to need to clean all that up. Obviously, we want people to be able to access their personal possessions that still remain. But we need to, when the time comes, we need to move up that cleanup effort and really get to it. As well, the process of rebuilding, I'm glad to hear the governor talk about streamlining the permit process. We can't have this drag out for 10 years. We need to get this done urgently. Let's make this a model on how you can quickly rebuild after a major disaster. Finally, to so many of you who are struggling with what you've lost, the whole whole state, the whole country is thinking of you, is sending their prayers to you, wants to be helpful to you. We're going to get through this. We are, in California, nothing if not resilient. We are going to rebuild. These neighborhoods will be rebuilt. Communities that you love will be rebuilt. We want you to come back. Neighbor wants to see neighbor again. So we're going to be working on this. We can't lose sight of this. We have a tendency in this country to focus on a disaster while it's happening and then they meet it after and then move on to something else. And we need to remain focused because this is going to require a sustained effort. Once again, thank you, and I think they're going to open up to questions.
We're incredibly grateful to be joined by our partners from the California National Guard as well. Also, we have our partners from ATF and the Mayor of Beverly Hills. So if you have any questions for anybody on stage, we're going to move into the Q&A portion. My partner, Captain Scott, is out there with a microphone. If you have a question, if you could please raise your hand. He's going to get the question read out loud, and we'll find the best person to answer it.
First question's in reference to the fire caused by CNN's Julia Jones.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you for answering our questions. My question is about the investigation and one of the hypotheses that was raised in an article by Times about the possibility of this fire that might have started from a fireworks fire near a popular hiking trail near here over New Year's Eve. Could you speak to that hypothesis and whether or not the fire appears at this point to have human causes?
Yeah, thank you for that. If they're looking at all possibilities, they can't talk about the investigation while it's ongoing. As you know, they're also looking at the cause and point of origin for all of these fires. So the task force that we mentioned yesterday that's together is being led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They are the best in the business at doing this, working closely with our Major Crimes Division and the Sheriff's Arson and Explosives Section and the FBI as needed as well. So you're not likely to hear anything specific about the questions you're asking now until that comes to a resolution. So I apologize for not being able to be more detailed on that.
Second question will be in reference to the death toll by Spectrum 1's Chase Beach.
Hi there. Just hoping to get a bit of clarification, maybe from the Sheriff's Department. From my count, it sounds like it's 29 now is the death toll. And also, if you are able to share, it sounded like you said 5 more from the Palisades Fire. If you know the rough location of that would be helpful. Thank you.
So the amount of deaths that I reported, which was 5, is only from the Sheriff's Department's area of responsibility. So some of the numbers that are being reported are a combination of the Eaton Fire and the Palisades Fire, and some numbers that you're seeing out there are a combination of the Sheriff's Department and LAPD areas. So only within the Sheriff's Department area of responsibility, we have had 5 deaths.
The next question is in reference to the spread of the fire, particularly Friday and Saturday by Los Angeles Times. Grace Tuhey.
I was hoping to get some more details about how you guys were able to successfully contain the fire when it was threatening West Los Angeles as well as the Encino and Tarzana area. How are we able to get that under control, and are you expecting those same areas to be a concern if the winds or when the winds do pick up?
As far as the area is concerned, right now the wind is favorable for Tarzana and actually the entire 101 corridor. So with the offshore flow, they are actually burning back towards the coast. It was a very aggressive firefight. I can say that. Multitude of different strategies and tactics used, primarily tactics. We did have a successful day with our aviation assets that day due to the wind, and they were working very hard and building the line with retardant and using the rotor wing or the helicopters to drop water. And that was primarily a direct attack incident. Crews were working right along the fire line, and it was a lot of hard work and a lot of effort that was put into that day to summarize that. Crews were engaged across the whole perimeter there.
Next, we have a question from Ross with KCAL, 3 parts, and he'll go through all 3 of them.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. If I may ask you a question from CBS News and KCAL News. First and foremost, our analysis from the numbers that CAL FIRE has given us show of the 5,000 people fighting in this fire, 85% of them are from Southern California, our local heroes, men and women. How are they holding up? That's the first question.
So I'll speak specifically from our LAFD members, and please join in. I tell you, our people are resilient. They're working extremely hard. I did have the opportunity to speak directly with our members that are assigned to the local fire stations, where it was initially, they were fighting fire. And I tell you, they stand strong and proud. But I also want to tell you in the community that they feel what the community is feeling. Their community is our community and vice versa. So we visited the fire stations, and our people are fatigued, but they keep showing up. And I'm extremely, extremely, extremely proud of them. And I'm sure that goes across the board with every single entity that is reported to this specific fire. They're incredible.
As we go into this period now with wind gusts perhaps as high as 70 miles an hour beginning late tonight and through Wednesday, how have you changed the firefight tactics, and what do you have to say to residents in this area about, is the fire possibly going to whip back up out of control? We're only at 14% containment right now after nearly a week.
Right, so I'll speak really high level, and then we can bring in the operational experts in that regard. But when it comes to just the lean forward posture, this is still an active incident, very active incident. We have 5,000 people, individuals who are assigned just to this incident. Mind you, let's talk about all the other incidents that have already occurred, and we still have to build recovery from that side. That lean forward posture is very, very important. Do not let your guard down. The winds are here. So that's what we need the community to pay attention to specifically. When it comes to the operational side, again, even outside of the Palisades fire, just be resilient and be mindful about the information that's coming out.
Let me ask you what homeowners have been asking us in the areas that have tragically already been burned through, in Palisades, for example. Every homeowner wants to know when they can return to their homes. So Angelinos are strong, as you know. They just want it straight. Is it going to be days or weeks or possibly months? What is your best estimate at this time?
Right. So I would love to bring in when we talk about repopulation, we have messages over and over again, and I understand the frustration. Number one, the community needs to understand, still active. We are still searching for individuals, families that are missing, family members that are missing. There's an active search. And when it comes to it not being safe, I know that is so frustrating, but that's what takes the time. I will tell you and guarantee you that when it is safe to do so, we will allow the population and repopulation in the community to come back in. That is top of mind, but just as important top of mind is the safety of those individuals as well. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to speak on the timing.
But the estimate, Chief, realistically,
it will not, what I can say, it will not be days. And with that, I think, again, stand by for more information. We have so many individuals here to do what we need to do to manage what's happening out there. Repopulation and getting our community members back so they can see it and understand it is really, really important to every single person that's here. That is top of mind. We'll make sure we'll do it as quickly as we can, but it has to be safe.
And in the meantime, if homeowners go to those links, they can see photos as well of their properties. Photos, so that's brand new. That's a huge step forward.
That is a step forward, and I don't want to speak for the individuals that are doing that, but that is a big step forward. Thank you.
I think that concludes the questions. We would like to make one mention there. It was mentioned the Mayor of Beverly Hills, of course, that's the Mayor of Malibu, Doug Stewart. So if there's any other questions or Spanish, they'll be happy to be handled. Thank you.
That is the latest press briefing that we are hearing from the Palisades Fire. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We've just been listening to the latest, and there were more numbers given out. I think the number one thing people who may be watching and you're evacuated from your home is what you just heard at the end there. And when can I go back into my home? I'm not seeing any active flames. It seems like everything's calm right now. Yes, the winds are going to pick up overnight through Wednesday. Can I go back now? The answer is no. And officials won't even give an estimate as to when, because it all comes down to your safety, because there's no power in most of these neighborhoods that are under the evacuation orders. And authorities, they're still combing through there. And although you may not see the active flames, it's still a very dangerous situation. When I say, Alex, that they're combing through these neighborhoods, they're literally doing the recovery mission to see if there are, God forbid, human remains.
Right. And we found out today during that press briefing that they found at least 2 more people that that perished in this fire through that process. Because the aerial pictures that we look at now look pretty good. I mean, obviously there's a focus on the power lines and all the rest of the infrastructure coming in, but a tremendous amount of progress has been made so far, which is important as we see the winds coming in. But what she said there was, it's not going to be days, and because of the forecast you have coming up, my guess is that they're going to want to get through that before even messing with that process, which is going to be a time-intensive process of bringing everybody back. So as we approach the top of the hour, speaking of the winds, that is the most important story right now. The winds that are coming and that have already started to arrive for some, but it's going to get worse. Star Harvey in with us now with a look at that forecast. Star.
Yes, and just as you said, we're still expecting our winds to, through any time from now through Wednesday, late in the day on Wednesday, to gust anywhere from about 40 to 70 miles per hour. We do still continue currently in that red flag warning, and looking towards the end of the week, we are looking at a slight chance for a cool and moist trend to settle in. We are still in the thick of this rare PDS red flag warning, explaining to you that this is a particularly dangerous situation. It is reserved for the most extreme events. The last time that we saw before this issuance was back in December and November. And to take it back even further than that, the season before this was back in 2020. I want to remind you of how rare these are. We are typically looking at these 1 every 5 to 10 years, and we've had 4 of them just in the last 3 months. And here's a look at that. Back in, I'd say 2024, last year, we not only had the Mountain Fire, but also the Franklin. We are currently still dealing with the Eaton, but also the Palisade Fire. Here's a look at those winds. Expect that by the time we reach that 4 a.m. hour, pushing all the way through portions of Wednesday, for things to really kick up around the area. Of course, our chief meteorologist Adam Kruger is here with